Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8980 under Committee Report 155. This pertains to the 2024 General Appropriations Act. The parliamentary status is that we are now in the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider the budget of the Philippine Racing Commission and acknowledge the presence of its officials. We now recognize the distinguished Senator J.V. Hersit. Mr. President, may we withdraw the mentioned department, and instead I move that we consider the budget of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office and acknowledge the presence of its officials. We now recognize the distinguished Senator J.V. Hercito to sponsor the same and to sponsor the same.
Consideration of the budget of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, or PLLO, led by Secretary Mark Leandro Mendoza. We'd like to greet Secretary Dong Mendoza. And its attached agency is now in order for today's interpellation. The sponsor, our hardworking Deputy Majority Leader and Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, Senator J.V. Hercito, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. For the record, the recommended fiscal year 2024 new appropriations for the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, or PLLO, is 138,851 pesos. There's a difference of 40 million from the House bill. The Senate added the 40 million. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Majority Leader.
There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the PLLO. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Congrats.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Baka hindi na. Kung nandyan na. Oh. Is the head of the next agency there, so we don't need to suspend the Majority Leader? Session is suspended.
Mr. Shum,
I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development and acknowledge the presence of its officials. We now recognize the distinguished Senator Amy Marcos to sponsor the same and to interpolate our good minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
the consideration of the budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, its executive offices, is now in order for today's interpellation. Chair would like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Today, I will sponsor the proposed 2024 budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, including its attached and supervised agencies. Under the 2024 NEP, DSWD's proposed budget of 209.668 billion is 10.411 billion higher than it was in 2023. The House of Representatives, in the General Appropriations Bill, increased DSWD's budget by 245.130 billion, or 35.462 billion higher than the 2024 NEP. On the other hand, the Senate decreased the agency's 2024 budget to 244.416 billion, or a net reduction of 714.166 million. So there's a discrepancy, as is clearly seen, between the NEP, the congressional version, as well as the Senate version. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
And to interpolate our good minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes, our minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The permission of our sponsor. And thank you for that very clear opening statement, Mr. President, which laid out for us the differences between NEP 2024, the House bill, and the Senate committee report budget levels, especially for the office of the secretary. Doon po yung mga malalaking changes eh. But admittedly, even the Senate committee level for the office of the secretary is higher than what the executive proposed, Mr. President, by, if I'm not mistaken, 32 billion.
32 billion,
Yes,
yes.
32 billion.
Yeah.
So,
This constitutes the 33.312 billion constitutes the House increases.
again, Mr. President, 32, yung committee report po natin increases the NEP by 32 billion. The House version, more than our increases. So sige nga, did we retain the proposed House increases? Hindi. Not in totality. Kasi
In the
lesser.
meantime, we retained, but there's also a significant reduction in the Senate version.
Around 1 billion. Yes,
Not
around
quite, 800 million.
Okay, around 800 million. What PAPs were affected by our reduction? Compared to the GAB
I think the reduction involved the 4Ps.
Amount.
Those who have graduated, and also different projects such as the reduction in the sustainable livelihood, I believe, as it has already been encompassed by other projects.
Sige, yun yung the Sustainable Livelihood Program is meant, ito po yun ang aking understanding, is meant to be the follow-up program for those who have improved their life circumstances under the 4Ps program. Tama po ba yun? Parang graduated yun, di ba? From 4Ps, you now go to SLP?
Yes, that's correct. But the SLP is also involves other projects in the Kalahi Seeds and others. So I think there's an effort to streamline and simplify these livelihood projects.
The magic words have been mentioned, Mr. President. That's why if SLP contains the Kalahi Seeds, that's why I fail to understand what SLP is all about, because I really do not understand what Kalahi Seeds is. So, siguro, we will devote time, siguro, Mr. President, para maintindihan po natin, no? Okay. Okay, Kalahi Seeds is what? A program of the DSWD?
Yes, the Kalahi Seeds, as we know, is Kaunlaran at Kabuhayan sa Barangay KKB. And this was a program that started in the early 2000s. First, it was foreign funded. As we recall, there were OSAID grants derived by then Secretary Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. So matagal na to, mga tira-tira na to. Yung iba rito, nanggaling sa foreign funded, sa World Bank, ngayon nag-a-apply na naman sa ADB. Yung iba naman, totally locally funded. So among the modalities, yung kauna-unahan, yung community-driven development. So there's a 500 million here na binibigay sa LGU to choose kung ano yung gusto nila. Whether it's an artisan well or a farm-to-market road, bahala yung LGU. So isa yung ganon. And then there's also the pag-abot na project, which is a reach-out project for street dwellers, which is also affiliated with another project of one of our colleagues, and that's the Balik Probinsya. Pag alis nila sa mga lansangan, dadalhin sila sa probinsya. So that's back-to-back, pag-abot at saka Balik Probinsya. Pagkatapos nito, meron tayong iba't ibang cash for work, which is derived from the 2022 APRO, yung na-extend natin dahil sa COVID, yung cash for work. Ito na naman yung mga persons with disabilities, may 300 million. For the graduates and college students who are unable to find work post-pandemic, may 1 billion dyan. And then there's a new pilot project called the Tarabasa Tutoring Program, which endows the tutor for a 20-day period, 2 hours a day, with a budget of 900 million. Hindi pa tayo natatapos dyan. Maliban pa dyan sa mga community-driven, meron pa yung projects nila sa former conflict areas. Eto na si Pamana. And yung Pamana projects, they're all limited to the areas that were formerly insurgency afflicted. Tapos, may local, that's a local project. Finally, there is a PMNP. Ito naman, foreign-funded Philippine Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Project. Kasama na naman dyan yung supplemental feeding, pero ito yung foreign component. So labo-labo po to.
Kaya nga parang nakita ko na parang the program wants to be a mini government, but ang main function is to extend assistance. Yan lang. Basta iba-iba kahit anong problema. Pero so if this is a program, sige nga, how long has this been a program of the DSWD? Huwag na muna natin pag-usapan yung components of the program, but as a program.
I believe that
When did
this
we-
has been going on for over 20 years because I recall that
Can we have the year? I think the DSWD should know the year.
2003. So this is a 20-year program, and in 2017, the minority leader himself initially proposed the Kalahi KKB. I believe that seems to be on record as one of your initiatives, po.
Well, I think I will disown that that initiative. I have no idea. I have no recollection, Mr. President, that I have understood this Kalahi program. So I would not have proposed that, Mr.
I
President.
believe it has morphed since the time you initially proposed it
Okay.
as a community development program.
If it's is this program intended to have a natural lifespan? Is this program to expire in the future?
Yes, if we notice the World Bank foreign-funded infra component, the infra component will already expand by the end of 2024, December. So yun, patapos na yun. Yung OSAID is long gone. I think there's an application for additional funding with the ADB naman, and this is for more additional community-driven development programs. So, may natatapos naman po.
Hindi, pero since meron pa tayo ADB application, we don't intend it to end in the near future, bale. Yeah, we're extending the program. We're borrowing pa ADB. Yun po.
These are exploratory talks. There's nothing firm yet. But the intention of this community-driven development program, na humihingi sila ng additional funding, was to respond to the effects of COVID and the continuing disasters in its wake. So, yung mga far-flung provincial communities ang ina-address niyan.
Does this, since this looks like it's a very important program of the DSWD and also well-funded and it has a large budgetary impact, meron naman siguro kayong comprehensive brochure about this program? Sige nga, pag-aralan, pag kailangan po yata ito talaga
Yes,
upuan na, opo, Mr. President.
Yes, tama po si Minority Leader. Actually, I compelled them to list all the different modalities since there seem to be so many different forms and shapes of this program. Essentially, I believe this has been work in progress. Every time there's some kind of an emergency, a program is birthed from the disaster, the epidemic, and all other calamities.
Sige po, sige. But since we're talking about the budget, sige, para po na maintindihan po natin, no? The budget for the Office of the Secretary in the committee report, 241.8 billion. Okay, how much of this would be under the Kalahi SIDS program?
It's 2.9. It's 2.9. Originally 3.82. It's now 2.934 billion.
Okay, 2.9 billion pesos. Of that, 241 is for the Kalahi SIDS program. And this is the 2.9 are the locally generated funds. May foreign component pa ito?
Wala. That's already our share. That's the breakdown I read earlier among the different projects like the Pag-abot, Balik Probinsya, Cash for Work, etc. That's all locally funded.
Loan proceeds to be devoted to Kalahi.
Yes. There's only one loan left. I think that's a 3.7 billion
Okay.
for additional financing of the post-COVID loan.
Additional finance.
And our counterpart and payment is contained in the unprogrammed section. So that's
Yes, how much doon?
the loan proceeds is Yes, it's 3.7 billion.
Yes, okay. Sir. Unprogrammed po ito? Unprogrammed
Yes,
appropriation.
it's right now in the unprogrammed, although there's a request that it be included in the GAA, given the delays and sometimes the uncertainty of unprogrammed
Okay.
items.
If this item in the unprogrammed appropriations to the tune of 3.7 billion, should it be released Okay, may possibility naman ma-release yun.
Oo naman.
So, I will add this to the 2.9 billion. So, 6.6 billion ang ating
Altogether.
budget for Kalay Seeds.
Yes,
Klaro?
2.9 plus 3.7.
Sige. Okay. Pero, of course, the four-piece program's budget dwarfs the Kalay Seeds budget. How much is our four-piece program?
I think it's upwards of 50% of the budget of the department. It's 112,835 million. It's now been reduced actually by the Senate. From the original amount, it's now 103,953 million.
Okay.
And actually, there have been questions about the reduction because they've been spun out to different projects.
How come itong four-piece is also a regular program of the DSWD?
Yes, that's the largest program.
Since when?
Since 2007, I believe it started out as a pilot project, then was ratcheted up as phase 2 and phase 3.
So it started.
It's actually been going on for, what is it now?
16 years.
15? Yeah,
16 years.
2007.
2007, okay.
Yeah.
Kaya nga, but if we look at the amounts given to the program, masyadong volatile. Can you explain why the volatility in the amount given to the program?
Yeah. I think it's been a constant. It's always been roughly 50% of the DSWD budget. Parang ever since yan na talaga yung amount. Over time, it's always 50%. 1.4 million households constantly being serviced. 4.4 million households. They're the target households because that's so far what we can afford.
Hindi, yung answer na it's always 50% of the budget, parang all the more naging arbitrary eh. So, it's just a formula, then we set aside the amount for a four-piece program. What I meant when I said volatile,
Yes.
volatile kasi, for
Yes.
example, ngayon sa budget process, ang amount niya patalon-talon eh. 112 billion is was the proposal of the House or of the NEP. And then Senate version 103. We can just discard 9 billion, ganun lang ba yun?
That's in the Senate version. Being that in our assessment, at least in the committee, there were quite a few had graduated or by natural circumstances became disqualified. Wala na silang minor children. So natanggal na sila sa listahan. And the exit strategy always is, pagkatapos na ng 4-piece, mag-sustainable livelihood and they can avail of other training programs.
Doon ako interesado nga sa graduates eh, kasi if the program which is meant to assist the poorest of the poor or including the poor, ano ba itong programa?
I think we have to say it's only the poorest of the poor because our cutoff is always at 4.4 households when we know for a fact that there are probably more who would qualify. There's a very large waiting list, particularly after the pandemic.
So we look at the households. What is, from the point of view of the DSWD, the Philippines is composed or comprised of how many households, Mr. President?
Sorry? Yes. Yes. Whereas DSWD is only able to service 4.4, the PSA states that there's a 4.7 impoverished household figure. So there's still a significant number that await some help.
Yes, but siyempre, if you talk about households, siguro the DSWD has an idea how many total households in the Philippines. Kasama Forbes Park. Yan ang tanong ko.
Total.
Yung total.
Ano,
opo.
because they always deal with the poor.
No,
I
they must
think
have
it's upwards of 20 million households.
20 million households.
Oo. Pero dun sa 20 million, yung considered poor, nasa 6 million, ang nasa survey is 4.4. Tama ba? Mali yung sinabi kanina.
Ano
Mali
ulit?
yung sinabi kanina.
Ayan na naman tayo, yung PSA, talagang pinapabalik natin bukas dahil yung pagdating talaga sa
Okay.
statistics, mali-mali tayo.
Tama.
So what is now the final
Now,
answer?
yes, so it seems
Pero Mr. President, ang kawawa si PSA, siya ang pinapabalik.
Tama. Actually, di ba nagka-problema na tayo dyan kasi yung listahanan kung family versus household, tapos yung poverty thresholds, iba-iba rin kasi. Tapos ngayon, nasa CGMP naman tayo, iba na namang listahan yun. So in any case, apparently there are 20 million households recorded in the Philippines. 6 million are assumed to be poor.
Assumed to be
4.4 million are actually served by the 4Ps program.
From the point of view of our policymakers and program designers in the DSWD, 6 million households you assume them to be poor.
Yes.
Tama? Yun po narinig
That's
ko.
the finding of
Assumed
the
to be
PSA.
poor.
Well, that's the finding of the PSA.
Kala ko 4.7.
Sorry. Now it turns out it's not PSA to blame.
Okay.
It turns out it's the DSWD's own listahanan 3 that says 6 million are in fact poor out of the 20.
Okay. Kaya ko tinatanong yan kasi nag-ratio percentaging ako eh.
Tama.
6 of 20, 30%. 30%. 30% households.
Yes, I believe so.
okay.
Yeah, it's a very large
Okay.
sum.
If we should follow that, then poverty incidence rates surveys must be in the vicinity of 30%. Is that the admission or the data of the current administration that the poverty incidence rate right now is 30%? Ano? Kuya, tigil ko na.
Hindi, percent. Yes, I think that the poverty level that's officially stated is always 18%. But by these numbers, the minority leader is right. It's upwards of 30+%. So there needs
Sinong
to be
paniniwalaan
a
natin?
distinction between the two. Yes, I think it boils down to listahanan's weaknesses, and that's because listahanan does not assess the entire 20 million, but a mere 15 million. May tinira pang 5 million eh. And we should also probably consider that listahanan was finished during the time of COVID, so that the indicators would also.
So we could be wasting money actually, giving to households who should not have qualified, if that is the reasoning, Mr. President.
I think there's a focus in the listahanan on the hunger hotspots, the really poverty-ridden areas, and they don't include the more prosperous regions. And as a result, it's skewed toward poverty, kaya napakataas.
Hindi. Even if yung 5 million na hindi nyo sinurvey, consider na natin hindi poor, it's still 30%.
It's still 30%, yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, Mr. President.
Kasi you still boil down to 4.7 out of 15. So, malaki pa rin eh. This has always been the discussion. I think there's always been a problem with poverty data, and I'd be the first to say so, because as a governor, I had to disaggregate my own provincial data with great difficulty. Dahil unang-una nga, iba yung household at saka family, tapos yung consideration ng poor, malnourished, and so on. paiba-iba. So, eto nga.
Kawawa kasi presidente rin, Mr. Presidente. Sa SONA niya, he mentions figures eh.
Yes,
Kaya pati yung-
18%
pati unemployment rate, naki-question natin, tinanong natin ang doli. Mali-mali din ang mga figures. So ito, kung sabihin ng presidente, poverty incidence rate will be down to 9% at the end of his term. Yun ang sabi.
That's
But, but
that's the goal.
the starting point is 22%. If the DSWD figures are to be believed, mali. It should be 30%. Then how can he bring it down to 9% at the end of his term, Mr. President? So let's help the administration. We help the president by feeding him correct figures or siguro may factual basis naman po yung ating mga figures, hindi lang siguro baka desktop or tabletop calculations lang po ito. Actually, I appreciate niyan the listahanan eh. Kaya ang assumption ko niyan, from the ground, sinuyod niyo po yung
That's correct.
ground.
Kasi
Yes,
may mga
kaya.
pangalan yan eh.
Oh.
Hindi katulad ng PSA na sampling. Nagsasample rin yung listahanan, pero basically, as you said, it's derived from the ground.
MTFF assumption. Then how come the administration does not use the 30% figure of DSWD, the more accurate figure? Kaya yung plano niya sa 2028, by the time the president exits, 9% na lang daw, single digit na daw ang poverty incidence rate. Kawawa naman kung hindi talaga ma-achieve because he assumed 18 or 22% ng assumption. I'm getting the MTFF assumptions, Mr. President.
Yes, I think the idea or the strategy of the DSWD is to saturate the poorest barangays. So yung more prosperous are excluded in their listing, which probably bloats the poverty number to 30%.
It
Kasi
does not-
saturation of rural and urban poor yan eh.
Secretary, with your people, it does not nga eh. That's my point. Even if we assume that the unsurveyed 5 million
Are all rich.
30% pa rin mas masama nga yung sinasabi nyo na 6 million of the 15 are poor. Ano na yun eh? 30+%, 36%, more than 36%.
Mas malaki talaga ever since yung DSWD working figures for poverty than PSA. Mulat sa poll, there's always been that disconnect. And we've
I mean-
always questioned it here in the Senate. And the answer has always been that their focus is to saturate the rural and urban poor barangays.
Yeah, but the administration which the secretary is part of, okay? Your success will be measured against your promises. Tandaan nyo, the president promised at the end of his term, single-digit poverty incidence rate. Ang interpretation ko doon, not more than 9%.
Correct.
Okay. And of course, may assumption siya. Di ba saan siya nag-umpisa? Di ba? Nung na-turn over sa administration niya, may assumption siya. Ang layo ang assumption na it's not in the vicinity of 30%, which is reflected by your figures na sinuyod ninyo from the ground. Mas maganda nga yung figures ninyo, mas maniniwala ako sa figures ninyo.
Yeah, totoo. Kasi may pangalan to eh, may address eh.
Well,
Talagang ever since PSA, mas malaki talaga ang DSWD at mas maniniwala ako sa DSWD with all due respect. Dahil may mga pangalan, may mga address, may kung sino-sino talaga ang nakalistang poor.
kaya ang tanong ko po, do we see the problem or not? Yan lang yung tanong
Yes.
ko eh. I mean,
Yes, we're with you in complaining about this moving targets.
even the MTFF will fail, Mr. President, kung mali ang assumptions.
I think that's the reason why Listahanan 3 is now going to be folded in the PSA and CBMS data from the ground will be submitted to the PSA once and for all so we can consolidate all accurate data from below rather than projecting or sampling and so on.
Sila yun. Manpower nila yun. Yung CBMS po, manpower po ninyo?
No.
Kanino po?
This is going to be a combination. It's an existing project of the LGUs. They will be guided and analyzed thereafter by the PSA para isahan na lang yung ating data at hindi pa iba-iba yung measure.
Kasi actually, that listahanan used for any other programs of the DSWD? Is that important for AIX, for example?
Ma'am, ayos hindi. But for other programs, even sa other department, like the lifeline rate ng PRC,
Yes, I think the listahanan, of which listahanan 3
Assumption MTFF, wala.
is the last, ano? It's being used for lifeline rates for the ERC and other projects of other departments. In PhilHealth, for example, ginagamit din yan. Sa Unifast, whenever it gets paid by CHED, is also using listahanan 3 as the basis.
AIX does not.
AIX does not because it's derived largely by the DSWD together with the LGU when emergencies arise.
Okay. But you have computerized systems in such a way that beneficiary is a beneficiary allowed to accept the benefits of more than one program of the DSWD?
Yes, they are actually. In principle, they should perhaps be called better, but the reality is there are different groups that are being addressed by different programs. So, for example,
Ito lang po for the information of everybody, especially the DSWD. Kasi
sorry,
the Secretary is a member of the official family para ma-discuss niyo po to sa taas sa cabinet.
that's correct.
In your MTFF, the assumption 2021 poverty rate is 18.1. Okay. Kaya malakas ang loob ng economic planners, ng official family, and of the President to commit that at the end of his term, 9% ang poverty rate. So, okay? So just, input na lang po natin yan sa planning po ninyo kasi
Pero it's the same. It's the same. It's still way
ito, at least we're talking to the President's sister, so, and who is our sponsor.
If that
ito.
helps the
Madam,
cause.
okay.
But I think there's a great hope pinned on the CBMS actually consolidating data once and for all. Dahil as we know, yung PSA naman very undermanned din. And the 2020 census, as a matter of fact, was finished very late dahil nga sa COVID. So talagang may problema lahat ng datos natin.
Kami po minority sa Senate. Hindi kami aligned with the administration. Okay? Sabi ko, ang tawag namin, we are critical cooperators. We want the administration to succeed. Okay? Kasi ang success naman niya, success ng bansa eh. Okay?
Tama.
Pero, tingnan niyo naman yung mga pangako tuloy ng Presidente who is the brother of our sponsor na I hope umabot on a Sunday lunch meeting sa kanya. Okay? 20 pesos per kilo rice.
Rice.
Siyempre, binase niya yun on something. But if it was fed garbage in, garbage out, okay, ang plano sa energy, bago daw siya matapos ang kanyang termino, total household electrification. Sa hearing natin, magkano budget? 70 billion. Saan manggagaling? Di pa namin alam. O official development assistant. Sa housing. 6 million units, homes.
Binabala sa 3 million.
At the end of my term, 1 million a year. 1 year, more than 1 year now. Wala pa eh, na actual term. So in-adjust na lang. 6 million housing units to be launched. Oh. I mean, and then the poverty incidence rate.
No, I share the minority leader's frustration. And
And I do not know the president very well, but I know he has interest in mathematics.
Yes.
Okay. Alam ko yan. Alam ni ate siguro yan. Okay.
he's
He's
math and
interested in
physics
mathematics. Okay.
major po.
Math and physics. Okay.
Yes po.
And then he always mentions governance being science-based. Okay, science-based. Pag mali-mali, science-based means you analyze the data, make your conclusions, but the data are researched. Iba-ibang klase research, theoretical, and of course the on-the-ground research. So siguro it's time for this administration to shape up in the first step. Let's have accurate data, collect accurate data so that the scientific-based decision-making process of this administration will really be effective and based on realities on the ground, Mr. President.
Yes, I think we all share your frustration, and that is why Listahanan 3 will now be folded. PSA hopefully is strengthened and fed through the CBMS system. And that way we get a more coherent picture in the Philippines.
When the sponsor says, Mr. President, Listahanan 3 will be folded, ano yung parang abandoned na? Discarded na? What is it? When
Kasi
it
sa-
folded means...
Kasi yung listahan ng 3 is going to be the last one. Ayon sa batas, siya na yung huli. Matapos yun, PSA na at yung ibang authorities ang magbibigay ng datos.
So,
Yeah.
PSA has in its budget now the funding,
Yan ang problema.
the funding for the groundwork necessary to create another
ang meron
list.
yung CBMS. Kasi ayon sa CBMS law, mag-umpisa na yung CBMS to gather with 679 LGUs, and the LGUs have funded it. So we are hoping that with CBMS, the data quality is improved.
And then CBMS, ang resulta nun is a list also. It's a list. It's a list also. List ang resulta ng CBMS effort. It's also a list.
Yes, I think it will be a more detailed list with actual names and addresses, similar to listahanan with hunger incidents, housing conditions, and so on, fed through the PSA modules, and then all the departments will have a uniform set of data. So that is the goal. That's the objective sana.
And what's the time frame for BMS ba? CBMS?
Palagay ko yan yung pondo na matagal nang hinihingi ng PSA sa atin, na i-consolidate nila lahat ng data ng CBMS and be able to fan it out to all the departments that require such numbers.
Well, PSA has already appeared before us. Tahimik naman yun tahimik lang si director of the PSA. He has not mentioned any budgetary request, Mr. President.
With the indulgence of the minority leader, Senator Gatchalian,
Mr.
taking the floor.
Yeah, just to add to the confusion, Mr. President, I was listening intently to the interpellation of our good minority leader. There's also another measure to determine poverty, and that's the SWS, self-rated poverty.
Self-rated poverty.
Although that is unofficial, but it's the cycle is much shorter. We get it every quarter to determine.
That's almost half.
It's almost half,
Yeah,
correct.
it's 45% sa
the-
self-rated poverty ng
In line with the
SWS.
questioning of the good minority leader, we actually have three measurements. The PSA, which is about 18% of our families.
45
Then you
plus
have
percent.
SWS, which is about 45%.
45+%.
And then there's listahanan, which is about 30%, which
Yeah.
our minority leader mentioned. So I agree with the sponsor that in the CBMS law, the listahanan will be phased out, and then the CBMS will take over.
Tama.
And the theory there is the LGUs will be mobilized to conduct surveys and determine with extreme accuracy actual poverty rates on the ground. That's actually one of my amendments to completely fund the CBMS, because the listahanan is 2019, I think, before the pandemic. Obviously, the pandemic has altered the poverty situation in our country.
Magulo talaga. 2019 yung listahan ng 3, yung PSA census 2020, lahat sa pool sa pandemya.
Correct. So the timing is also critical in the delivery of social services. So I also pin my hopes with the CBMS, and that's what I requested the good chairperson of our finance committee to look at, and hopefully we can completely fund that next year, so that we'll get an accurate figure of poverty. I also have the same questions because we have 3 measurements, and if you look at the SWS, it's way much higher. No? It's about 45%. So just to share with the body, Mr. President, thank you.
Here, here. Thank you for the support.
And the DSWD assessment of poverty is not self-rating.
I don't think so.
Correct. Oh, kasi-
It's assessed by. Yes, I think the social workers use the proxy means test, which may or may not be accurate, particularly in certain regions such as mine.
Huh? Bakit? Why? May we know why?
I think there's
what are the what are the criteria?
We have issues with the proxy means test, for example, in a high migration area like Ilocos Norte, because the proxy means include such things as indoor plumbing and outside bathrooms, so check. And concrete housing, and then hard materials or GI sheets for the roof, all of these things. And they check everything, but what they don't include are the dollars coming from Hawaii. So you have a fully educated, PhD level family, but living in dire conditions according to the proxy means test. Meron silang mga bagong iPhone at iPad, pero pag binilang mo yung bahay, ganun lang kasimple at payak.
Okay. But at least mayroong criteria ang ginagamit.
Tama,
That's better
tama.
than, arbitrary lang. Apa. Sige. And congratulations to the people of Ilocos Norte for being hardworking and, frugal. As well as frugal talaga.
To a fault, sir.
No, there's nothing wrong with living simply, Mr. President. Well, so anyway, Mr. President, at least na-establish po natin the critical nature of our listahan on where we base the biggest program of the DSWD. Well, I appreciated the intervention of the kuya of our secretary, Senator Sherwin. Pero ang sabi ni Senator Sherwin kasi, the plan is to involve the LGUs so that we will generate extremely accurate data, if I remember what he said. No? Ngayon, in the earlier explanation, akala ko ang problema natin sa listahanan ay napasa rin sa LGUs at nalagay ang mga bata-bata. I mean, I get that impression, I got that impression, Mr. President. I mean,
No, I think in fairness to the listahanan collators of data, they've made a point of going out and collecting it themselves and have avoided any kind of political color or even local government coordination to the point of some resentment from local leaders.
so is the DSWD more confident with the adjustments made by the CBMS, Mr. President?
I suppose they're just going to have to abide by the law because the CBMS kicks in already, and they have no choice but to depend on the local government. After all, there are municipal social welfare officers. There are city and provincial social welfare officers as well. And we have to empower them and make certain that they are able to collect the right data in each case. Pero the reality is, again, that this time we will be dependent on the LGUs taking the CBMS very, very seriously. In the past, some of them just had token compliance to the DILG, but there are others who've made it a very big part of their effort.
Well, from our research, the PSA has 788 million for the generation/compilation of community-based statistics. Ito pa ba yun? Ito po ba yun?
Yes, that's right.
Pinag-exam?
That's the CBMS we're referring to under PSA. That's the 788 million.
788. So, ano siguro to? In stages siguro to? In phases po ito? Kasi I don't think
Actually, because this is hardly enough, they've begun with the fourth, fifth, and sixth class municipalities so that we capture the poverty numbers quickly.
So, para lang maintindihan ko, so in the meantime, kunyari this year, we are implementing the 4PC. We are using this listahanan for this year, for example.
For this year, we're still
Listahanan.
using the
Listahanan,
listahanan
okay.
for the 4Ps and for other programs.
For next year,
For
what do we
next year-
anticipate to be using?
Yes. I think we will continue to use it until the CBMS is fully complied with. I think there will be a very few who will graduate, maybe 300,000 that will graduate in the 4Ps over the next few months. And we have more than enough in the wait list to fill their spot. In the meantime, I believe the CBMS has complied 41.47%. So at least we're getting there. It's almost half.
Are we phasing in the CBMS results?
Yes, I
phasing
think-
in na siya. So yung 40% na yon being used na kaagad yon? Or we will await a final
We're awaiting
product?
the final and using the listahanan in the
So
meantime.
ilang years pa po ito, Mr. Secretary? Ilang ang sa tingin mo yung transition period natin?
CBMS, from what I understand, should kick in by next year.
The data gathering, pero kailangan niya, di ba ang product nito is an extremely accurate list of
Unfortunately, the DSWD has constantly asked when it will be ready, but
what's the answer
so
being
far,
what's the answer being received by the DSWD? Anong sagot po sa kanila? How many more years?
they have not answered. They don't want to commit to a date, to
Who
be
is-
quite frank.
Who is the they?
DILG and the rest of the CBMS LGUs do not want to commit to a final date. So we are urging them to be quicker and to give a deadline.
Sige po, we need
In the
to
meantime, we're going to have to
Okay.
keep carrying on with the Listahanan 3, which is faulty and perhaps
yes.
inaccurate.
we need to help the DSWD. Kaya nga sige. If I can make the secretary the resource person on this CBMS
Sure.
kasi hindi ko kabisado ito. Sige. What agencies, as far as you know lang, Mr. Secretary, anyway, ano lang to. What agencies are responsible for this community-based monitoring system? What agencies? Kasi pag umarap sila sa amin, tatanungin namin ano na ginawa nila.
Dalawa lang talaga yan eh.
Apo,
Kasi yung mga
sige
LGU who have some level of supervision by the DILG
Apo.
at saka yung PSA.
Okay,
Dalawa lang
sige.
naman sila
Okay,
talaga.
sige po.
At lahat nakaabang sa kanila.
Okay. Buti na lang, papabalikin ng PSA bukas. Good timing po itong ating natutunan ngayong araw na kasi very critical, di ba? I mean, una sa lahat, ang observation natin, volatile yung amounts. Hindi parang
Yeah,
hindi
that's correct.
natin
Now I understand what you mean by volatile.
volatile is
Correct.
yeah,
No, I was wondering which was volatile. The amount of the budget, which seemed the number of families, eh yung pala, the poverty rate mismo.
Yes, oo. Plus the amount that we give to the program. Ganun na nangyayari. And then, the critical list, we even do not fully trust its current relevance or accuracy. That's a problem. That's a very big problem. But I'm glad to know, at least meron tayong pinapagraduate. But I'm sad to note na mas mahaba ang waiting list kaysa sa nagagraduate.
Opo. That for sure. The waiting list is quite long. And I suspect it blew up after the pandemic, in truth.
Oo nga. So that means
Kasi may bago po tayong kategorya ngayon ng food poor. May sahod, may bahay, pero food poor.
and that food poor could be a 4-piece beneficiary?
I think the 4Ps may be a little bit stringent kasi they have to have minor children, di ba, to go to school and be vaccinated. But they will certainly fall under AIX.
So, in addition to that, 4.4, 30%.
Palaki ng palaki.
incidence. Okay. Yes, may bago kayong program. Sige, since food poor pinag-usapan natin,
Food stamps.
maganda po yun. So that malaman po ng mga taong bayan yung bago niyong programa.
Yes, it's monetary-based assistance through an electronic benefit transfer, EBT card, to be loaded with 3,000 pesos worth of food credits from a select list of food commodities. And there will be partner merchant stores to provide food augmentation to the bottom 1 million. 1 million yung goal, pero sa taong ito, konti lamang kasi pilot pa lang. And I think there are 5 priority GIDA areas in very hard-hit or poverty-ridden areas, such as San Mariano, Isabela, Tondo in Manila is the urban example, Garchitorena in Camarines Sur, Surigao del Norte, Maguindanao. So those will be the ones served for the next few months until the piloting is complete.
What units are we using? 1 million households then? Households. We're talking about households?
For the total program, it's 1 million households.
Households, okay.
That's the target. Pero hindi pa, wala pa tayo doon.
Wala pa tayo doon. Kalo-launch lang. Pero maganda eh. May magandang feature ito. It's, hindi ito yung bara-bara lang nakukuha lang siya ng any goods. Eh. Parang they're being directed to a nutritious,
Yes, nutritious food.
Nutritious food or,
Yes, there's an FNRI, the Food and Nutrition Research Institute,
Oh, yan.
stipulated the essential and basic commodities for proper nutrition. Yun ang basehan ng mga selected commodities. Tapos may mga selected merchants.
Yes,
Makikinabang din yung mga co-op and local markets.
Senator Tolentino, Mr. President, wants to interject something.
Yes, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in total support of the food stamp program, but may we know from the sponsor what model was used? Is it the American model? There is an American model, there's a Canadian model, and there are other models out there relative to the food stamp program.
I think there's no foreign model involved. It's been concocted by Filipinos. As
Okay.
mentioned earlier, it came from our food and nutrition group. And then there's a nutrition group which is constituted by almost 20 different agencies, including DOST, DA. And then the final design was set up by DSWD and the Nutrition Council.
So,
The idea is the beneficiary should graduate in 4 years. So that's the maximum period of time.
so with that, with the permission again of the minority leader, again with that, I think it would now amount to a pursuit of not just food security, but food sovereignty, if there is such a term, because we're now talking about the nutritional needs of children, if I'm not mistaken. We're talking about the ability to purchase food in certain areas. You mentioned 5. So, Mr. President, I think what the minority leader raised a while ago would still be relevant here.
Yes.
So far as the data would be concerned, and I just interjected, Mr. President. I think the minority leader would pursue his question. Just for the food stamp, Mr. President, may I know from the good sponsor if LGUs are concerned, because we have barangay nutrition scholars.
I think the BNS, the Barangay Nutrition Scholars, will be the ones tasked to run and operate this program to make certain that they do in fact stay with the list of commodities, that they do in fact use the food credits for partner merchants and cooperatives.
So would the mention of designated cooperative stores perhaps limit the choices of the beneficiaries insofar as the food items are concerned? Because if you look at a certain store, ito lang naman yung tinda nila. So are we now limiting the choices? I'm now venturing into healthy eating choices. Eh kung yun lang nakalagay doon, yun lang ang bibili nila. So hindi ba ho po pwedeng magkaroon ng more healthier food choices by providing access to other non-designated food cooperatives or stores?
I think the notion is that everyone should be welcome to sell to the food stamp program, but they must be properly accredited so that we can guarantee quality and year-round supply.
Mr. President, I don't see the minority leader now.
But I think the deputy minority is prepared to take
Yes,
over.
yes, Mr. President. Just last one interjection. Would the aspect of nutrition education be included here? I'm now venturing into areas that would enable the beneficiaries to have healthy recipes.
Yes, definitely.
Healthy cooking classes.
Yes, definitely. That's why
Nutritional workshops,
yes,
among others.
that's correct. That's the reason why the piloting has been so stringent with only 3,000 beneficiaries. And the list of food commodities is very well selected by our Food and Nutrition Council.
So, Mr.
So there will be sessions to be attended not only by the BNS, but also the mothers and the other cooks in the area designated.
And of course, the Nutrition Council of the Philippines is
Yes, they're all
included
involved. It's a whole of government approach, and there's a large number to contribute their know-how to this effort.
What about the notion, Mr. President, of food banks? Food banks. Alam niyo po, yung food banks was very effective during the pandemic. Natatandaan niyo po yung sa mga labas ng mga barangay halls, naglagay ng mga pagkain, kukuha ka na lang, yung may
Tama.
gulay, kukuha ka. Usually, ito yung mga healthy items na nilalabas ng mga kababayan natin. So, food banks, limited lang yung, may dala kang Tupperware, limited lang yung kukunin mo.
Tama.
But is this part of the program?
Well, I think right now, with the pilot, there are many aspects being studied, and I think that's one of them because a food bank is a very attractive alternative to food storage and supplementation.
And I hope, Mr. President, that the program can be enhanced by partnering with other institutions, religious institutions perhaps. May mga madre tayo, may mga kumbento tayo na sa amin sa Tagaytay gumagawa ng cookies,
Tama.
gumagawa ng nutritional na yung mga tawilis na sardinas, etc., etc. So I look forward to the expansion of this program. By the way, what's the budget of the food stamp for?
Right now, it's 1.89 billion
1.89
for
billion.
2024.
And for the so you will divide that into 5 for the 5 pilot areas.
Yung pilot, sa ngayon, it's funded by a grant. Ito sa 2024, hopefully we can ratchet up to a much bigger number.
The reason why I asked for the modeling a while ago is that if you look at the ongoing and long-lasting programs of Canada and the US, for instance, marami rin pong lumabas na fraudulent schemes dito. Yung iba, nadodoble na yung nakukuha, iba binebenta. So, the reason why I ask is that perhaps we can learn from the lessons of failed food stamp programs. Pero yung sa US, tuloy-tuloy po yan eh. Kahit nagkamali na sila, they just revise, modify
Tama.
to make it more effective. So, I'm very supportive of this, Mr. President, but I still don't see the Deputy Minority Leader is here. I thank you for giving me a chance. I yield the floor to the Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Senator Tolentino. The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, recognized.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Actually, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and even the World Food Program of the United Nations are all consulting with the very carefully edited 5 pilot areas. Thank you.
Mr. President, I will now resume with my interview. So let me congratulate the DSWD for that food stamp program. So, bago pa. So how much are we appropriating for the program next year?
Yes, we've stipulated 1.89 billion for the following year.
Sige, so that's very interesting. So, from the Food Nutrition Research Institute
research.
of the an attached agency to the DOST.
That's right.
I think they will appear before us tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Para ma-congratulate din natin sila. That's where the DSWD got the inputs, the important substance on what to prioritize or to
That's right.
focus on in the program. Okay.
Yes.
Pero hindi ba yun as to ano lang yun, as to a healthy diet yon?
Yes.
But as to the actual goods na nasa participating stores, pwede ba dilata ang qualified ba ang dilata diyan sa food stamps program?
I think there's an established restriction in the list. Hindi yata pwede yung delata eh. They're obliged to find fresh vegetables in the local area. That's my understanding, at least for the moment. I am not certain how it will work.
We have already the DSWD with us. What's the
No, it's not, delata hindi kasali doon sa listahan.
Sa programa nila,
Sa programa
gamitin
nila,
ang electronic card to
Electronic
charge
card.
something, may dilata doon, hindi qualified.
Hindi qualified ang
Okay,
mga
hindi eligible.
delata. Kinakailangan sariwa ang bibilhin.
Very good, Mr. President. Kung successful ito sa by next year, baka
Maganda-ganda
ito po ang
na.
ating pong dagdagan. Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader wants to...
The Deputy Minority Leader is recognized.
Bawal ang dila.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of the good sponsor
Yes.
and the good minority leader, speaking of fresh vegetables at iba pang mga sariwang pagkain from the local area, I'd just like to follow up at this point, good sponsor. A really good conversation I had recently with the good secretary. Dahil nabalitaan ko po na yung DSWD Region 9, if I remember correctly, made use of the Sagip-Saka law para
right.
mag-procure po sila ng itong fresh produce mula sa mga magsasaka at mangingisda dun mismo sa kanilang rehiyon para sa feeding program nila. At itinanong ko po recently kay the good secretary, kung posibleng ma-replicate ito sa ibang mga regional offices ng DSWD para din mag-procure sa food stamps program. And at that time, I remember the secretary was very
Pwede.
open. Sinabi nila he would explore it. And I wonder if there are any updates about that. Kasi kung talagang umusad na po yun, that will be very, very good news sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda na siguro excited, lumahok sa ganitong programa ng departamento. Salamat po, Mr. President, at good sponsor at minority leader.
Yes, thank you very much. I've been together with Senator Ontiveros in trying to push the community procurement as much as possible through local farmers and cooperatives that are properly accredited. However, until today, yun nga, yung sa Region 9 at saka 7 pang ibang mga LGU lamang ang gumagamit ng sagip-saka. At meron pa, maliban sa sagip-saka, yung isa pang memo ng ating GPPB na nagsasaad, pwede rin bumili ng diretso. Mas simple pa nga ito dahil pwedeng individuals and other farmer associations. Ang problema sa dalawa, limitado lamang sa 5 million pesos. Na kung tutuusin sa malaking LGU, sa isang syudad o di kaya isang probinsya na talagang may balak bumili, apakaliit ng 5 million. Kaya meron nga tayong pinag-uusapan na sana maitaas sa 5 million. In the meantime, ang ginagawa ng GPPB, ine-encourage na lang yung negotiated bidding or negotiated procurement o di kaya regular public bidding. Dahil yun nga yung 5 million ceiling, actually for food banking, as referred to earlier, is not a very large amount with the prices we have today.
Thank you.
Mr. President, again, with the indulgence of the good sponsor and the minority leader, maraming salamat po para sa update na ito. Sa tulong din ng good sponsor, patuloy ko na lang i-follow up kay Secretary, paano ma-optimize yung paggamit nitong sagip-saka law at iba pa, and looking also towards the possibility of working on the suggested possible amendments para both masuportahan ang hanap buhay ng magsasaka at mangingisda at ma-facilitate din po yung optimal use ng mga resources ng departamento, pati sa mga bagong programa nila tulad ng food stamps. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Well, in addition to the 5 million ceiling, perhaps we can consider, apropos of the memo already issued by the Secretary, simplifying the documentary process. Kasi hirap na hirap rin ang ating mga mambubukid dun sa napakadaming papeles at requisitos na kung minsan nauuwi na lang sila sa regular bidding kasi parang pareho rin. Ganun din kadami ang mga papel. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Tulong-tulong po tayo dyan.
yeah, we will monitor the progress, the implementation of this program as well as its achievements, Mr. President. By next year, sana puro good news ang mabalitaan po natin.
Yes, by mid-next year, we should be able to check the output na of the 5 pilot areas.
Sige po, Mr. President, I will just give the department an advance, siguro. Some of us here, I think the majority leader will be asking about an alleged ayuda scam in Davao del Norte. Just please ask your regional director kung anong alam niyang information dyan. I will ask it if nobody asks the question. Pero for now, let me move on to another topic, Mr. President. No, let's go back to the 4 pieces.
Yes, I think I'm actually quite familiar of these documented 64 individuals who were robbed of their ayuda. And in Davao del Oro, meron ring incident atang ganyan. At ang nakakagulat, na-release yung pera nung panahon na talagang bawal sa COMELEC bago mag-BSKE. Kaya nakakapagtaka kung paano nangyari yon. Pero iniimbestigahan naman ng department, tapos 10,000 educational cash assistance, ang sinasabi na tanggap daw 1,000 lang. Tapos yung 5,000, ang natanggap 1,000 rin lang. So I think consequently, the department is actually on the cases and investigating already. Pati yung COMELEC natimbrehan na rin kung bakit nagkaganon.
So, looks like umabot na nga sa DSWD. Alam nyo na lahat ng facts.
Yeah.
Yun po yung aking... but these are allegations. Pero, na-result...
Yeah, that's right.
Meron na ba tayong investigation? What are the facts?
They're still investigating. They just completed the report and in consonance with the COMELEC, considering what to do next.
But is it a fact that... ano ba tawag doon? Cash gift-giving activity was held? Is that a fact?
Yes.
That a DSWD sanctioned activity happened maybe a day or two before the barangay election?
Yes, it seems clear that cash distribution occurred, but we have to be cognizant that there are exceptions even under the COMELEC ban, and one of them is assistance for students. Kaya lang itong mga pangyayari, baka kaduda-duda nga.
Kaya nga, okay, hindi, klaruhin natin. Kaya naman natin i-solve yan eh. Okay. Among the cash giving programs of the DSWD, what were exempted by the COMELEC in the last barangay elections?
Sa totoo lang, lahat ng cash assistance ng DSWD bilang regular programs ng department, talagang exempted.
Okay.
Kaya lang, iniwasan talaga nila hanggat maaari.
Okay.
Ito nga lang na education, kasi ang sabi ng mga kabataan, kailangan daw para sa eskwela.
Okay.
Pero
So
ito nga ang nangyari.
one such activity was held during the barangay elections campaign period, and it was held in Davao del Norte. Tama?
Allegedly, Davao del Norte and Davao del Oro both.
Hindi, they should know. Hindi na dapat to allegedly. I mean, facts po ito. I mean,
May facts
dalawa,
na talagang
okay.
dalawa.
So, for DSWD, dalawang events ang may nangyari sa Davao del Norte, cash giving, may nangyari sa Davao del Oro. Okay. De Oro. Davao de Oro. Aba. What particular program was involved in Davao del Norte?
I think in both cases, they were educational cash assistance.
Ano to? Falling under
para
what
mga
program?
estudyante yan.
AIX? Is this an AIX?
That's Kalahi Seeds. Yes. Yes, this is, which part of the program? Which program?
What program?
Ito yung educational assistance eh. Hindi to AIX pala.
Is that a separate program?
It's a separate educational
Meron
assistance
silang educational
program.
assistance
Meron
program.
silang hiwalay.
Okay.
Hinintulan to nung panahon ng COVID kasi sarado yung mga eskwelahan.
May we know the amount for the program? Yung program, yung entirety muna, entirety. The Educational Assistance Program of the DSWD, magkano po yung budget niyan for next year? Budget kasi next year.
Paano ba yan?
Hindi, ina-address ko.
It's part of the budget for protective services.
Protective services.
So it falls
That's a
under,
program.
it comes together with education, health, housing, and so on. The COMELEC exemption stated that basic needs in the form of food, transport, medical, educational, and other similar assistance are all exempted.
Sige. Okay, so no violation of COMELEC ban. Yun naman yung isa, let's say. Yan ang position po ng ano. Basta one such cash-giving activity sanctioned by the DSWD happened during that barangay election campaign period in Davao del Norte and Davao de Oro. Yan lang. Facts lang po ito. Hindi natin, hindi natin sinasabing violation of COMELEC rules. Basta, it happened. Confirmed na po yun sa investigation natin. Okay.
Yes, that appears to be confirmed.
Yun lang naman yung inano natin na, that the complaint is not invented. Yun lang naman yun eh.
No.
Diba? So at least yung basic facts nandun. Okay. So and then we shall await the results of the investigation of the department. Kasi mabigat yung allegation na 10% lang yung nakuha. That is the allegation.
Yes.
That we want to be investigated and then to be reported to us by the department.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you,
Actually, the provincial government has already submitted to the DSWD some interviews and other testimony
Yes,
from the
yun.
recipients that in fact they really received only 1/10
1/10.
or less of what they expected.
Of course, the department led by the secretary will not tolerate this or allow this to happen.
Of course,
Kilala
of
po
course.
natin yan. Kilala po natin ang pamilyang Gatchalian, Mr. President. You have a new program, this card program? Cash and rice distribution program?
Yes. The card or cash relief assistance and rice distribution served 156,250 individuals. So,
Bago po ito, bago? Is this as new as the food stamp
this
program?
is another form of the AIX, and they did it in card form. Sorry, it's AIX lang talaga.
Chart.
Hindi siya card. Card lang yung pangalan.
Yes.
Pero may rice distribution involved.
Yes.
This is the 15,000 peso assistance for rice retailers. Iba pa to. Okay. Okay. Yes, this is a form of AIX for rice distribution. 2,000 pesos per recipient is the usual sum.
What's the totality for the IX program for next year under our committee report?
Right now,
Committee report lang, committee for next year para na makita ko yung level. AX.
this is the one, no? Dito. Nasa 56 billion, 283 million 810.
Again, ma'am, again.
56 billion,
okay.
283 million 810. Pero halo-halo na to, may educational assistance, may AIX, may medical, yung medical services for chemo, dialysis, tapos may burial assistance din.
Okay. So IX is just a component of the protective services
Yes,
program.
yes.
Okay, I get it. And it is this protective services program which has 56 billion pesos.
That's
in
correct,
appropriation.
altogether.
Okay, and then the card is just a variation of IX.
It's another form of AIX. Sometimes it's in rice.
Can it be explained to us? Kasi how come members of Congress can avail of card? Of the House, members of the House of Representatives. Para naman matuto ang mga senador, paano po ito?
With all due respect, this is an initiative of the congressmen and their stopgap measure to address the rice shortages and rising costs, I believe. So, tig to 2,000 pesos by way of food assistance.
Our committee made some adjustments to the GAB.
That's correct.
Are we sure we did not touch this? Itong
No.
the program of the congressmen. Ano to, Secretary? When you say program of the congressmen, all 315 of them has a program with the DSWD?
Yes, I think financial and rice assistance was requested in Congress, and DSWD extended it through this program.
Okay. Okay.
I
Because-
think it remains untouched in the Senate version.
Is this the product? Is that project a product of
Ito na.
House amendments found in the GAB?
Yes,
Andun
I
siya.
think it's popularly called the Malaya rice, MR.
Malaya rice. Okay. Malaya. But para lang po maintindihan natin, it is your project. It's the project of the DSWD.
It is a form of DSWD's AIX program, and this was initiated by Congress. So it's another form since they requested that rice can be a component.
Hindi, kasi program siya ng DSWD. So how can the people access the program? Ilan yung tanong ko? The specific Malaya rice program or card program?
Working with different partners, LGUs, congressmen, the endorsed beneficiaries for the poorest of the poor in their areas.
Okay.
DSWD still vetted that list.
Yes.
Believe it's employment center.
Okay.
That qualified were given 2,000 pesos as a form of tax.
Yes, I think what occurred was that various LGUs, in conjunction with the congressional district, submitted lists of the poorest of the poor. However, they were properly vetted in every case by the DSWD to comply with the requirements of DSWD's own AIX program first. They were just given the flexibility to buy rice or receive the amount in commodities.
But the beneficiaries under the Malaya rice program, will be counted as having availed of AIX.
Yes, they will be part and parcel of the recipients list of the DSWD and should be barred from further AIX or other programs.
Subject sila to the
Yes.
to the general rule na.
To the general
may time,
rules.
I think may time period naman yata
Yes,
yan, eh.
dapat 3 months at saka maliwanag yung disaster kung sakasakali mangyari.
Kasi nag-iisip na sana ako ng program na So Very Good Rice Program. Pwede. Senate initiated naman yun. Oh. Pwede ba yun? So Very Good Rice Program. Pwede?
Eh kung makakatulong sa tao at bababa ang presyo at dami ang pagkain, lalo na magpapasko, bakit hindi?
Correct. Basta, tama, I now understand. It's just parang you're just giving a nickname to a variant of AIX, which is a sub-program of the protective services, but subject to the general rules din naman. Okay? Okay. Sige. We need to say, all beneficiaries or all our constituents are equally treated. Diba?
Yes.
Equal treatment.
Yes,
Equal treatment.
and we have to avoid any kind of political color and remain true to the mandate of the SWD,
Yes,
that the poorest of the poor are the ones who are served.
Wala pa ba si SP? I want to discuss what I have in mind, Mr. President, with the Senate President. Very good rice program.
About, according to our chairman, you can also use your kokote sometime.
Is that possible, Mr. President?
Why not? Why not? We're open to all suggestions and creative use of language.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ito, Secretary, no? Mr. President. Ito nanonotice ko kasi. Very critical talaga ang inyong department. Talaga naman you're one of the most valued, definitely, departments by the people. Siyempre kayo. Napapansin ko lang, every agency wants to be a DSWD. They all want to be a mini DSWD. Gusto nila meron din silang programa sa sarili ng departamento na programa na ninyo. Kaya nga, ang ginagawa sana natin, if we want to rationalize, dapat lahat ng social welfare assistance sa inyo. Kasi otherwise, ang fear ko kasi is your human network or infrastructure, which is necessary in the distribution of all of these ayudas and all of these cash gifts and other benefits, they would need to replicate. Grabe ng gastos natin, paulit-ulit on the PS, manpower, etc. Kaya nga, mag-concern ko ngayon is the Senior Citizens Commission. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Diba, one of their programs, because one of their purposes nito is to, kasi they will now implement programs for senior citizens. Diba, we have the Senior Citizen Indigent Pension.
Yes,
Tama
that's
po ba?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
As the Secretary understands it, under the law, who is supposed to implement that program, Mr. President? Senior citizens lang. Doon tayo sa kanila.
By right, the social pension and other programs for the senior citizens, the Centenarians Act, and so on, should really go to the National Senior Citizens Council. However, the reality is that they are still incapable of managing said programs and have not yet appointed the full number of employees required. So it's still DSWD doing the work up to today. The transfer was supposed to start in November and be final by December, but in fact, they lack 8 administrative offices, still pending approval with the DBM, through no fault of theirs, to be fair. But really, they're not yet capable of such an extensive program. Lalaki pa lalo next year, magdodoble.
Yes, oo. Okay lang yun, kasi ayun yung amount to be given to the beneficiaries.
Tama.
Ang problema ko is how the amount would reach the beneficiaries.
Eh kaya nga, DSWD nga lang.
And kaya nila.
Kaya ng
DSWD can do it, right?
That's
So I
right.
think,
That's why I actually filed in October.
Okay.
Last month, I actually filed a Senate bill converting the National Senior Citizens Council into a policy formulation body. And the DSWD actually concurs. Otherwise, they'd have to spin out all their programs for PWD, for children, for teenage mothers, and so on and so
Correct.
forth, which does not seem reasonable.
Hence, the manpower needed to reach to these
Yes.
people would be the same or as extensive as the manpower of the DSWD. Parehas lang yun, di ba?
No,
Mas marami lang
paulit-ulit.
ngayong beneficiaries, pero kalat. Dahil senior citizens, kalat. Meron sa city, meron sa farthest sitio. So I'm glad to hear that you have filed that bill, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, and the department is in full support. I'm counting on the minority support as well.
Naunahan mo nga ako eh. That's why I will join you. Hindi na, I will join you. If I can request to be a co-author.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mr. President.
We're flattered.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the gentle hands issue, Mr. Secretary,
Yes,
can
that's
we
right.
just have an update on the...
Yes, the minority brought this to fore, and to date, we are aware that there's already been their license to operate has been suspended in the meantime. In as much as their fire safety requisites have not yet been complied with. I- In addition, 4 criminal cases have already been filed by the mothers who claim that their children were kidnapped for adoption against their wishes.
I'm sad to hear that na umabot pa tayo sa criminal cases.
Yeah,
Madam.
umabot
Okay.
na po kasi talagang wala pang nangyayari. Saka hindi talagang mabuksan kasi hindi sila nagko-comply sa mga building requirements.
And how about the children? How are they? I mean, kasi as I understand, the basic problem is congested si gentle
Yes.
hands more than the capacity. Pero
That's right.
baka yung pinaglipatan is similarly situated. So how does that solve the problem?
Pinaghati-hati po at the bulk of them are actually in the Nayo ng Kabataan since the premises are larger, and then the others are in LC Gatches, and the others are in the Reception and Study Center for Children run by the DSWD.
Kumusta yung capacity nun? What's our congestion rate there, Mr. President, versus planned capacity?
Yes, in the opinion of the DSWD, they appear to be healthy and well, but the CHR has also been invited to visit them to make certain that all their requirements are being met.
I'm talking about the recipient institutions. Are they also not congested? Pagdating
No,
sa-
they're not.
Okay,
They're
kaya
not
pa.
congested.
Kaya
Kaya
pa.
nga pinaghati sa tatlo eh.
Kaya nga.
At saka
Eh,
yung Nayo ng Kabataan malaki.
Okay, sige.
Dahil nagtatrabaho ako
and
doon.
this recipient organizations also comply with the fire code, etc. Fire code, sanitation, etc.
Yes, we have to presume so, sir, because they are being run by government, by DSWD.
Of course, you audit your own institutions. Siguro. Kasi may mga leaders din siguro, may mga managers yun. So,
Yes.
okay na, they have
Yes.
passed all of your audits.
And they're professionally trained, unlike some of these centers in the past.
So, thank you for that, Mr. President. Marami daw, ito, siguro on a last point na to on the OSEC. And then the attached agency siguro, well, let me just reserve them for some other time. So next year ko na lang kayo i-assess sa inyong performance with given your budgetary levels, no? Some of the attached agencies are involved in implementation, eh. Kaya some are
Yes, they're not all policy
yes,
or
some are
research.
so that's why you also need to be audited as to how you have implemented your budgets. Yung policy formulation, ano naman yung mga contribution ninyo sa policy? Yan po sana mga tanong. In writing na lang siguro sa attached agencies. Siguro-
Yes, perhaps we'll ask them for a year-end report in each case.
Yes, sige. Yung parang ang tanong, what was your greatest achievement for year 2022, for 2023? Kung if are a policy formulation, ano ang naisip mong policy na adapt ba ito ng national or ng local or at what level it is relevant.
Sa palagay ko,
And then-
lahat ng study and research institutions natin hindi nagkukulang sa pag-aaral. Ang problema, hindi na-i-implement.
Sige, pero we're after the ideas eh. Kasi,
Opo, that's right.
Kasi maganda yung idea kasi that will never die. Once an idea is thought of, it will never die. And who knows, siguro, magamit ng future generations. Mr. Secretary, Mr. President, ito po, hindi ko pa ito na-encounter pero yung staff ko na-encounter nila. Meron daw mga scams o fake accounts online ginagamit si DSWD. I mean, sabi ko, hindi ko nga ma-imagine eh. Ang clientele ng DSWD would be the poorest of the poor, pero online, peperahan pa sila ng mga fake,
Tama.
fake announcements of programs. Sabi ko, paano?
Totoo yan.
Magbabayad daw to be
Oo,
part of the
para
program?
part of the listahan.
So, if we are aware of this, any
Yes.
actions being taken by the department?
That's absolutely true, and sadly, every single day, the department is compelled to report to the different social media platforms these scams. Araw-araw, may lumalabas at natutuklasan.
Okay, and siguro pang ano na rin to, pang DICT or PNP, NBI question po, Mr. President. So at least na-confirm po ng DSWD
No,
that
totoo po yan.
meron na yan,
Araw-araw
and they are aware of all these things.
So,
Mr.
ang
President.
sabi nga namin, in addition to taking down all these fraudulent scams na nga, siguro importante rin, mag-anunsyo yung department ng mas masigasig at mas malakas na hindi pwedeng palakasan na mapasok ka sa listahan. Dapat siguro yung narrative rin ng DSWD kung sino
Yes,
yung qualified, dapat ipahiwatig sa lahat na para hindi mabobola yung tao.
So I think I hope that our discussion has been fruitful, Mr. President. May nakuha tayong mga insights dito, especially on the critical role being played by I'll use the words of Senator Gatchalian, extremely accurate data, Mr. President. We need extremely
That's the
accurate
dream,
data
sir.
kasi hundreds of billions ang sa 4Ps pa lang, hundreds of billions. Sa protective services, 56 billion.
That's correct.
To be given away, okay naman po yun to be given away to assist our constituents na pantawid nga eh. We pinapatawid natin sila from today to tomorrow kasi mahirap ang buhay. And then hopefully, hindi ko na lang ito na itanong, siguro just in writing na lang, what's the overall plan? How do we make them graduate? Hindi yung siyempre, tulong lang ng tulong, no? So,
There are several
should be-
modalities for the exit strategy, and I think they will submit in writing.
and then how many have exited? Ang problema nga,
Ay, yung
once
number-
exit, mayroong waiting list. So,
The number who exited, I think, medyo payat compared to the length of time. So we have to be more efficient.
so last topic lang, naisip ko lang po. Baka malimutan ko.
With the indulgence of the minority leader.
Ito muna sir, baka malimutan kami sa President. Okay. When we graduate, when we exit, that means you came from the listahanan and then you're now deleted from the listahanan. Tama? Because you are part of the program eh. Tama ba yan? So
Ang
listahanan
problema,
ka.
you graduate from the 4Ps. So yung requisites ng 4Ps na may minor children ka na nag-aaral pa hanggang high school o di kaya kailangan magpa-vaccinate, you just graduate by natural attrition in certain cases,
tumanda.
and you don't actually have forged, you don't not necessarily have left poverty. So kailangan
Correct.
talaga you find employment, you acquire training, pumasok ka sa sustainable livelihood.
Yes.
Marami pa rin hindi nag-graduate talaga.
Okay. But once considered a graduate of 4Ps, you're out of the listahanan. Kasi
Yes.
yun ba yung meaning? Is the listahanan the
Some are,
basis?
some are not.
Poverty siya kasi. Okay. Okay.
Kasi
Okay.
specific yung 4Ps eh.
Okay.
So,
Basta
for
okay.
example,
It has its own sublist
it has its
from
own
taken from the
sublist eh,
listahanan.
kasi
Okay,
yung mga
sige.
bedridden seniors, wala sila sa 4Ps, pero alam naman natin na mga mahirap yan.
Are they in the
Yung-
listahanan?
Yes,
Okay,
they're
good,
in the
okay.
listahanan. Ganon din yung mga PWD na hindi pwede magtrabaho. Syempre, hindi sila magka-qualify sa 4Ps, pero nasa listahanan din.
Ang tanong ko dun sa waiting list eh. So yung waiting list, they are not in the listahanan as it is written now. Yung 2019 version, wala sila doon, right?
They're in the
Tama?
listahanan list, but they are not recipients under 4Ps kasi hindi natin kaya bigyan. Nakalista sila. They're waiting. We know who they are, we know where they are, but we have no money to give them pa. So, nasa waitlist sila ng 4Ps. Yun yung sinasabi. Yun ang-
They are the
They're in the list of the poor, which is the listahanan 3. But they are not recipients under 4Ps in certain cases kasi yung abot kaya natin 4.4 families pa lang. So yung remainder, yung 1.6 na pamilya na more or less na sinasabi natin 6 million, naka-waitlist lang yun sa ngayon.
Pero
Tama ba?
over time there would be new names. Tama? And new households to be.
That's correct.
add.
There are more and more names, unfortunately, particularly in this
So-
period after the aftermath of COVID.
Then my point is we can see the movement sa listahanan eh. That means you can add to the listahanan, you can subtract or delete names from the listahanan.
Yes.
So it's still a trustworthy listahanan.
Yes. It is to a certain degree, but
But kanina parang we were blaming the listahanan.
ang problema kasi it's done every 4 years. And then we had a very large delay of 2 to 3 years because of COVID. So it's a little bit behind the times.
So hindi siya, so even the DSWD, only every 4 years yung binibigyan ng attention si listahanan.
That's correct.
It's na, in between the 4 years, walang
Wala.
no touch sa listahanan, no touch.
Yeah. Yung PSA, ganon din, di ba? 2020 yung huling census. So, lahat ng data natin talaga pre-COVID at luma na.
Sige po, with that, Mr. President, I would like to thank the DSWD family, together with the attached agencies, led by our very dynamic secretary, who is a former mayor eh. So talagang hindi mag-give up ito kahit sa field po, kahit saan po yan ay pupuntahan po ng isang former mayor. So congratulations, Secretary, for the new programs that you have launched. Ito, we wish you the best dun sa very innovative new na food. Nung nabasa ko yung detalye, sabi ko, ako mismo na may na-realize ako, magandang approach, nutrition ng ating approach. Okay, so thank you to the DSWD, thank you to our sponsor for your patience, ma'am. Thank you. And I hope yung insights natin, if it could reach your brother, Mr. President, so that we want, and
You
also
can be sure,
and also the statement from the Senate minority, kunin ko muna. Ano, Risa? Diba? We want him to succeed. Diba? We want him to succeed. Okay?
Thank you very much, Minority Leader, and it will certainly reach the palace. I think that we're all fully aware of the problems with data and seek to improve our facts and information.
Mr. President, the
Thank you.
Deputy Minority Leader seeking the floor, and I think she would ask some questions as well. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President. Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Actually, good sponsor. Just one question
Yes.
by way of follow-up dun sa huling paksa ni Minority Leader on the 4Ps. It's always sad to hear kapag ang isang assessment ay manipis yung, kumbaga, success rate para sa 4Ps. And I think I would still like to hold out hope that as the documentation continues at kapag eventually napag-graduate na natin lahat ng mga 4Ps families from poverty, that the overall evaluation will weigh more on the positive side. But even now, good sponsor, I still do keep on hearing as part of the ongoing assessment na may isang tanda ng pagtatagumpay ng 4Ps program. And may I say that maybe the 4Ps, it could still be argued na the 4Ps program succeeds for certain numbers of poor families in a way na other poverty alleviation programs have not before or are not yet succeeding now. Pero ang yung detalye na gusto ko sanang ma-highlight pa, perhaps sa communications ng department sa ating publiko, yung mayat maya naririnig natin na dumadami yung mga anak ng four-piece families na nagtatapos sa high school as valedictorians, salutatorians, and then nagiging scholar sa ating mga state universities and colleges. Ang ganda-ganda pong datos yon if it can be made better known to the public, both by way of encouragement sa mga four-piece families, tapos pag huli ng mas malakas at malawak na buy-in mula sa general public. And lastly also, kasi it makes an interesting matter na patuloy na i-monitor. Hindi lang ng DSWD, pati na siguro ng ating mga education agencies na pag nagtapos na sa four-piece program, na-facilitate yung magandang pagtatapos nila sa edukasyon, and then na-enhance yung kalusugan nila at all stages of life. Eventually, kung maidugtong sa nagiging maganda yung kanilang empleyo or entrepreneurship or pagiging manggagawa, kung ano man. So yun lamang po, Mr. President, good sponsor, at salamat po.
Yes, thank you very much. And truly, the multidimensional aspect of poverty should all be addressed. And the 4Ps has been very effective in addressing education in particular. And I'm very proud of the fact that a 4P family produced the top-notcher for the civil engineering exam, the national board, from a very poor barangay, the son of a parent leader under the 4Ps program in Paway, Ilocos Norte. So we're very proud of this, and I think we should all be in the DSWD. Secondly, I think the vaccination rates have improved vastly. So there's a real health benefit. Kahit hindi lahat naka-ahon sa kahirapan dahil wala pa rin trabaho at yung hanap buhay tagilid pa rin, kahit papano dumarami yung graduate at mas malusog ang Pilipino.
Thank you, sponsor, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
I move that we suspend consideration on the budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development and its attached agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Philippine Racing Commission and the Presidential Legislative... No, yung PLL, tapos na to. Philippine Racing Commission, Philippine Center for Economic Development, the Department of Trade and Industry, Aurora Pacific Economic Zone, and Freeport Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to sponsor the measure. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, fiscal year 2024 proposed expenditure of the Philippine Racing Commission or PhilRacom is 183,232 pesos, which is mostly allotted for the improvement of utilities. That's all, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may we know from the good sponsor also the budget of Philippine Center for Economic Development?
Likewise, thank you, Majority Leader. For the record, the recommended new appropriations for fiscal year 2024 of the Philippine Center for Economic Development is 28,258,000. And last but not the least, for APECO, or the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, the appropriations for fiscal year 2024 is 47,671,000 pesos. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There being no other member who wishes to interpolate and ask further questions on the budget of the said agencies, I move that we approve. I move that we
Deem submit.
the budget of Philippine Racing Commission, Philippine Center for Economic Development, and Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader without prejudice to adding the budgets of these three measures in the period of amendments,
Amendments, yes.
especially APECO, which is the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone Authority. Dapat madagdagan ng budget yan, napakalit. There being no objection, the budgets of these three aforementioned agencies are deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for the record, we have with us, Mr. President, the Chairperson of Philippine Racing Commission, Chairperson Aurelio De Leon, and the Philippine Center for Economic Development, Dean Maria Joy Abrenica, and President Hil Taway IV of APECO. Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Thank you. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, I move to consider the budget of the Commission on Filipino Language, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, National Commission for Culture and the Arts proper, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, National Library of the Philippines, National Archives of the Philippines, budgetary support to government corporations, Cultural Center of the Philippines, and Development Academy of the Philippines, and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today. They are all present, Mr. President. Chairperson Victorino Manalo, Chairperson Emmanuel Calairo, Director Cesar Gilbert Adriano, and we'd like to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, the gentleman from Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Majority Leader and dear colleagues. The budget of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts is, for 2024, proposed budget is 232,570,000. For the NHCP, or the National Historical Commission, it's 318,152,000. For the National Library of the Philippines, it's 232,525,000. For the National Archives of the Philippines, it's 672,746,000. For the Commission on the Filipino Language, it's 93,128,000. For the Cultural Center of the Philippines, it's 422,151,000. And for the Development Academy of the Philippines, it's 646,353,000. Just for the record, distinguished Majority Leader, Mr. President.
If I may, Majority Leader, I'll
Thank
just
you.
recognize someone on the,
Yes,
one
I
of the famous faces I see in the gallery. Is that Sir Jimmy Jaime Laya?
Chairman Jaime Laya is also here with us.
Welcome to the
The,
Senate, sir.
DAP President is also here with us, President Engelbert Caronan Jr. We welcome all of you in this.
Akala ko si
august
Engelbert Humperdinck nandito.
Well, Mr. President, thank you. Good sponsor. And there being no other member who wishes to interpolate,
Dear Majority Leader, I just want to ask one question with the sponsor. Is the PIC, which agency does the PICC is a central bank, so not one of these agencies? I just wanted to thank them if they were here. So I have no question, Your Honor.
BSP.
But just like to welcome Sir Jimmy, Sir Jaime, of course, Laya, with us here in the Senate, sir. You know, I am a big fan of yours. When it comes to antiquities and art, you are one of the key personalities of the Philippines. So welcome to the Senate, sir.
Say Renaissance man.
He is a Renaissance man,
Mr. President,
absolutely.
definitely,
Yes,
Mr. President, we'd also like to,
like the head of the Senate.
just like our leader, Mr. President. Yeah. Mr.
I'm an old
President,
soul. I'm an old soul.
we'd also like to put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to Philippine Harmonic, Mr. President,
Yes.
under the Cultural Center of the Philippines. They have done a fantastic job going around the country promoting our culture and heritage. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Commission on the Filipino Language, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, National Library of the Philippines, National Archives of the Philippines, Cultural Center of the Philippines, and Development Academy of the Philippines to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, all the aforementioned agencies by the Majority Floor Leader, who, by the way, are in charge of taking care of our cultural heritage. The country will have no soul without its culture, and I'm glad that they give full importance to this. So with that being said, all the budgets are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Thank you,
Session
Mr.
suspended
President.
for
Thank you,
1 minute.
Majority Leader, to our colleagues.
President, I move that we resume consideration of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Next to interpolate is our distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Minority Leader, Madam Sponsor. I just would like to manifest, Madam Sponsor,
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to commend this WD for their preparations sa impending possible relocation of the members of this BSI once DNR revokes their pakbarma.
Yes.
At I was briefed by Yusek Dimapuro about the preparations, and I really appreciate your concern for these people. So nagpasalamat ako sa DSWD, Madam Chair, good sponsor. Meron lang ako isang, if I may give my unsolicited recommendation to DSWD. Whenever mag-kuwansa na sila, mag-release ng cash assistance doon sa baba, wherever. Hindi ba ito gaano katalamak, pero may nakarating kasi sa akin na informasyon. No less than the governor of Davao del Norte, nag-post siya sa kanyang social media account, merong isang nakatanggap ng AX na 5,000 ang binigay ng DSWD. Paglakad niya sa unahan, paglabas niya sa gym, may nakaabang na doon na kinulikta yung kanyang 4,000. Kinuha, tapos 1,000 na lang naiwan sa kanya. So, nag-viral yung post na yan ni Governor Hubahib. If I may give you a recommendation, sana kung pwede, whenever yung mga tao natin sa baba, sa DSWD, no, kasi kayo, pagdating doon, pag na-release na yung cash, wala na kayong pakialam, di ba? Basta na-release yung cash, natanggap ng recipient, okay na kayo. Sana kung bago kayo magbigay mag-payout ng cash, coordinate muna kayo sa pulis. Then sabihan ninyo yung pulis na, sir, baka pwedeng bantayan ninyo. Yung nakatanggap ng pera dito, siguruhin niyo makauwi yan na walang haharang dyan na mangulikta sa kanya. Dahil siguruhin natin na hindi talaga mabawasan what was intended for the recipient, ay talagang fully ma-enjoy niya yung amount na yan. So sana mag-payout kayo, coordinate sa police. Sabihan yung police, sir, pakibantay nito mga beneficiaries namin. Pagkatapos makatanggap ng pera, siguruhin nyo na nakauwi na, nakalakad pa punta sa bahay. Okay, nakasakay ng tricycle, nakasakay ng jeep, nakaalis, na walang makikialam, na hindi nakukuliktahan. Ayun lang aking recommendation para
Tama.
hindi na maulit yung mga ganyang mga pangyayari.
Thank you very much, Senator De La Rosa. As mentioned earlier by Senator Pimentel and also as revealed by Senator Villanueva, nangyayari nga talaga yun. At eto nga, yung problema ng Davao del Norte at saka Davao del Oro. Yung 10,000 naging 1,000, 5,000, dinagdagan rin ng zero. Kaya't iniimbestigahan na nga ng LGU at pati ng DSWD, pati na rin ng COMELEC dahil panahon pala ng BSKE yun. Tapos ito naman sa Socorro nangyari din, as you well know, kasi kayo ang nag-imbestiga, talagang sinasabi ng matatanda, yung senior stipend, pati na nga yung 4-piece, talaga lahat may awas doon sa Socorro case.
Yung pa naman, Your Honor, good sponsor, yung sa Socorro case naman, mahirapan na talaga DSWD magbantay doon dahil
Kasi hindi ka makapasok.
hindi ka makapasok. Tapos secluded
Maski
sila.
police, hindi makapasok.
Pwede ang koleksyon doon sa bahay. Kahit nakauwi na yung membro, kakatukin na lang doon sa bahay. Yung share namin, share ng SBSI. So wala silang magawa. Pero ito lang in other cases na nangyayari. Dahil
Yes.
kawawa yung mga tao, ginamit lang sila. Tapos
Tama.
kalaki ng pera kinuha sa kanila. But dapat hindi maghinto yung investigation dyan.
Yes.
Tuloy-tuloy ang investigation para talaga mapapanagot kung sinong responsable dyan. Ang daming nangyari ganun. Pero hindi ganun talamak, ha? Hindi ganun talamak. Kaya lang, gusto natin ma-secure. So, coordinate tayo sa police, Your Honor, good sponsor, para mabantayan.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Tama po yun. Thank you for the suggestion to involve the PNP in such cases.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate is Senator Grace Poe.
Yes, we'll just wait for her. She's in the lounge. Session suspended.
Yeah, always be.
Before we recognize Senator Grace Poe, parang nasa number 2 ng listahan dito is Gatchalian. Is this Senator Gatchalian, the brother of the secretary, would want to interpolate the budget?
Yes, Mr. President, I think he's listed in all the departments. That's how hardworking he is, Mr. President.
Oh, okay.
Even to the extent of interpreting the department of his brother. Yun.
Okay. Even his brother, hindi siguro sila nag-uusap sa bahay. Anyway, we'd like to recognize now our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe, to interpolate the budget of the DSWD.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to affirm my support to the DSWD family, particularly because I trust the Secretary, Secretary Gatchalian very much. I know that he's a very hardworking and capable leader, and he's also very inspiring. I would like to just, for the record, verify, of course, alam na ito, long playing, paulit-ulit na ako dito para lang masigurado. Magkano ba yung budget ngayon sa National Feeding Program?
Yes, right now, ito yung supplementary feeding program, yung SFP. Yung sa NEP, nasa 4 billion, pero sa Senate version, dinagdagan natin, nasa 6 billion. Taon-taon, alam natin, laging kulang to. At napako na tayo sa 1.8 million children taon-taon. Kahit alam natin na lumalaganap ang gutom pagkatapos ng pandemic.
Opo, actually, yung ating sponsor, yung kanyang ama noon na nag-umpisa nung feeding
Nutriban.
program sa Nutriban, yun ay naging basehan ng maraming mga naging programa pero natigil. So mabuti naman ngayon na papagpatuloy. Pero siguro gusto ko rin malaman, kasi meron din programang DepEd. I think that's
Yes.
about 11 billion.
That's correct.
So paano ninyo na-determina ang mga lugar na DSWD ang gagawa, yung iba naman yung
Actually, eto nga, tatlo kasi yung feeding program na ina-attempt nga ng secretary na pagkaisahin or at least mag-dovetail sila, no? Kasi hindi patong-patong. Unang-una, yung sa ating mga nutrition continuity plan, yung first 1,000 days, yung batas po ninyo, 0 to 2, 0 to 3 years old, DSWD, DOH, at private sector yan. Pagkatapos noon, hanggang sa supplemental feeding program, in-center yon. Mas matatanda yung nasa DepEd kasi pumasok na sila sa eskwelahan, nasa 7 years old na yan. At malalaki na sila kasama ng mga developmental partners. Pero ang totoo, may puwang talaga sa 1,000 days. Dahil hindi lahat ng bata nasa daycare at yung nasa daycare, nasa 2-3 years old yan. Paano yung mga sanggol na talagang malnourished?
Oh, okay. Actually, papasalamat ako sa sponsor kasi na talagang naintindihan niya yung programa, nakaklaro niya. Nais kong tanungin, ano ba talaga ang programa ng first 1,000 days as implemented by the DPWH? Ano yung mga suportang ibinibigay halimbawa?
Sa DOH, una, sila, ang pagkaintindi ko, kasi hindi naman ako DOH, ang pagkaintindi ko, micro-supplementation. Di sila nagpapakain.
So ano,
Sa-
mga vitamins? Ganon?
Vitamins na parati nag-expire sa awa ng Diyos.
Nako.
Tapos, pagkatapos nun, ang ginagawa sa first 1,000 days, ako nalalabuan pa rin kasi parang kulang na kulang to. Yung Philippine Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Program na umaasa din sa mga private sector at may loan yung World Bank na ngayon.
So anong mga pagkain ang binibigay sa mga nanay halimbawa in the first 9 months, 8 months or
Yes.
Sa atin, sa DSWD side, yung other nutrition sensitive, building wash facilities. Kasi
Actually, so wala rin pagkain sa PMNP. Ang problema, yung yung PMNP, dalawang sektor yan. Una yung DOH, yung microsupplementation, yung mga gamot nga na parati kong pinoproblema. Tapos yung DSWD, yung washing facilities, water supply, and so on. Yung pagkain, papasok na lamang daw sa food stamps, which is brand new, parang hindi natin na nakikita pa. Kaya sinasabi ko na parang pakiwari ko, ako lang personal, parang kulang yung pinaka-importanteng first 1,000 days.
actually I meant to say 9 months. Ba't pa nasabing 8? Anyway, yung sa first 1,000 days, binibigyan na ngayon ng food stamps.
When it grows, because right now it's only a pilot project in 5 GIDA places, but when it's full-blown, sila ang magiging isa sa mga priority.
Actually, you know what? Of course, it's important to have the feeding program in higher grade levels, but the brain is really developed from conception until age 2. Yan talaga yung importanteng critical factor for the brain development of a child. So maybe at the proper time, we can evaluate again the program to see how we can strengthen it. Because food stamps are great, but I'm sure if we partner with the private sector, get it at a lower cost, even just giving them peanut butter, which is a source of protein,
Yes.
maybe eggs from some of the farms. But these protein-rich foods, aside from the staple, which is rice, mas mabuti na sanang ma-identify sa mga barangay, ibigay na kaagad doon.
Tama.
Talagang hindi lang pera. So anyway, that's as I mentioned, maybe when we deliberate again on the program in the coming months, we can iron out a best procedure for that. Now, moving forward, because I don't want to take much time, about the administrative adoption. Magmula ng ipinasang batas at napirmahan ang implementing rules and regulations, ilan na ba ang mga batang na-process dito sa DSWD? And ano yung average processing time?
You have here. In the National Authority for Childcare, the number of accredited agencies has become 32. They claim that the percentage of foreign adoption agencies is 100%, and they're all participating. But the low level of accomplishment, andyan pa rin, nasa 37.25%, very limited number of regular healthy children cleared for inter-country adoption since they're being matched domestically. Only children with special needs have been cleared for inter-country adoption, and only few adoptive families have the capacity to parent special needs children. May issue sa special needs children the certification. So parang yun ang
Pero
problema.
okay, well, I'm still glad to hear that those from other countries are interested, particularly in special needs children, kasi talagang that's a commitment. But all in all, ilan na ang na-process dito sa new procedure ng DSWD?
108 children.
So this is in the past year alone?
This ongoing year, from the last budget period to today.
Okay. All right. I hope we keep at it because there are a lot of children needing a home.
That's right.
So this is a very important program also. So just those three things, feeding program, keep at it and hopefully make it more available and efficient. Number 2, let's improve on the first 1,000 days
That's right.
of a child's life and of course the mother. And then the adoption procedure, if my office can just get a copy. You don't have to give it to me now. I know you're doing a lot of submissions during the budget, but moving forward, we just want to see the progress of this particular program. Again, my support to, I wouldn't say the better Gatchalian, but can I say? No. Anyway.
Since he's not
No.
here, you
I'm
may
just
do
biased.
so.
I'm just biased. Pero pag pumasok si Sherwin, no. I will deny saying this. But anyway, thank you very much, to
Thank
Madam
you.
Sponsor.
I will count on your support as the original advocate for the first 1,000 days. Salamat.
Yes, just before while we're waiting the other members to propound questions, we will just ask the sponsor, what is the food stamp system? If you can just clarify to everyone listening.
Yes, actually, we've all been very curious about this new program and quite encouraged because this is a program that will allow a monetary-based assistance, but in an electronic card. And then they'll be loaded with food credits up to 3,000 pesos, and they can then select from food commodities with partner merchants. But these commodities are very basic, fresh foods established by the Food and Nutrition Research Group in DOST. So, hindi sila pwedeng bumili ng delata na mamahalin at
Yung mga
iba't iba pa.
Jollibee, hindi pwede. McDonald's.
Hindi pwede, lahat yun hindi pwede. Ang pwede lang, mga gulay, mga isda, at yung karne kung kakayanin. So, ang goal nito para sa 1 million food poor families. That's the goal. But right now, lilimang munisipyo pa lamang kasi pilot project pa lang. Among them are the GIDA areas, and they include places in the Typhoon Belt, in Camarines Sur, in Surigao Norte, Maguindanao, and Tondo as an example of an urban poor community.
Is that only like a one-time payout of 3,000 in the card?
This is loaded monthly for 3,000
monthly.
pesos, and they're supposed to stay in the program upwards of 4 years. Downwards of 4 years.
Okay.
Maximum
So,
4.
3,000 a month yung card.
3,000 a month. That's the idea.
And the idea is not to give them money so that if you give them money, hindi gagamitin sa sugal,
Oo,
sa
baka
bisyo,
matongits
baka bumili ng rum or gin or whatever. Tama. So that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Are there
So-
stores all over the country? Are they planning to give out accredited stores all over the country? Do you sponsor?
In theory, yes, it will be all over the country, and we're hopeful after the launching of the pilot, we'll get the results by mid next year, and then we'll be able to ratchet it up to a full-blown project and achieve the 1 million goal.
And preferably, the goods that they'll buy are locally produced by farmers?
Oh,
Is that
they
the
have
idea?
to be because the farm-to-table accredited merchants are all locally based.
Very good. Very good program. Congratulations, Secretary. So,
Mr. President, while we are waiting for the others, the Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor.
our
I move that
Deputy
she be
Minority
recognized.
Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Just a brief manifestation for the good sponsor and of course the good secretary, following up on the interpellations of the two previous colleagues. Gusto kong suportahan yung payo. Una yung appreciation ni Sen. Doroy bilang sa kanila primarily ni-refer yung mga resolution at privilege speech na inimbestiga namin, pati ng aking Senate Committee on Women secondarily referred yung sitwasyon ng mga bata, mga pamilya nila, buong komunidad nila sa Socorro. And I join my voice to him appreciating yung kaagad na aksyon na ginawa ng DSWD sa ilalim ng Secretary. Imbestigahan kung bakit may ibang entity na nakikihati dun sa ayuda ng mga constituents nila at mga beneficiaries sa DSWD programs. And lastly, at this point, Mr. President, follow up dun sa interpellation naman ni Sen. Grace, napakahalaga po na mabuo natin yung mga nutrition programs per life cycle. So malaking bagay po na ipasa natin yung first 1,000 days law, na una nang naipasa ni Sen. Grace yung school-based feeding program. Pero doon pa lang sa pagitan ng dalawang batas na yon,
Yes.
may nakikita na po tayong gap, di ba?
Tama.
From age 2 hanggang pong makapasok
That's
doon
right.
sa early childhood education ages, 2 or 3
2 or
years.
3
Opo. So na-raise ko na dati sa DSWD, previous administration. So looking forward sa continued leadership ng Good Secretary. Mabuo po natin yung nutrition support programs ng ating bansa mula sa, ayun na nga po, mula sa sinapupunan hanggang pa sa senior citizenship. So maraming salamat, Mr. President, at sa good sponsor.
Aasahan namin yung idadagdag ng minoridad.
Thank you, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Next is Senator Bongo.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, and to the Department of Social Welfare and Development and its attached agencies, good day to all of you. Mr. President, as I have mentioned during the budget hearing, I am here to support the programs that would address the welfare and needs of Filipinos who are most vulnerable and in need of assistance, lalong-lalo na po yung mga kababayan nating mahihirap na walang matakbuhan, kundi tayo po nasa gobyerno. Basta mga programang nakakatulong sa ating mga kababayan, nakahanda po akong sumuporta. In fact, isa po ako sa nagsulong na madagdagan po ang budget ng DSWD para sa taong ito. And even during the previous administration, talagang isinusulong po natin na mabigyan po ng additional budget ang DSWD, lalong-lalo na po yung pangtulong sa mga mahirap nating kababayan na umaasa po sa atin sa gobyerno. Mahal na mahal ko po ang DSWD. Magkasama po tayo. Pag may sunog, pinupuntahan ko talaga yan. Minsan, nauna pa ako sa inyo doon sa sunog. Totoo yan. Bagyo, baha, lindol, putok ng bulkan, buhawi. And even in my small capacity as senator, kahit na personal ko po ang aking opisina, kahit papaano makapagbigay ng counterpart sa ating mga kababayan, makapagbigay pagkain, vitamina, face mask noong unang panahon, pananghalian po nila, konting kasiyahan man lang po, kahit na grocery packs in partnership po sa inyong AIX program. Basta gusto kong makatulong. Up to the last centavo po ng aking opisina, tinutulong ko po yan. Minsan po nag-abono pa ako. It is therefore our duty to ensure that these programs are truly beneficial to our countrymen and that our kababayans who are in crisis will not be deprived of the services of the government. Sana po hindi maging selective ang opisina. Huwag po natin gamitin ito sa politika. Lalong-lalo na yung mga, huwag po natin pagsamantalahan yung mga kababayan nating mahirap para lang po sa politika. Yan po ang pakiusap ko. And I'm sure our good secretary, alam po niya yan. Nandiyan dyan, matagal ka na po naging mayor, mambabatas, at alam ko may puso ka rin po sa ating mga kababayang mahirap. On that note, Mr. President, since napag-usapan na rin natin ito sa ating committee hearing, yung mga kababayan nating mga validated na mahirap talaga, sana po mabalikan sila. Meron kasing reports na yung mga validated na pupunta sa opisina ninyo ay natatanggihan. Sana po itong pakiusap ko na once validated, talagang mahirap sila, naghihirap at nangangailangan ng tulong, baka pwede pong balikan nyo sila at bigyan ng tulong mula sa pera ng gobyerno. Pera po ng gobyerno yan, dapat po ibalik sa kanila, yung pera po nila. Lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahirap. Mabigat sa kanila yung 3,000, 5,000, mabigat po yun sa kanila bawat sentimo. Maaring sa inyo, hindi na po importante yung 3,000. Sa kanila po ay napakahalaga yan. At lalong-lalo na po pumupunta sa inyong opisina, namamasahe sila at matatanggihan lang po sila. Yun lang po ang pakiusap ko na huwag niyo pong pahirapan yung mga kababayan nating naghihirap na po.
Tama.
On that note, Mr. President.
Tama po. At nangako naman si Secretary na hanggat may listahan at napatunayan ng DSWD na mahihirap at nangangailangan yung nakalistang mga pangalan doon, ilalabas yung pera
Opo.
para sa kanila.
Kaya nga po, nung nag-hearing tayo, almost or more than half ng budget pa ng AIX, no? Ang nandyan sa inyo. May mga opisina nga na sinasabi wala nang pondo. Since the last hearing about, nabanggit po ng ating good secretary na mahigit 16 billion ang pondo ng AIX during that time, di ba? So that is 16 billion. Kung tutusin, kung ibibigay mo po yan sa 3,000 na AIX ng mga beneficiaryo, ilan po yun? 16 billion, i-divide nyo po ng 3,000. Kano ba yun?
Tama po yun.
3 million Pilipinos po ang pwedeng matulungan nun. Tama ba ako?
Actually, ang tamang halaga sa 2023, 36.8 billion ang protective service. Bahagi lang nun yung AIX.
Yung AIX po ang nabanggit mismo ni Secretary Gatchalian na meron pang 16 billion.
At that time, tama,
Opo.
nung subcommittee hearing, hindi
Opo.
pa nagastos lahat.
Hindi
So
pa
marami pang natitira nun.
So marami pa pong natitira nun. Pero nung panahong yon, marami pong hindi nabibigyan pa ng tulong, no? Na mga claims. I hope na mabalikan po sila dahil nandiyan naman yung pondo. Nandiyan po.
Nandiyan naman buo yung pondo. Ang natatagalan lang kapag wala pang listahan o may katanungan yung DSWD at iba't iba pang nabe-verify. Pero nandiyan naman yung pera at sa ngayon na-obligate na yung 88% nitong halagang ito.
At magkano na po since nung hearing natin sa 16 billion po, no? 16 billion po
Right
yon
now?
nung last hearing. So, ibig sabihin, kung tutuusin, sa 16 billion na yon, kung ubusin po yon pang tulong sa mga mahirap, mayroon pong 5.3 million na mga mahirap nating kababayan kung itutulong talaga. Ibig sabihin, yung mga poorest of the poor, pwedeng tulungan po nito. 5.3 million beneficiaries ang pwedeng tutulungan nito, assuming na 3,000 pesos po ang ibibigay sa kanila. Ngayon, as of this date, ngayong araw na ito, magkano na po ang natitira na sa AIC sa program, sa inaprubahan po natin dito sa Kongreso?
At this point, 4.3 billion ang natitira. Kasi marami na rin na-disburse mula nung subcommittee hearing.
So, hanggang matapos ang taon, meron pa pong
Meron
4.
pang 4.
So-
4.3 billion pa rin.
So, yung mga listahan po na once na validated na mga mahirap po sila sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa, including yung mga typhoon victims na validated, pwede pa po itong gamitin para sa kanila?
Pwede pang gamitin na ang protective services, kalakip yung AICS, pero syempre may QRF pa, may disaster pa, marami pa rin pagkukunan.
Okay. So sa ngayon po, sa proposed budget for 2024, magkano na po ang sa NEP, and then after sa NEP, magkano po nadagdag pagdating sa GAB?
Sa 2024, ang ating rine-recommend sa Senate version 56.28 billion. 56.28 billion. 56.
After sa Senate na. So kung 56, assuming 3,000 pesos, pwede pong matulungan ang almost 19 million Filipinos, assuming 3,000 po, no? Sa 56 billion, almost 19 million Filipinos po ang matutulungan nito sa 2024. So sa mga kababayan nating Pilipino, abangan nyo po, mga about 19 million ang matutulungan nito ng mga kababayan nating Pilipino.
Tama po, pero word of caution, hindi lahat 3,000 yan. Ano? Kasi may medical, may burial, may educational assistance, marami po tayo.
Kung sa 5,000, mga 11 million Filipinos po ang matutulungan. Anyway, Mr. President, ito pong AICS natin ay ng program ng DSWD, nag-umpisa po ito ng 2014. No? 2014 at pinalakas pa ito lalo nung panahon ni Pangulong Duterte.
That's right.
Dahil yan po ang kanyang order na itulong talaga sa mga mahirap nating kababayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga nasunugan, bagyo, puntahan kaagad yung mga pinakaliblib na lugar at ito yung pinaka-programang mabilis itulong kaagad sa mga nasalanta ng bagyo. Ang pakiusap ko lang po sa ating DSWD, kaya nga po tinawag ito na assistance in crisis situation. So, ibig sabihin, nasa crisis po, bagyo, baha, sunog, lindol, ay maibigay po kagad ito sa kanila once validated po, Madam Sponsor.
Tama po dahil kung matatagalan, hindi na siya crisis, hindi na siya pang emergency, kundi nababagalan. At naalala ko, nung panahon ni Presidente, ako na rin ang nandito, talagang nung panahon ni Presidente Duterte, pinalawak pa ang coverage nito para sa mga nawalan ng trabaho o nagkasakit sa COVID.
Since kayo po ang sponsor nun, Madam President, Mr. President, no, Madam Sponsor, kayo po yung sponsor rin po ng same agency. For 3 years, alam ko na pinaglaban nyo rin po na matulungan at mapalago pa itong AICS program. At yan naman po ang pinagbilin nun na itulong talaga ito sa mga kababayan nating mahirap at wag po magamit sa politika. Mr. President, magkano po ang, sa ngayon, no, 4.2 billion?
Yes, mga 4.3 ang natitira as of this date.
So hingin na lang po tayo siguro ng figures kung yung mga validated at mabalikan lang tayo ng ahensya po, Madam Sponsor, sa mga once validated na mga beneficiaries at mabalikan po sila. Yun naman po ang assurance ng ating good secretary na once they are validated ay babalikan po sila ng ahensya, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahihirap nating kababayan.
Dapat lang, Mr. President.
Sa Region 3, Bagyong Egay, marami pong mga validated. Baka pwede nyo pong ma-check sa Cagayan, Zambales, Bulacan, Bataan, di ba, yung sa nagkaroon po ng baha, baka po pwede silang mabalikan.
That's
Including Davao City, nagkaroon rin po ng pagbaha, Marikina, Bohol, Southern Leyte, yung mga nakaraang bagyo po. Baka pwede pong
Yes,
makakuha rin
definitely.
po tayo ng figures at masagot rin sila ng maayos, lalong-lalo yung mga pupunta sa inyong mga opisina.
Tama. Yes. At tulad ng sinabi ko, may mga natitira pa sa QRF kasi nag-top up na 4 na beses at pati na rin sa disaster. So marami naman pagkukunan kahit papano.
Salamat po. Going to Malasakit Center po. As of now, meron na ho tayong 159 na malasakit centers sa buong Pilipinas at part po ng batas na ito which we approve during the 18th Congress na magkakaroon po ng PCSO, PhilHealth, DSWD, and PhilHealth sa mga malasakit center. Kaya lang po, may nababalitaan tayo na meron po mga bungi-bungi. Ibig sabihin, wala pong personnel na nagmaman doon sa opisina ng malasakit center. As of today po, ilan na ho ba ang kumpleto at hindi pa nalalagyan po ng personnel ng DSWD?
I think to complete the complement, only 11 people are lacking. 270 employees are already officially on the roster. At yung BARM pa, isa pa yun ang iniintay. Otherwise, 11 na lang. Although there's a complete listing here of the status sa iba't ibang lugar.
We received a report that 13 malasakit centers do not have DSWD representatives.
Yun yung sinasabi nilang 11 na talagang kulang ng DSWD representative.
Ano pong,
sa bilang nila 11, baka yung 13 na bawasan na ng kaunti.
Ano pong rason kung bakit po na hindi pa rin po na fill up?
Yes, there continues hiring of social workers. Alam niyo matindi ang shortage ng social workers sa ating bansa, kaya't talagang kulang-kulang. Halimbawa, no, sa NRS, sa Calabar Zone, ongoing hiring pa rin sa Cainta, sa Antipolo, kulang pa talaga. Although it's already been filled out, kulang pa rin ng isa. Tapos sa halimbawa sa NCR, sa VMMC, wala pang pinapayagan na staff to be deployed kasi kulang naman yung lugar. Masikip masyado yung pwesto nila, hindi daw pinapareport yung isa. Ganon din sa Kalinga at sa Region 1, sa Ilocanja. Talagang may kulang pa talaga.
Nananawagan tayo sa mga social workers. Baka gusto nyo mag-apply sa DSWD para tumulong po kayo. Malaki. May 13 pa po na malasakit centers na nangangailangan po ng aplikante. Malaking fulfillment po sa inyong trabaho yon bilang social worker na makapagserbisyo mismo doon sa ospital. Dahil talagang mahirap na mga kababayan po ang tutulungan dito sa mga malasakit centers. Anyway, Madam Sponsor.
Ang problema, maski sa kolehiyo, kulang na kulang ang nag-aaral ng social work and development kasi mababa daw ang sahod.
Mababa.
Kaya dyan tayo na uuwi. Kaya mahirap talaga maghanap ng social worker.
So, sa ngayon po kasi, merong mga pending na mga hospital, katulad kanina, no, sa Lipa. Since malayo yung Lipa sa kanilang provincial hospital sa Batangas at saka sa Lemery at yung DOH hospital nila nasa Batangas City, ilang oras po yung pagbabiyahe. Gusto nila magkaroon rin po ng malasakit center doon. Ang magiging problema dito, since meron na nga tayong backlog na 13 na malasakit centers na hindi pa nalalagyan ng DSWD representative, yun po ang magiging challenge dito sa in charge po ng Malasakit Center, yung DOH. Dahil kulang, mas lalong kukulang. Yung 13 na kulang, magiging 14 na kasi kulang nga po yung inyong personnel. Maybe pwede nyong i-check, baka may mga regions naman po na sobra po ang inyong social worker, maaring surplus po dun sa isang rehiyon. Kulang talaga?
Talagang kulang, buong bansa, kulang talaga, pati sa LGU, pati sa national, ang daming unfilled positions. Kaya ang pilit na ginagawa ng DSWD, yung mga frontline activities, yung pag-fill up ng form, gano'n, yung mga clerical, pinapagawa na lamang
Pero
sa non-social worker.
Kailangan, hindi naman siguro kailangan, Mr. President, na puro
Social
worker yung mag-a-assess ng...
Tama. Kaya nga, pina-farm out na yung mga mas simpleng mga trabaho sa non-social welfare graduates.
So ano ho bang proseso ninyo sa mga representative ng DSWD sa mga hospitals? So sila po ang isa sa mag-a-assess. Ano ho bang binibigay ninyong tulong para sa kaalaman po ng mga kababayan natin na pumipila po sa mga malasakit centers? Ano ho bang tulong na binibigay sa kanila tuwing humihingi sila ng tulong sa mga one-stop shop na malasakit center sa loob ng hospital?
Yes, tulad ng nasulat ng ating butihing senador, lahat ng klase ng tulong ang binibigay sa Malasakit Center. Kaya't importante rin na nakakaintindi yung mag-a-assess. Hindi rin pwedeng ibigay na strictly clerical kasi mag-a-assessment din siya kahit papano.
So,
kung ano talaga ang kinakailangan at ano mabibigay.
Bibigyan ho ba sila ng pamasahe? Kasi minsan napakalayo ng hospital.
Iba-iba kasi ang binibigay. Alam natin, may transportation, may cash assistance, yung iba pagkain, yung iba funeral and burial services, yung iba psychological counseling na, yung iba referral naman sa ospital o sa ibang opisina. Kaya iba-iba rin eh. Kaya hindi ganun kasimple yung assessment.
Yung jaw nila. Kumusta na po yung joint administrative order na pwede pong bigyan ng tulong, medical assistance ang mga pasyente?
Yes, I think the negotiations for the amendments required are ongoing. So pinag-uusapan na kung ano talaga yung amendments sa pagkakasunduan.
Opo. Madam Sponsor, kasi during the last hearing, isa rin po ito sa natanong natin at nabanggit po ng ating good secretary na umiikot na po itong JAW na ito. It's been almost a year since
Oo, may
since
kabagalan kasi tulad nga ng yes, ang DSWD sang-ayon na dun sa draft amendments at pinapasa nga, ang problema yung PCSO, wala pang comment kung sang-ayon sila at yung DOH, alam naman natin na hanggang ngayon wala pang nakukumpirmang sekretary. Kaya medyo siguro natatagalan at naiilang rin sila na amyendahan o sumang-ayon kapag wala pang sekretaryeng nagpinal. Pero mabagal talaga masyado.
So aminado tayo na ang bagal ng proseso ng gobyerno. Minsan inaabutan po ng hindi lang araw, hindi lang linggo, hindi lang buwan, taon. Baka mapatingnan po yan ng ating good secretary kung nasa na po.
Yeah. Walang problema sa DSWD, nag-iintay nga lang eh. Antay ng antay na mag-respond yung ibang department.
Kasi itong JAW na to, malaking tulong po ito. Kailangan pa ba silang pumunta ang mga pasyente sa DSWD field office para kumuha ng medical assistance o pwede na po sa Malasakit Center on top of the transpo allowance na matatanggap nila? Malaking bagay po yun na Madam Sponsor. Kasi kung pupunta pa sila sa field office, minsan napakalayo po ng hospital sa field
Tama.
office. So yung ibibigay na pamasahe, ubos na kagad.
Tama.
Wala nang pangkain na yung pasyente.
Kaya nga yung sa joint amendments, ang tinatalakay, paano pagkaisa yan lahat ng mga serbisyo para hindi na sila chinuchubibo sa iba't ibang lugar.
Anyway, Madam Sponsor, going back dun sa AIX, no, meron kasing mga local government units na meron pong validated list na sila with the regional office ng DSWD. And then, baka pwede nyo mapacheck ito ng mabuti na
Tama.
pinapabalik po sila, hindi sila na masyadong napapansin ng regional office. I'm sure ang good secretary ay hindi po papayag na pabalik-balik po itong mga local officials or CSWD na validated naman po ang kanilang mga listahan.
Tulad ng ipinangako kanina at sinabi na, kapag may validated na listahan, sang-ayon yung LGU, na-check naman ng DSWD, walang problema yan, ibigay na lang ng buo. Siguro magkakaproblema kung pa isa-isa yung pangalan at hindi pa validated. Pero kung talagang nariyan na yung mga pangalan, maayos naman yung listahan, agad-agad pinapangako ng sekretary na maire-release yung pera.
Salamat po. Asahan po natin ito, Madam Sponsor. And then, going back to, ito naman pong Balik Probinsya Program o plan na pag-abot. Madam Sponsor, nung panahon ng pandemya, marami po sa ating mga kababayan na talagang dalang-dala, natutulog na lang dyan sa gilid ng kalye, walang kamag-anak at walang matirahan. At kailangan ho nilang umuwi ng probinsya at binigyan natin sila ng bagong pag-asa. Maybe not the same situation like before. Kasi ngayon, yung nagbalik probinsya, yung iba, balik Manila na. Kasi mas gusto nila rito, nandito lahat, kompleto. Pero meron rin talagang nag-decide na manatili na po sa probinsya. At ito yung mga taong binigyan nyo po ng transpo allowance, and then giving them hope na magkaroon po ng mga livelihood assistance. Madam Sponsor, baka pwede pong ma-check nyo po ito kung nabalikan na ba yung mga validated po na mga beneficiaries ng Balik Probinsya. Yung livelihood ang inaantay po nila.
Tama. Yung, kung tutuusin, napakaganda ng programa kasi ang karamihan, siguro mga 1% lang mahigit ang bumalik talaga sa Manila at nakahanap ng trabaho. Yung karamihan, talagang nanirahan na sa probinsya nila, nabigyan ng transportation, family support package, livelihood settlement grant, shelter, emergency family assistance, psychosocial support. Nagtatagal lang talaga doon sa MOA para sa Livelihood Assistance Fund. Kanina, binanggit ni Senator Go na yung mga nasa Region 7, hindi pa nada-download yung kanilang tinatawag na Livelihood Assistance Fund. Ang problema kasi, medyo matagal din magbigay ng requirements, yung compliance ng documentation for the MOA. Magmomowa sila sa DSWD, pero ongoing po to, habang nagsasubmit sila, binibigyan, ina-approve at tsaka bibigyan kagad. Pero hindi talaga tapos pa, marami pa ring kulang.
As manifested by Secretary Rex Gatchalian during the budget hearing, the DSWD will expand, no? Yun po ang nabanggit niya, and increase the mandate of the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program. I note that the DSWD has the OP plan na pag-abot program.
Yes.
Ano ho bang pagkakaiba nito sa programang Balik Probinsya at ilan ho ba ang target na naabot ng programa at hindi natin mapapabayaan pa rin kasi yung sa pagkaalam ko itong OP plan pag-abot ito yung mga nakakalat sa kalye, sa daan. Pero how about the others, yung hindi naman po nakakalat sa daan, yung gusto lang talagang bumalik na po sa kanilang probinsya at mamuhay doon dahil doon yung kamag-anak, doon yung
Tama.
yung bahay nila.
Ang O-Plan pag-abot, doon binalot yung dalawang bagay. Una, yung reach out sa mga taong nasa lansangan, yung mga street family, street children, na kung papansinin ninyo, nabawasan na talaga. Pero bahagi rin yan ay yung Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa Program, yung BP2. Kalakip niyan. Kasi pwede naman sila sumali kahit wala na sila sa kalsada, kung gusto nila umuwi, balik probinsya is still active and being implemented.
So kahit na hindi sila street dwellers, pwede pa rin silang voluntary
Oo.
na uwi po sa probinsya.
Yes,
At
yes.
tutulungan pa
syempre.
rin po sila ng itong Oplan pag-abot.
Yes, iba yung Oplan pag-abot, street kids and street families. Tapos yung iba naman, balik probinsya, kung gusto na umuwi at may patutunguhan, pwede naman silang tulungan din.
Through what funds po?
The fund, the line item indicated is only Oplan pag-abot. Nagtanong din ako. Pero kalakip nung Oplan pag-abot, yung balik probinsya, bagong pag-asa.
So, pwede.
Yung isang item kaya medyo
Pwede.
kinabahan din ako, baka yung BP2 wala na.
So 2023, magkano po yung budget for balik probinsya? 2023, current
Ang
year po.
pagkaalala ko, 300 million yan.
Hindi, sa 2024, sa propose.
Sa proposed at...
Sa propose, I think. Yung sa 2023, mas malaki yata.
parang ganon din. Mas malaki noong 2023. Tama. It's 787 million. Pero yun nga, halo-halo na dyan, yung iba't iba. Ito, BP lang pala, 787.
So, sa 2023, merong 700.
Yes. Sa 2023, 787 million. Sa 2024, under the item of pag-abot is 300 million na lang.
So, ibig sabihin na wala na po yung pangalan sa budget na BP2, na wala mismo, no?
Ang nangyari kasi, ang payo ng DBM, yung balik probinsya was labeled a COVID emergency project. So, para hindi na tanungin, kasi wala nang state of emergency, pinasok na lamang dun sa Oplan pag-abot.
So, mas bumaba. Bumaba po siya.
Bumaba lahat
nawala
eh.
yung item na balik probinsya at sabi nyo, naging under na po siya dun sa Oplan pag-abot program.
Baka gusto ninyong dagdagan kasi tinanggal ng DBM. Nag-request ng DSWD, pero ang sabi ng DBCC, wala lang state of emergency, kailangan bawasan na.
Pero yung kaya nga po, yung mga gustong bumalik talaga ng probinsya na hindi street dwellers, baka naman po, pwede nyo pa rin ma-consider ito. Dahil nabanggit po ng ating good secretary, expand nga po, di ba? Wag expand, ibig sabihin, kailangan ng mas malaking pondo. Hindi po ito naging, hindi na po ito naging expand. Ang nangyari, na-reduce and na-delete yung pangalan na balik probinsya. So,
Nandyan pa rin at ang nangyayari ngayon, dahil nga nagtatanong at tinanggal ng DBM yan, kasi nga emergency project, ang nangyari ngayon, yung AX ginagamit rin sa transportation, sa mangilan-ngilan na uuwi ka sa
how about the
probinsya.
livelihood assistance nila, Madam Sponsor? Saan po kukunin?
There continues to be 80 to 170,000 per family being granted to the Balik Probinsya program beneficiaries per head.
Ang problema po rito, since na-delete na po siya at mas bumaba pa yung budget no ng Oplan na pag-abot, na wala na po yung Balik Probinsya program. So kakasya ba itong 300 million kung sakasakaling meron pong gustong mag-avail?
Yun na nga yung hirit ko, baka gusto ninyong dagdagan. Gustong-gusto ng DSWD dagdagan.
Since kayo po ang sponsor, baka pwede niyo pong
O di
tulungan.
sabay-sabay po tayo.
So, since nag-agree naman po ang ating Madam Sponsor, na makakatulong talaga ito sa mga
Oo naman.
gustong umuwi ng probinsya.
Di lang pumayag yung DBM kasi wala na raw state of emergency. Tanggal lahat ng emergency program.
Para sa akin, di naman po panahon lang po ng emergency yung gustong bumalik
Tama.
ng probinsya. Dahil marami po sa atin about 86, kung 14% po ang population sa Metro Manila, 18% po sa atin ay mga probinsyano. So, mas malaki po ng populasyon natin ay mula sa probinsya. Sa ngayon nga po, since ni-reduce nyo, may natanggap po tayong na reports na sa Region 4B, Region 7, Region 9, Region 11 at Region 13 ay meron pa pong 1,100 families na hindi pa po nakakatanggap ng livelihood assistance, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, dapat wag sila mag-alala. Meron pang 60.782 million. Pinoprocess kasalukuyan yung mga requirements para dun sa MOA sa livelihood assistance. Tuloy-tuloy naman yan.
Baka po pwede nang matulungan sila, Madam Sponsor. I think 2 years na po since bumalik sila ng probinsya. Baka bumalik na naman sila ng Maynila. Mas doble yung problema nyo. Pag bumalik na naman ng Maynila, doble na yung balik probinsya nyo.
Yeah, sana makakomply lang sa ating requirements kasi mahirap naman bigyan ng pera kung hindi naman hindi naman nakapag-MOA.
Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, patungkol naman po sa Sustainable Livelihood Program, gaano ba katagal ang pagproseso ng pagbibigay ng assistance dito sa programang ito? At may natanggap tayong reports at aminado naman po ang personnel ng DSWD na matagal talaga yung proseso ng livelihood assistance. Pero nasa November, ano na po tayo, 16 ngayong araw na ito. So 1.5 month na lang po ay matatapos na yung taon. Pero yung SLP ay hindi pa po nabibigay sa mga beneficiaries.
Yes, tama yun. Dati ang tagal-tagal talaga. Pero ngayon, nakapag-online na sila sa application. Kaya, masasabi natin na kung tutukan talaga at kumpleto lahat ng requirements, pasok sila sa loob ng 15 days, 20 days, pasok na yon. Dahil pwede mag-apply online. Pinalta na yung proseso.
Baka po pwedeng mapabilisan po itong proseso po, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, they're free to apply online and that will really make the process much quicker.
Mr. President, bilang co-author at co-sponsor ng batas na nagdodoble ng pension for indigent senior citizens, marami na pong lumalapit sa atin ng mga senior citizens tungkol sa kanilang social pension na matatanggap mula sa DSWD. Sa kasalukuyan, ilan na ho ba ang nabibigyan ng social pension ng DSWD since nadoble na po ang pension at nadoble na rin po ang inyong budget para dito? Sapat po ba ang pondo ng DSWD para makater sa ating mga indigent senior citizen sa susunod na taon?
Yes, alam natin na next year magdodoble na. Sa wakas, mabibigyan na yung ating mga seniors at doble nga yung budget para sa ating social pension. Mula sa 25 billion, aabot na halos ng 50 billion sa 2024. Pero hindi mapagkaila, may utang tayo sa dati at marami pang hindi nabibigyan. So, ang good news, 2024, they have something to look forward to, but we have a pending balance from the past.
Hindi ba nadadagdagan ng bilang nila? Ilan sa kanila ang nasa waiting list?
Yes, maraming wait list yan. Sigurado. Kaya aabot siguro ng 5 billion yung backlog.
Katulad ni Senator Bato, last time, hindi pa siya senior. Ngayon, senior na.
Tama. Lahat tayo tumatanda.
So ilan na po ang nasa, pwede nyo ba ma-provide yung listahan for the record, Madam Sponsor?
Ano yan? Yung wait list? Oo. Andito, oo. Waitlisted, dati 228,000 ang waitlisted. Ngayon, 466,000 na ang waitlisted. Lumulobo nga eh.
Lumulobo.
Dumadami. As time passes,
Kaya pa
everyone's
po
getting
ng
older.
pondo sa ngayon?
Hindi kaya. May utang talaga tayo.
So paano po yan?
Naglagay kami sa unprogram ng 3 billion, pero kung minsan, alam naman natin yung unprogram, matagal, o di kaya alatsamba pa.
Yun nga yung isang tanong sa akin during one of my official foreign trip, no, sa kasama si SP. tinanong ng mga senior citizens na OFW na wala ho silang trabaho, pag umuwi sila ng Pilipinas, may matatanggap ho ba silang pension?
Ang problema sa ating OFW, hindi sila magko-qualify kasi yung social pension para sa indigent lang, sa mahihirap lang na seniors.
Pag wala silang...
Magko-qualify sila sa centenarian. At kung maamyendahan...
Kung mag-abot sila ng 80...
At saka kung aabot at maaprubahan yung sa 80 years old saka 90 years old.
Pag hindi sila nang umabot ng 80, hindi nila makiklaim.
Hindi, wala na. Wala talaga. Kasi yung social pension, binibigay lang talaga sa mahihirap.
Dapat po maging healthy tayo parate. That is all, Mr. President. Again, full support naman po tayo sa ating DSWD. Noon pa man po, isa po ito sa aking talagang mahal na departamento. I remind the DSWD that they stand as a beacon of hope for countless Filipinos, providing a lifeline for those facing adversity, poverty, and various life challenges. Some of our countrymen even depend and cling to the support provided by this agency for their needs. Sana po wag natin silang talikuran at wag po natin silang pabayaan. Yung mga kababayan nating mahirap, yung mga hopeless, helpless nating kababayan na umaasa po sa ating gobyerno. Wag po natin dapat piliin ang pagtulong. Wag sana po kayong maging selective sa pagtulong. Pera po ng taong bayan yan. Wag po natin ipagkait sa kanila, ibalik po natin sa kanila sa pamamagitan po ng maayos na serbisyo po. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President and Madam Sponsor.
Maraming salamat sa ating minamahal na senador.
Thank you very much. At dapat siguro yung para naman nakita naman natin yung tiyaga ni Senator Bongo sa pag-support sa DSWD. Baka pwede naman sa pagbigay ng bigas ay hindi na malaya rice. Baka pwedeng malasakit rice. Yan. MR din yun.
Zubiri.
Or very good rice. Very good. B-A-R-Y.
Akala ko subiri good.
Wala na. Sabi nga ni Minority Leader, pero
Sigurado,
wala naman akong plano, madam, tumakbo na higher office, kaya
pag
magdala.
Subiri rice, siguradong puti yan. Malinis.
Anong puti at malinis?
Malinis,
Mabango
puti.
pa. Okay, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next is our distinguished lady from Taguig who will make a manifestation. Senator Pia Cayetano, I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, just a short manifestation.
Thank you, yes.
I'd just like to thank the Secretary for taking the time this year to understand the issues that surround neglected, abandoned children. We've had lengthy discussions with your team, and I haven't even followed up recently because I trust that the matter is in His Honor's good hands. Just a few reminders so that we're all on track. Historically, because I overheard Senator Grace mention children with disability, I think. No, did I hear that
At
right?
sa adoption.
Historically, ang mga Westerners, they're the ones with a soft heart for adopting children with
Special needs. Opo.
And I think, but hindi ko naman masasabing Filipinos don't have a soft heart. Kung maka-ampon meaning not legally ampon tayo ng mga kamag-anak natin hanggang sa anak ng kapatid, ng asawa, ng pinsan ko. Diba gano'n naman tayo mag-ampon? So, we really just have to strengthen our resolve to implement the laws that we already passed on adoption. Our sponsor is here, Senator Risa, even asked her, sabi niya nag-manifest na nga din siya because her concerns have already been raised. And foster care, because the Filipinos have a heart for these children naman. But I think what we really also need to be mindful about is to then support these families who will open their doors to these children with needs. Kasi kung sasabihin mong yung mayaman lang ang mag-ampon or mag-foster care, sa totoo lang, usually yung may napakabuting puso, yung pang hirap na hirap sila pa. So, we really I mean like, as we have our funding, no, medyo malaki yung funding natin for DSWD for assistance, no, idagdag talaga natin yan. Kasi I haven't checked and I will not even bother the chairperson with the data for now, but I think there's a lot that we can do with this funding, no, for these families who reach out to the anak of the kapatid, of the kapitbahay, na
Tama
nag-OFW yung nanay at yung tatay, yung mga ganun ba?
Tama ho yun. Actually, nakakaawa yung PWD natin at walang pondong laan para sa kanila. May konting cash for work pero hindi naman nakaka-work lahat. Ang ginagawa na lang namin, talagang tinutumbok yung listahan ng PWD dun sa AIX. They're the top of the list, particularly those who are not able to work, together with the bedridden seniors as well as the single mommies. Kasi lahat sila hindi sa listahan ng 4Ps. So doon na lang sila pinapasok in the meantime na wala silang programang sarili.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Madam Chairperson. Mr. President, a few months ago, I came across this post on social media regarding a dementia cafe in Japan. It's not called a dementia cafe, pero para siyang, they call it kinda a dementia cafe. Kasi sabi daw doon, pag pumasok ka doon, huwag ka nang magmadali at huwag kang magalit kung mali-mali yung order mo. Kasi ang ginawa nung may-ari, nag-hire talaga siya ng matatandang may dementia. And it becomes a very loving place kasi natututo din yung mga customer na, ganito pala yung may dementia. So it also helps them cope with, siguro baka yung mga customer doon nakaranas ng may kamag-anak na may dementia, nagiging sila, open-minded, But of course, for an entrepreneur to do that, kailangan na open din ang heart niya na gano'n ang customer service niya at yung mga customer, open din sila na gano'n. Pero ang galing, di ba? I mentioned it because nabanggit mo yung opportunities ng PWD. Gano'n.
Palagay ko, buhay pa yata yung nasa Quezon City, yung Van Gogh is bipolar na restaurant.
Yeah.
Ganon din po, yung may special needs, ang tinutumbok pagkat yung may-ari, admitidong may mental health issues din daw.
I've tried the food there. I actually didn't know na
Yeah.
yun yung advocacy nila.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kaya ganon yung pamagat.
Anyway, so I'll wrap up now, Mr. President. Manifestation lang talaga to, di ko nakasalanan na sumasagot yung chairperson, okay? Di naman ako nag-expect ng sagot, but thank you. But back to neglected, abused, abandoned, and homeless and parentless children. I'll couch this in the most positive way I can. I trust that these children are in the good hands under the leadership of our secretary. There's a lot of work to do, and if there's anything we can do to further help, there is a place for these children in the homes of families abroad. Kasi hanggat hindi pa natin na-place dito, alam ko talagang may loving families din naman abroad. And that is recognized by our laws naman. Hindi naman masamang ma-place sila sa tamang mga pamilya doon. Tapos tayo rin, trabahuhin natin ng husto because every child deserves a home. And ang napakalungkot sa lahat is when they're no longer kids and they never had a home. And then worse if they were nakupkup man sila ng isang magandang center for children and then they age out at 18. Nakakalungkot, 'di ba? So sana we find a home for all these children. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not the least, our distinguished Majority Leader is last to interpolate. I move that he be recognized.
Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, our Majority Leader. Mr. President, to begin with, may I just state for the record that this representation had been staunch supporter of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. The good sponsor can attest to this since we were together in the 12th Congress We were seatmates until this time, Mr. President. We also like to acknowledge, of course, the presence of our good friend, which I respect very much, our former colleague in the House of Reps, former mayor of Valenzuela City. And I'm one of the first guys to congratulate him and made that statement of support that indeed he is the right choice to head this very important department. I have several questions, and I am glad that I was able to get a chance to talk to our secretary before we continued the resumption of this budget deliberation. So I'm cutting it down as much as I can. But let me stem my questions by talking about what the good gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo, asked a while ago about the social pension for indigent senior citizens, Your Honors. Distinguished colleague, may I be allowed to ask some questions, Your Honor, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, please.
Yes, it was mentioned a while ago that from 228,000,
Yung senior citizen.
yes, now waitlisted, it has ballooned to 466,000.
Yes, that's correct.
If you recall, Mr. President, this representation was the one who authored and sponsored on the floor.
doubling of the social pension.
Thank you, Mr.
Kaso
President.
hindi na-implement, ano? So, yung good news lang, sa 2024, nandyan na sa budget sa wakas. Kaso nga lang, may utang na nga tayo.
That's my point, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Because even when the distinguished sponsor is sponsoring the budget for, that particular bill, the strengthening and expanding the centenarian law, Mr. President, the sponsor even mentioned on the floor, I distinctly remember, that it will not affect in any way the budget for this coming year for our indigent senior citizens. Would that be a correct statement, Your Honor?
Oo. Yes. Yes. We made an effort last year to include the additional 500 in the unprogrammed. Pero
Yes,
yun nga.
I remember. That's the 3.082 billion pesos. Is that the correct
oo. Kasi
figure?
nung panahon na yun yung utang natin. Pero hindi
Yes.
na pagbigyan, no, hanggang ngayon.
So it was never released, Your Honor?
Wala, hindi nabigay.
While
yun.
some unprogrammed funds are being released, as we speak, I wonder what happened to the 3.082 billion for our senior citizens na
Yun nga,
nagre-remind
nakakaawa
sa
nga
atin kung paano natin pinapahalagahan ang ating mga senior citizens.
Yun nga, at nakakaawa dahil alam naman natin itong senior pension, itong social pension, napupunta talaga sa pagkain, sa gamot, sa
Maintenance.
pangangailangan ng ating matatanda, mga lolo't lola. Yun nga, hindi nga napapahalagahan.
Well, Mr. President, may we know what is going to happen next year? So are we saying by next year, the funding will be there, but it will only accommodate the beneficiaries from this year and the 228,000 on the wait list, or will it be expanded up to the 466,000? May I
Wala
ask?
yung pagdoble ng budget, talagang sasagutin lamang yung kakulangan para sa 4 million senior citizens na sakop ngayon. Walang dagdag. Yun lang ang problema. Walang
meaning
dagdag
to say-
sa pool of
Meaning to
lolos
say,
and
Mr.
lolas.
President, even the 228,000 who are on the wait list right now,
Wala rin.
wala pa rin.
Wala talaga. We're stuck with that number kasi yun lang ang perang pinag-alat natin. At we're stuck with the number also of
But
the
these
senior citizen.
228,000 are indigent?
Yes.
The 466,000?
Yes.
So what would be our policy now in choosing who will be the beneficiaries considering that they are
Wala,
all
may
indigent?
konti lang madadagdag, pero by and large, we carry forward the same number of, the same names previously.
May we know, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, as we both fight for this particular measure, how are we going to explain this to our people? Not, I'm sorry, you're
Inexcusable po yan. Wala pong paliwanag yan. Walang dahilan, wala tayong maibigay na paliwanag. Ako para sa akin. Kasi lahat naman sila qualified kung tutuusin, ba't hindi sila kasama? Wala lang talagang pera.
But remember, Mr. President, if the unprogrammed funds, the 3.82 billion pesos, were released, ang mabibigyan lang po ba nun ay yung the same na nakakakuha or dun niya mako-cover yung 228,000?
Ang unprogrammed for 2023, dahil linagay ko na yung batas na pinangunahan ninyo, talagang nasa 25 billion. Kasi gusto ko sana idagdag na yung 500,000 additional kada buwan para mabuo yung 1,000 kada buwan. Kaso, walang lumalabas doon sa 25 billion na unprogrammed para sa karagdagan. Wala ring karagdagan doon sa mga pangalan na kulang noon na 228 na lumobo na ngayon sa 466.
Siguro bago ko iwanan itong usapin na ito, Ginoong Pangulo, is there any indication that the Department of Budget and Management will release this unprogrammed funds?
Sabihin ko na talagang kinakatok na namin yung DBM at kinakatok ang puso ng lahat. Sana tulungan ninyo na mabuo ito kasi pagpapahalaga ito sa pinakamahalagang sektor ng ating lipunan, ang mga lolo't lola.
Thank you for that. And kasama niyo po ako sa adhikain na bigyang parangal, i-honor ang ating mga nakakatanda dahil yan ay kaugaliang Pilipino. Mr. President, let me go to another topic, and this was asked a while ago by no less than our minority leader. I was a recipient also of that letter coming from Governor Edwin Jubahib.
Sa Davao del Norte.
Yes, Madam, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, I have some videos and affidavits, not only coming from Davao region, no? It's almost the same. Iba-iba lang po yung lugar, iba-iba lang din po yung culprits. But I wonder, Mr. President, binanggit niyo ho kanina, and I am no longer going to ask the same questions raised by our minority leader, that the department is on top of this, they are investigating. May we know if the DSWD personalities involved in that area of Davao, were they preventively suspended while the investigation is ongoing?
Ang problema kasi, walang kasalanan yung DSWD personal, binigay nilang buo. Nakaltasan paglabas nung ibang tao na hindi natin alam kung opisyal, kung sino ba yun. Yung DSWD, binigay talaga yung pera buong buo, yung 3,000 o 5,000 ba yun sa Davao del Norte o 10,000 ba sa Davao del Oro, buo yung binigay. Ang problema, pinasoli daw ng ibang tao.
May videos po kasi tayo dito na tinanggap po talaga nila 1,000 lang. Dahil merong kumuha noong 9,000.
Ay malaking tulong kung maibigay yung video sa DSWD kasi interesado sila, pati yung LGU sa Davao, pati yung COMELEC kasi may sinasabi na during the COMELEC ban pa raw pinagmudmod.
Sige po, I will do my best not to dwell on this particular topic, but perhaps may I raise this particular question, Mr. President? Is this happening all over the country?
Well, tulad nga ng sinasabi ng DSWD, they're doing their best to make sure na hindi ito nangyayari ng maramihan na pa-isa-isa lang pagkakamali. Pero may suggestion si Senator De La Rosa kanina na pwede naman siguro tignan ng pulis kung talagang kinakaltasan yung mga biktima o yung mga miyembro ng kulto katulad nung Socorro. Palagay ko, kailangan natin talagang pagtibayin na talagang punta sa mga beneficiaries yung tamang halaga?
I think, Mr. President, it's clear that the answer is that it's happening around the country. Have you heard about what happened in Batangas, Your Honor?
Oo, nandun ako eh. Ako napahiya nun at nabalitaan ko nga na nakaltasan nga yung mga beneficiaries at yun nga, ang nangyari doon, hindi kasalanan ng DSWD, buo ang binigay ng DSWD, kinaltasan nung ilang official doon.
Have you heard what happened in Pangasinan?
Ayan, hindi ko alam.
Have you heard what happened in Mimaropa area? And I can go on and on because I have some affidavits also, Mr.
Malaking
President.
bagay kung i-share natin sa DSWD para maimbestigahan.
Yes, and I'm not pointing fingers as to who is to be blamed in the department, Mr. President. It's just that sometimes I worry about the fact that there is already a pre-orientation program. And the orientation, the DSWD people, like for instance, you can use as a model in Bulacan, they are so strict about it. They would tell the beneficiaries that this is the amount of money that you will get. And if it is you who is listed here with identification, ito talaga yung matatanggap mo, alam ho, nung mga tao. Ang problema ho kasi in other areas, perhaps hindi nagagawa itong SOP na supposed to be dapat nilang gawin.
Actually, sa Davao, ang pagkaalam ko, pati sa Batangas, paulit-ulit nga sinabi, kaya nagkaroon ng reklamo. Dahil yung tao, alam nila na 3,000 ang tatanggapin, biglang 1,000 lang, o 10,000 ang tatanggapin, biglang nakaltasan ng zero. Yun talaga ang dahilan kung bakit nagsumbong. Kasi alam nila kung ano yung dapat na amount.
Ibig sabihin, kahit wala palang eleksyon, may dagdag bawas, niladagdagan o binabawasan ng zero. At merong mga, tingin ko ho, yung pinakamainit na bahagi ng dagat-dagatang apoy na impyerno, nakareserba sa mga taong ito. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, let me talk more about the programs of DSWD. Just for the record, what's the mandate of the Department of Social Welfare and Development?
Bigyan mo sa akin. Sige. Saan na siya? Wala rito eh. To protect the poor, the vulnerable, and the disadvantaged.
Protect the poor, the vulnerable, and the disadvantaged. Pag sinabi nga hong welfare, parang yan yung takbuhan ng lahat pag kailangan ng tulong. Ano man yung tulong na iyong pangangailangan. Ito man ay problema, mental problems, ito man ay problema sa kagutuman, problema sa sakit o karamdaman, problema sa hirap na dinaranas ng ating mga kababayan. DSWD po yung nilalapitan. Is that a correct statement, Your Honor?
Tama.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, let me show you the richest and poorest provinces in the Philippines. Tinignan ko po yung financial data ng Commission on Audit at binabanggit po, and I'm showing you the richest and poorest provinces in the Philippines. Gusto kong banggain sana, for example, in Cebu. Sa Cebu ho ba, ilang pong porsyento, o lagyan na natin ng figure siguro, magkano ho ang inaalat itong taon na ito, siguro, para mas mabilis yung discussion natin, ilan po yung inaalat ng departamento out of the denominator na pondo ng gobyerno sa lalawigan ng Cebu, at ikumpara naman natin dito sa lalawigan ng Eastern Samar. Can we get a figure? Siguro kahit yung isa lang na yan, Cebu versus Eastern Samar, Eastern Samar being part of the poorest province in the country.
Yes, at the same time that we are looking for these numbers, the reality is Cebu has 3 million in its population, 3 milyon yan. Samantalang Eastern Samar, higit na mas maliit na probinsya. So, magkakaroon rin ng problema dahil sa population. Talagang lolobo yung Cebu. Dahil mayaman nga ang probinsya, ang dami-dami namang mahirap. Sa Eastern Samar, alam naman natin, the last remaining united front ng insurgency ay nariyan sa Eastern and Northern Samar, kung saan talagang mahihirap. So,
Tama po kayo, Ginoong Pangulo, but at the same time,
Tama.
let us put in the proper perspective, ilan yung probinsya po dyan where we can compare the poorest province and show na mas marami talaga tayong ginagawa. Because at the end of the day, we go back to the mandate of the DSWD and say, ang DSWD is here to protect the poorest of the poor, to give them assistance, to provide welfare, etc. Kasi kung mayayaman na po sila, baka saan pumapasok yung punto na meron silang panggastos compared sa isang mahirap na probinsya.
ang narito lang sa akin sa 223 GAA per region, kung Cebu, 9 billion, pero kung titignan natin, ang Eastern Visayas, na Region 8 kung saan nandyan ang Eastern Samar, Northern Samar, at marami pang maliliit na lugar, 9 billion din. So hindi nagkakalayo. Ibig ko sabihin, 9 billion sa Central Visayas na di hamak mas malaki at sa Eastern Visayas na mas maliit pero talaga namang mahihirap.
Apo. Yun po, tama po kayo. And I think you were able to anticipate what I'm trying to point here, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. 9 billion versus 9 billion, parehong poorest. Isa galing sa poorest provinces in the Philippines, yung isa galing doon sa richest provinces. Parang merong disconnect, Mr. President, kasi poorest siya eh. Tapos pareho yung almost the same yung budget na iaalat natin. Let's go to the...
Pero ang difference dyan yung population.
Yes.
Mayaman nga yung lugar, pero mas maraming mahirap kasi mas maraming tao.
Yes.
So kung ihahambing natin sa sinabi natin na 30%, yung 30% ng ilang milyon, mas malaki kesa iisa o 2 milyon.
Siguro mas maganda maging more specific tayo if we can have the data. For example, sa isang syudad, mas maliit. Yung isang syudad, poorest cities versus richest cities in the Philippines. For example, Quezon City, o masyadong malaki yan. Hanap tayo ng isang mas maliit na syudad na ikumpara natin sa poorest cities in the Philippines and banggayin natin what kind of projects are we implementing in these poorest cities of our country.
With all due respect, the data of the DSWD is regionally based, and I'm unable to disaggregate the data on a per city or per province basis. It's a real failure on our part, and that's also a problem with PSA data. Hindi natin na maibangga dahil nga puro region
Again, Mr. President, I thank the distinguished sponsor. I have very high respect sa ating kasamahan dito sa Senado. I have very high respect sa ating secretary. Ang point ko lang po, at sana mabigyan ng pansin, kung sino yung mas nangangailangan, sila yung dapat tugunan. Si Senator JB kahapon made mention about it. Kino-quote niya yung kay President Magsaysay. Yung mas mahihirap, mas kokonti yung pwedeng tumulong, yung mga lugar na wala sigurong representasyon ng politiko, sila yung mas nangangailangan ng salapi. I will not...
We're in full agreement at minsan, sinasabi ko sa mga department, mas politiko pa kayo kesa sa aming mga politiko. Pinaghahati ninyo ng pantay-pantay, samantalang yung mga lugar, hindi naman pantay-pantay.
That's exactly my point, Your Honor, distinguished colleague. And we wanted to help the department because I go to another topic, Mr. President, yung 4Ps, hindi ba? Meron pong findings ang ating Commission on Audit and other firms, outlets, saying after so many years of implementing, they still remain under poverty. Parang kukonti yung nakaka-graduate. 90% still remain in the same situation. And it is hard to look into these figures if you are in this August chamber, you are a member of the Senate, and every single year you do this, tapos parang wala, hindi nagde-dent, hindi nagkakaroon ng pagbabago. So my question is, are we looking at these programs and say, we evaluate, and then by the next year, we come up with targets, this is what we wanted to hit?
I think that's exactly what they are being compelled to do now, that we have to assess 2007 pa to na programa, 2023 na tayo, bakit ganyan pa rin? At ako, ang pakiwari ko lang, ang instinctive conclusion ko is that it's Pantawid continues to be too little, too few. Yung maliit pa rin ang binibigay natin, so sapat lamang para sa edukasyon ng bata hanggang high school, sapat lamang para magpabakuna, pero hindi talaga sapat na magkaroon ng kabuhayan at empleyo ang kada pamilya.
I agree, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, if I am not trying to lift myself here when I was still the head of TESDA, I remember having a partnership with DSWD
Tama.
and TESDA wherein we train them for work.
That's right.
Program. So that at the end of the day, they get to be trained, they get to enjoy being assessed and certified by TESDA, and at the same time, DSWD would also provide the necessary toolkits that
Yes.
they need so they can start having their own.
I think your initiative continues till today. The MOA is alive and well
I was about
and
to
being
ask that. That's
implemented.
good.
And as a matter of fact, it is one of the quickest and most effective ways to break what we call the intergenerational cycle of poverty. At least, kung hindi man ngayon, yung susunod na salinlahi, yung kanilang mga anak, hindi na sadyang mahihirap.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope we can do something about it, and perhaps if we can also get a copy of that target setting by the department so that we can also monitor and we'll be able to do our job more effectively, Mr. President.
Yes, we also look forward to that study, but in the meantime, I think they're in the process of procuring and finalizing the details for that study.
Yeah.
But I think it's well overdue.
Yes, because if the sponsor already made mention that it's been a while, we have been implementing this program. The value of assessing and evaluating our programs would be to make sure that this is working. Because if it is not, then we have to come up with another program. And that's what we're here for, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just wait for that document. And let me also put into the records that I'm more than willing to work hand in hand with the department to make sure that these programs that DSWD are implementing ay nakakatulong po at merong impact sa ating mga kababayan. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, yung Sustainable Livelihood Program, may we know the exact objective of this particular program of the department as the name dictates, Sustainable Livelihood Program, SLP?
Yes, it's a capability building effort for poor, vulnerable, marginalized households. And it's done with two tracks, the micro-enterprise development track for micro-enterprises to be set up, and the other one is the employment facilitation.
Pwede yung malaman ano
And I think that second track, yung sa facilitation of jobs, dyan na pupunta yung TESDA MOA.
Sige po, pwede yung malaman magkano ang budget for this coming fiscal year ng micro-enterprise track at employment facilitation track?
For this year, there's a decrease in the NEP. of 837 million, but the total sa NEP is 5.6 billion. Na-decrease siya from 2023. So, dinagdagan ngayon ng House, dinagdagan rin natin ang total 9.121 billion.
So it means we increase the budget from 5.6B. The committee report now is 9.122 billion.
That's
That,
correct.
Correct.
That's
Yes.
correct.
For those choosing the micro enterprise track, historically po, how many choose to access the seed capital fund?
Well, right now,
Siguro, Madam Chair, para mapabilis ho natin, can I ask na lang ho to submit with us para matulungan tayo
there's
for...
almost 200,000 households.
Yeah. Kasi tatanungin ko
that are
din po
availing
kasi,
this year.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yung sa skills training fund, magkano din yung sa cash for building
I
livelihood
can
assets
share
fund.
the
Opo.
breakdowns here.
Mhm. Siguro
I can
bigay-
share them with you. They're actually here. Economic relief subsidies and then the other subsidies.
Siguro, mas interested po ako, for example, dun sa cash for building livelihood assets fund, ilan pong individuals benefited from this particular program? Because this would show how effective the different interventions that the department are introducing, because if they are not effective, they may want to rethink their strategies. Is that a fair assessment, Your Honor?
Sasabihin ko na yung totoo, no? Dahil etong programang to, medyo mabagal, kaya may catch-up plan siya. Yun ang totoo. Pero ngayon, mahahabol siguro by year-end. Kahit papano, hahabulin. Kasi natagalan to. Ito yung part ng reassessment nung January 2023,
Okay.
pagpasok ng bagong secretary, lahat ng listahanan, lahat ng 4Ps, medyo na-hold muna, nag-reassess. Kaya napabagal. Kaya lang, may catch-up plan naman tayo, and I'm very optimistic dahil nasa 80% na tayo bigla.
At this time.
At this point in time, kaya mauubos at mauubos din
I
yan.
trust that the secretary can do it, no? Knowing his work ethics and his ability to make things happen. Mr. President, siguro hintayin ko na lang po yung submission nitong programs na ito, yung mga binanggit din po natin. Ito yung Seed Capital Fund, Skills Training Fund, Cash for Building Livelihood Assets Fund, para lang makita din po natin. Last but not the least na gusto kong tutukan po dito, kasi pag sinabing Sustainable Livelihood Program, at binanggit nyo nga po, ito po'y capacity building effort ng departamento para tulungan yung ating mga kababayan. May 2 track, micro-enterprise track, and the employment facilitation track. I suppose that the department has a database or at least a record ilan ang unemployment rate sa bawat lugar para alam natin saan yung pagtututukan natin ngayon nitong programa na ito. Meron din po tayo siguro, because I think it's also basic to have a record as to how many MSMEs sa mga lugar na ito para malaman natin kung paano natin aatakihin at i-address yung problema nitong pagbibigay ng Sustainable Livelihood Program. May we know if we have that, Mr. President,
Yes, I
Your
think
Honor?
the DSWD is dependent on the statistics provided by PSA, the DOLE in the case of the unemployment rates, as well as the DTI in the case of the MSMEs. Ito kasi yung informal sector na wala dyan, hindi sila nakaka-capture. Ang effort ng DSWD, as you stated in its mandate, is to capture those who are not listed in the formal sector.
Opo, yun ho yung talagang gusto nating malaman dahil gusto nga ho natin ibangga yung programa ng pamahalaan doon sa mga lugar na talagang nangangailangan. Yun lang po yung gusto natin
Tama.
masiguro, no? Because I have here with me, and Mr. President, distinguished colleague, you know this representation very well.
Yes.
We studied for this budget deliberation. I have 84 more questions here, but I'm not going to raise each questions. But for example, we have here, and we're looking at unemployment rates of different provinces. For example, in the richest provinces, pareho yung Cebu na 4.9%, Pero pagdating dun sa poorest province na, for example, Zamboanga del Norte, one of the poorest provinces in the country, 4.6% ang unemployment rate. Yung pong MSMEs, gusto ko rin malaman sana, gaano ba kadami dito sa mga probinsya na ito? At para nang sa ganun, dun natin mailagay at ma-focus ang programa ng ating pamahalaan. Hindi ko na po ito...
Pero to be candid po, DTI will probably be a better resource of said data. Kasi doon rin umaasa ang DSWD.
Opo, ang point ko lang po is we make sure that they are using it. Yun lang naman po yung point natin. That they are using it, that the funds are going to these areas needed itong mga programa na ito. So, yun lang po. Ihingi lang po ako ng copy noon para lang masiguro ho natin that these programs are working, Mr. President. Siguro yung last na lang po, Mr. President, no? Kasi ito naman, personal experience natin. Mahalaga po ba yung mobile kitchen na program? Kasi may a certain USEC ng DSWD.
I think yun lang ang naaasahan tuwing disaster.
Opo.
Ako, veterano kami ng Yolanda 10 years ago. Talagang kung wala yung mga mobile kitchen, walang makakakain. Ano?
So, ano po yun, no? Kasi kung talagang useful po yun, tama rin po dahil napaniwala din po ang this representation that it is useful, and that's the main reason why we have been supporting that particular program. Unfortunately, hindi po na-implement since 2022. Now it's 2024. We are hoping na kung yun talaga ang track na gusto ng DSWD, we will continue to support it. Pero kung hindi rin, masabihan din po kami para tatanggalin din po namin yung programa natin na gustong isulong under that particular program.
Narinig ko na may iba't ibang mga budget, COA, accounting specifications na hindi na ibigay. Pero 2 taon, masyado nang matagal. So, palagay ko kinakailangan na gawin na yan sa lalong madaling panahon.
Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, to our esteemed colleague. At hindi ko na ho patatagalin pa itong interpellations. Let me again point out and stress for the record that we have been supportive of the budget of DSWD since time immemorial, and we have been doing our best to help them carry out their purpose as a department. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat sa ating distinguished sponsor.
Thank you to our Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, its attached agencies and offices as listed, to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you. And before I roll, I'd like to thank the DSWD family. I've known Secretary Gatchalian for a long time.
Likewise, I just like to enumerate Department of Social Welfare and Development, Office of the Secretary, Council for the Welfare of Children, National Authority for Child Care, Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council, National Anti-Poverty Commission, National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, National Council on Disability Affairs, Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor. So that's it. I move for my previous motion, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Again, I'd like to thank the SWD family under the very able leadership of Secretary Rex Gatchalian. And I've known him for a long time. He's very hardworking, very progressive. And I have no doubt that he will address all our concerns very swiftly. So thank you very much. At this point, there's a motion by the Majority Floor Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the state universities and colleges led by the presidents of various state universities. And President Ronquillo is here. The budget of Commission on Higher Education. And we'd like to acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Chairperson Prospero de Vera III. And we now would like to recognize the sponsor of the measure, the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Patero, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the state universities and colleges and the Commission on Higher Education, led by Chairperson Prospero de Vera III, is now in order. At this point, Senators Pia Cayetano and Risa Ontiveros are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm ready to sponsor the budget of the Commission on Higher Education with a total new appropriation of 47 billion, 57 million, and 7,000 pesos. The State University and Colleges with a total new appropriation of 106 billion, 489 million, and 883,000 pesos. And the University of the Philippines System with total new appropriation of 23 billion, 557 million, and 426,000 pesos. Mr. President, in the past years, it has been our intention to make the budget for higher education sustainable but also resilient to future challenges, all while considering intergenerational fairness. I extend my gratitude to Senator Angara, the Chairman of the Committee on Finance, for wholeheartedly supporting the amendments and the recommendation we make. Mr. President, before we start, I would just like to start off on a light note. Recently, UP ranked the highest among the university in the country at 404th place in the QS World University. This is Asia. Asia yun, di ba? Hindi to QS World University Asia. Hindi to Asia version. World talaga. Tama? Okay, so yung QS World University Ranking 2024, 404th place, and then 78 in Asia. Okay. For the world ranking, this is an improvement of its 412th spot for 2023. Followed by, and I'm looking at the majority floor leader, followed by two private schools, Ateneo de Manila University, ranked 563. Walang Ateneo graduate on the floor. Meron, over there. I didn't see you standing there. Okay. Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader. 400, teka, nasaan yung binabasa ko? 563rd place, followed by De La Salle University. Yun ang wala on the floor at the moment. At 681 to 690 bracket. And University of Santo Tomas at 801 to 850. Okay. And then joining the top 4 schools is the University of San Carlos in Cebu City, which made it to the 1,201 to the 1,400 bracket. But, Mr. President, what I'd also like to point out is this. We are mindful of a news article that was published around July of this year saying that according to a leading online job portal, JobStreet, PUP is the top educational institution preferred by employers in the Philippines, with UP coming in second. I would just like to commend PUP. It receives, Mr. President, the lowest subsidy at 12 pesos per unit. So kung hindi pa ba kahanga-hanga na despite the low subsidy and because of the moratorium on increase, although that increase will really be a government expense, to be clear, no? Because nga of our law, they continue to hold this ranking among the employers. And that's what matters because employers eventually, kahit ano pang award na ibigay mo, kung hindi yan hireable, hindi yan hireable. Apparently, they are very desirable in the as far as the employers are concerned. So clearly, they are producing excellent graduates and becoming valuable members of our workforce. Congratulations to the students, officials, and faculty and staff. Andito ba yung presidente ng PUP? President Muhi, siya pa. Tayo po kayo dyan. Okay. Anyway,
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, may I also would like to acknowledge also our good friend UP President Angelo Jimenez is here with us, and our good friend the GM of PGH, Dr. Gap Legaspi. Mr. President, I move for the previous motion.
Yes, there is a current motion. Are there any objections? There being none, motion is approved.
we are ready, Mr. President, and we welcome the questions of the Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, good sponsor. Salamat din po, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Allow me just a few seconds to congratulate the University of the Philippines for beating my alma mater in the second game of the UAAP. I was proud of our team and also very impressed with the UP team. It was a great fight. Sorry to the majority leader.
Mabigat.
I apologize. And I'm glad that the president of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines is here na bumilib na po ako sa kanila mula pa nung panahon ng the late great president in the 1980s, in the late 1980s. The great Doc Nemesio Prudente. So, good sponsor, I'd like to ask questions about the Commission on Higher Education. Unang-una na po about marine education. According to a news report in April, it stated that CHED has plans to implement an enhanced curriculum for maritime students in the coming school year. There were also plans to monitor the maritime schools in terms of their possession of the necessary equipment to satisfy the standards of EMSA, or the European Maritime Safety Agency. Pwede po bang mag-present ang good sponsor ng updates tungkol dito?
Mr. President, I'm just awaiting the response of CHED.
Nag-implement na. So when you say it's being evaluated, what may matatanggal, may masasara? It was a commitment. Okay.
No new. Okay. Mr. President, in compliance with the ENSA requirements, all 83 maritime schools are currently being re-evaluated. And I asked what this means, if it's possible that there would be closures. That is always a possibility, Mr. President, if they cannot comply. Of course, we will give support where we can, because the objective is to allow them to provide the education that we need for our maritime students. And then the new curriculum is already being implemented this school year. And for the information of the Deputy Minority Leader, there is a 5-year moratorium on the opening of any new maritime school.
Thank you, good sponsor. Any updates po tungkol doon naman sa pagkakaroon nitong mga maritime schools ng kinakailangang equipment? So bukod po doon sa bagong curriculum, yung kinakailangang equipment.
Oo. Yan ho ay makikita sa evaluation. So in the process din po tayo na alamin kung ano ang mga pangangailangan ng bawat eskwelahan po.
Alright, maraming salamat, good sponsor. I'm sure aabangan ng marami sa atin dito sa Senado yung resulta nung kanilang evaluation. Sana hindi masyadong marami ang maisasara, pero kung ilan ang kailangang isara dahil hindi tumutupad sa standards, hindi lang ng EMSA, pero ng CHED, umaasa naman ako na magiging daan ito na maitaas at ma-maintain no, yung quality ng enhanced curriculum at pagpapatupad nito at pati yung pagkakaroon ng kinakailangang equipment ng lahat ng mga maritime schools na magpapatuloy sa kanilang operasyon.
Sorry, was there a question?
No,
The chairman was talking to me. I apologize.
It's all right. Good
It
sponsor.
was a statement, no? It was
Yes,
a statement.
it was a
Thank you.
statement anticipating the receipt of a copy of
Yes,
the
opo.
evaluation.
Actually, for your information, mga 2 to 3 years pa daw po.
Oh, all right.
So it will not be in the mail soon.
Kung ganon, good sponsor, baka the CHED could just do the Senate the kindness of maybe updating us every year kahit sa ganito mga budget plenaries natin. Kumusta na po yung progress ng evaluation na yun? Ano yung mga lumalabas na mahalagang findings nila at posibleng namumuong mga rekomendasyon for the end of evaluation report. Baka kahit ganun lamang po.
Yes. And if I may suggest, I'll just make my suggestion public already. Yung grabe na yung reports, kailangan i-prioritize yan. Kung kailangan isara, sayang oras ng estudyante at sayang pera ng magulang at ng gobyerno, di ba?
At saka good sponsor, mahalagang paalala, kaugnay din nung kapapasa nating ng Senate version ng Magna Carta of Seafarers.
Yes.
Dahil pati po yung seafarers, bukod po sa kanilang kasalukuyang working conditions, tapos yung inaasahan nilang maayos na benepisyo hanggang sa pag nagretiro na sila, unang-unang concern talaga nila ay yung dami at kalidad ng mga maritime schools na kanilang pinagdadaanan. Salamat, good sponsor.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, good sponsor. Ngayon dako naman po ako sa mga tanong tungkol sa mga commissioners ng CHED. I received a copy of the memorandum issued by Chair De Vera, magandang gabi din po, Chair, concerning the proper decorum of chair designates in the governing boards of state universities and colleges. Since the last budget hearing, my office has continued to receive correspondence from stakeholders concerning 2 commissioners in particular. Pwede po bang i-inform tayo ng chair kung nagkaroon ng mga internal investigations sa CHED para i-check yung compliance, particular na mga commissioners na ito sa memorandum ng chair?
Mr. President, the CHED has forwarded the complaints to the Office of the President, but I recall during the hearing, this matter was taken up, and Chairman Popoy De Vera issued a memorandum detailing the proper decorum the chair designate should observe as chair of each meeting that it oversees, and CHED is monitoring compliance. Any further violation will result in CHED replacing the concerned chair immediately. This was Chairman De Vera's statement during the hearing. So, is there anything else you want to add? Yeah, I know. Pero wala pang action si OP. Pero kahit na, ha? Pero kahit na, you still have ano. Mr. President, I'd just like to put on record that during the hearing, we also manifested that as chairman, the chairman has the power, no, to remove the chairperson's designate because they are there on your behalf. Is that not correct? So ang sinasabi po ni Chairman, yun nga, nag-issue ng memo and they are checking compliance, pero this representation firmly believes that if there were any wrongdoings in the past, they should act upon that.
Fully
Thank you.
agree, Madam Sponsor. Mabuti po at may nagawa na ang chair o ang buong CHED, forward yung mga reklamo sa OP. Totoo, naglabas ng memorandum from the Office of the Chairperson on the proper decorum of commissioners as chairperson designates in the Governing Board of State Universities and Colleges, na yung huling talata dito ay yun na nga po, non-compliance with this memorandum will lead to revocation of your designation as chair designate of concerned SUCs. At sabi nga po ng good sponsor, minomonitor ng CHED ang compliance ng mga commissioners sa memorandum na ito. Pero ang mga ito po ay nagawa na at tapos prospective moving forward. Pero kasalukuyan, bakit hindi pa po nagkaroon ng initiative yung chair, investigahan yung compliance sa memorandum, even of the recent past, considering na yung mga, lalo na yung mga akusasyon ay kaugnay na mga di umanong misuse ng public funds. So, wala po bang fact-finding sa ngayon, investigasyon, internal sa CHED?
Okay, sige. According to the chairperson, following due process, the persons, the commissioners who are charged or accused of wrongdoings have been asked to, given the opportunity to explain.
At kasabay po nitong given sila ng opportunity to explain, sa panig naman po ng CHED as a whole, wala bang fact-finding at investigasyon? Kasi hindi naman yung dalawang komisyonado lang ang dapat mabigyan ng pagkakataon magpaliwanag, pero yung ibang stakeholders at pati po yung mga nagmalasakit pang magreklamo, kasama ba sila sa isang mas malawak na investigasyon?
Oo. Well, Mr. President, the response is, yun nga, following due process, the accusations were made known to them and they were given the opportunity to respond. And from there, the chairman is saying that it's also the commission who will decide. Of course, they should inhibit themselves. That goes without saying. That's the direction that the chairman is going with, not a separate task force. When I ask him, pwede din ba mag-task force? Pwede din naman. So, but I guess the objective of the Deputy Minority Floor Leader is to have a fact-finding body, whether it's headed by the chair, the other commissioners, or some other body, that will come up with a fair and fair findings.
Certainly, a good sponsor, of course, the commission will decide, but this representation joins with the advice of the good sponsor na kung pwede namang mag-task force, bakit hindi? Because due process also requires due process both for the persons complained about at yung mga complainants. CHED itself deserves due process bilang isang institusyon. Baka pwede rin pong irekomenda na may preventive suspension ng mga komisyonado na inireklamo habang ongoing yung a form of investigation or fact-finding. Posible po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. President, the preventive suspension was already requested from Malacanang.
All right. So, mabuti naman po at salamat para sa impormasyon na iyon. Although I do wonder kung kailangan pang iangat hanggang sa OP, kung wala bang kapangyarihan yung commission itself to request that of their peers. Lalo na kung yung chair ang mag-request o hindi lang request ay oobligahin yung mga iimbestigahan na preventive suspension.
My understanding, Mr. President, is the chair can revoke, as His Honor read, no, dun sa memo, can revoke their standing as his designee. Yun pwede niyang gawin. Pero yung suspension from that office, since that office was an appointment by Malacanang, then it's also Malacanang who can suspend or permanently remove them from the office.
All right, I understand then. Good sponsor. Okay, I'll accept that.
Siguro
for
dagdag na lang
now.
natin is the urgency of resolving this kasi
Opo.
we brought it up during the hearing and
Yes.
that was what, almost 2 months
Months
ago.
ago. Opo.
So siguro it's high time na ma-resolve na to para people know that it's being acted upon.
Salamat, good sponsor. Also for allaying yung medyo konting pagkalito ko na if the commission, through the chair especially, can actually, pending findings of an investigation, revoke the appointment of any commissioner to any governing board of a state college or university, bakit yung lesser action at status ng suspension kailangan pa sa OP? But if that's the way the CHED process goes at yung kanyang ugnayan sa OP sa ngayon, I will accept that for now. Good sponsor, Chair De Vera also mentioned, and the good sponsor also mentioned just earlier, that the chair submitted the complaints against the respective commissioners to the Office of the President. Meron po bang mga updates kaugnay nito?
Wala pa, no? Wala pa, Mr. President.
Alright. May inaasahan bang time frame ang CHED within which posibleng magkomento or tumugon sa pagsubmite mula sa OP?
They're following it up with the executive secretary, but I hope the chairman would take this as a strong statement coming from the Senate. If we can speak on behalf of the Senate, there's at least myself and the Deputy Minority Floor Leader who firmly believes that the sooner this is acted upon, the sooner we can move on and give clarity to the issue kasi either walang katotohanan at maayos na ulit yung kalagayan ng mga na-accuse o kaya totoo siya and we give the SUCs and their officers and their students the assurance that these kind of actions will not be tolerated.
Thank you so much, good sponsor. I fully join in that sentiment and in the hope expressed by the good sponsor. Further, my office received a document from the Civil Service Commission, a decision in 2019 that found Dr. Jo Mark M. Libre guilty of grave misconduct, serious dishonesty, falsification of official documents, and conduct prejudicial to the best interest of the service. One of the consequences of this decision was Dr. Libre's perpetual disqualification from holding public office. Informed po ba ang chair sa CSC decision tungkol kay Commissioner Libre?
So, Mr. President, I'm told that the status of this case is that there was an appeal filed by Commissioner Libre. So, if Civil Service Central will issue a decision dismissing said appeal, then CHED is duty-bound to implement it immediately. So again, for the sake of our listeners, there's a due process, principle of due process is involved. Pagka may appeal, then hindi pa nila ma-actionan, Mr. President.
I understand, good sponsor. Pero kung mayroon ng desisyon ng isang constitutional commission sa regional level nila, bagamat in-appeal ng subject commissioner, and totoo nga, iniintay ng CHED yung desisyon sa appeal na ito ng central nung Civil Service Commission, given the gravity of the CSC decision, kahit dun sa regional level, bakit in-entrust pa rin ng chair na maging chair designate yung subject commissioner sa governing boards ng 24 na state universities and colleges?
So, Mr. President, the chairman explained that because he's an appointee of the president, nandun pa din yung assumption of good faith and na he was complying with his duty. So hindi rin naman din daw niya tinanggal ang pagka chairman designate dun sa hinahawakan niyang mga SUCs, Mr. President.
So I understand, good sponsor, about any commissioner of the CHED, no, at least being an appointee of the president. Pero siguro naman, hindi lang in terms of human nature, pero in terms of yung pagganap natin ng ating mga responsibilidad bilang mga nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, ang isang desisyon ng isang commission on Civil Service Commission, kahit sa regional level, hindi pa nadesisyonan ng isang appeal sa central, medyo strains the assumption of good faith, or at least should give us pause. Kahit papano, siguro may konting timbang when we are considering adding to the position and the mandate of a subject commissioner. Hindi po kaunti ang 2 dosenang state universities and college para maging chair designate sa governing boards nun yung subject commissioner. So I hope the good sponsor will forgive this representation for pushing the point, pero gusto
No,
ko lang
I
din
support
timbang-
the deputy
Salamat
minorities
po. Good
pushing the point.
Thank you,
Because
good
I was
sponsor.
clarifying the facts so that people who are following this story can also understand. Yung civil service case na final is a different case. Hindi ito tungkol dun sa iniimbestigahan ngayon ng CHED and well, whether it's a task force nga or whatever body on his conduct as a commissioner. The case in the Civil Service Commission is on his actions as a SUC professor. So that's why I really don't mind, and I support the deputy minority leaders pushing the point, because if these are two separate incidents, and take note that the incident, the case before the chairman now is not one incident. It's numerous incidents as chairman, as a commissioner. And then yung isa naman as SUC professor. So we must push the point, because if that is needed for the chairman to also act and do whatever he can on his part, then we will put some pressure on that, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, good sponsor. I really appreciate the solidarity, at least in trying to get to the bottom of things. Do right, be fair to all the parties concerned, and overall to uphold the mandate and the reputation of the CHED. And the good sponsor is right. The alleged or the complaints investigated date back to September 2016. This decision of the CSC regional was reached in July, or it was promulgated in July of 2019. And just for my information, when was the commissioner appointed as commissioner of the CHED?
In 2021, Mr. President, Your Honor.
2021. And was the Office of the President aware of the CSC regional decision of July 2019?
Well, as Her Honor knows, wala tayong representative from the Office of the President now. Sana kanina yung PLLO. Tanungin natin.
Oo nga po. Timely action and timely questioning. So, and if the commissioner was appointed in 2021, then I should have asked this of the previous Office
correct,
of the
correct,
President,
Mr. President,
not
yes.
the current Office of the President. So, be that as it may, there is a standing decision of CSC Region 11, if I'm not mistaken, dating back to 2019. And if the commissioner was appointed in 2021, standing na po yung decision na ito ng CSC Region 11. At kahit inappeal nila at pending pa yung appeal sa CSC Central, so babalik talaga ako sa tanong, bakit in-entrust pa ni Chair, Chair ngayon, Chair noon, Chair ngayon, pareho naman po, bilang Chair designate sa governing boards ng more than 20 SUCs. Was it a wise decision? Considering na on appeal pa ang isang CSC decision about quite serious complaints.
Well, as the chairman previously said, number one is may appeal pa, and then number two is honoring his principal, which is the president, Mr. President. Clearly, Her Honor, clearly the chairman is recognizing these technicalities, and clearly Her Honor is pointing out that hanggang saan naman, di ba? Kasi kung may authority naman ang chairman to somehow limit the potential of this person from committing more erroneous acts, even if it's, or even if you don't assume that it's correct, but yun nga, in terms of preventive suspension or just not assuming that position, that's the position no, that is being forwarded by our Deputy Minority Floor Leader. And ako naman din po, with all due respect din sa decision so far ni Chairman, I feel like sa tindi nung reports na narinig ko, kailangan malagay na sa tahimik tong issue na to, and to show the gravity, no, how seriously it's being taken. Sana hindi na nakarating sa Senate, kasi yun lagi ang request ko . Sana pag tinanong, na-actionan na, tapos na. So yun din ang request ko.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. And again, I join the good sponsor in that wish na sana sa bawat level natin, Chedman or tayo dito sa Senado. Kumbaga, we exhaust already all remedies given the mandate of each body, whether it's a commission or tayo dito sa Senate, we strive to do the same thing para hindi na kailangan kumbaga i-kick upstairs yung mga bagay na mas dapat pinagtutuunan na natin ng sapat at effective na pansin at our levels. Just a last follow-up question on this topic, good sponsor. Could we find out if the commissioner himself, Commissioner Libre, informed the president of the CSC case?
I doubt it. Trick question ho ba yun?
Hindi naman po, good sponsor. I understand why the good sponsor answered at first in this way, that she doubts it kasi by human nature nga. Pero ano lang, a matter of fact lamang po kung in-inform nila.
In fairness, I probably would, para to save the, di ba? I mean, some people out of delicadeza will tell their principal na you should know po na baka malagay kayo sa alanganin. May mga ganun naman po sa sine, So, sa totoong buhay, di ko lang po alam.
This is an instance, good sponsor, na we wish that art would imitate life. Or that rather that the other way around, that life would imitate art. Opo. But so do we know if the good commissioner did inform the OP of the CSC case?
We don't know,
We
Mr.
don't
President.
know.
Oo. I just wanted to also put on record na sayang kasi yung budget ng civil service was yesterday. Baka gusto nyo pa-recall o patanong nyo sa chairman din nila kung anong balita sa kanilang decision. Not that we're intervening, di ba? We're not, to make it clear. Yung bang how many days are they allowed to study, and then is that due? Is it due?
I will be very
glad. In the interest of seeing the wheels of justice.
I will be very glad, good sponsor, to communicate with the CSC chair about this particular case. Bagamat I confess, hindi ako mag-move para i-reconsider kasi ako po yung nag-sponsor sa budget nila. Pero I will thank you to the
I didn't even know that it was...
But thank you to the good sponsor for
that idea.
Bringing up the idea, and I will act on it po, even by direct communication with the good chair, Nograles. So, what can we do, good sponsor, but leave this topic for now, pero at least na-air pa natin ng konti in terms of some important facts about it, and hopefully mabigyan ng points of reflection and future action yung CHED and the chair itself of the commission, with that sense of urgency that the good sponsor mentioned, that we hope we all have about this. Dako na po ako, good sponsor, sa paksa ng funding. So I'd like to bring the focus back to CHED's funds. I was made aware of the reasons behind the shortage of funds for new TES grantees in 2022. Bagamat ano po yung mga dahilan na kulang ang funding para sa mga bagong TES grantees noong 2021?
Ay, yung hindi na-transmit, no? Yun yung hindi na-transmit. Ay, wag. Oo, oo. I think this is a question for the chairman of the Committee on Finance. No, I'm just kidding. It's really just being able to allocate limited funding. The committee recommended, and the Committee on Finance was able to accommodate, I believe, as much as it could. And I don't know for a fact, but then there's also movements in the BICAM level, usually, Mr. President.
I recall a good sponsor that during the process of the task force created by the chair, there were further explanations for insufficient test funds for new test grantees, though in 2022. At hindi ko pa sigurado kung ito rin yung mga naging dahilan noong 2021. Pero noon, 2022, in sum, ang nangyari daw ay yung bicameral conference took too much out of the proposed UACTE fund, which left CHED with insufficient funds for new test grantees. Kung ito man ay dahilan din noong 2021 o hindi, well, it's just important for us legislators to know what caused insufficient funding on any given year to ensure that in the future, so here we're talking about for 2024, there will be sufficient funds for more students to get the opportunity to pursue higher education through, among others, yung TES, which was created by the UACTE law or RA 10931 in 2016.
Mr. President, as I clarifying the actual figures, because I understand the situation, of course there's an increase in enrollment, but I accounted for that, and it's only like 5% plus, no? So that's not a huge amount. And one major change was the tulong dunong beneficiaries were moved to TES. So lumaki yung universe ni TES. So kailangan lumiit ang share, pero at that point wala, hindi pa, di ba? You maintain the 60,000 and 40,000. So actually, just to fast forward my answer, kaya ngayon ang balak ng CHED is liliit na ang TES to accommodate more students.
Alright. So, ang nangyari pala, kasi ang,
So,
yes.
So
the
for
sponsor.
just to give her honor the numbers, 237.6 thousand students were added to TES na dati recipient ng tulong dunong. Which accounts for about 3 billion pesos.
3 billion. I see. And of course, good sponsor, alam natin na both yung tertiary education subsidy at yung tulong-dunong program ay minamanage sa ilalim ng Unifast Board. At kasabay pa ng isa pang programa, yung free higher education for local universities and colleges, ay bumubuo ng kabuoang UACTE budget. So ang nangyari pala ay Ayun, gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsors, may mga beneficiary ng isang programa inilipat at naging beneficiaries ng ibang programa at subsidy to the quite substantial magnitude of 3 billion pesos. So, paano ba to? Ibig pong sabihin ay at least that year, 2021, hindi kasing prioridad ang tulong-dunong program tulad sa TES? And does this change year on year or paano po ba ang prioritization ng CHED dito? Or in particular, ng Unifast board dito?
So, Mr. President, the difficulty faced by CHED is that there's a special provision that dictates that the tulong-dunong beneficiaries after their first year would be absorbed by the budget provided in Unifast, which is yung sa TES. TES basically. So, unless madagdagan din ang TES, they're constrained to spread out that fixed fund.
I see. So, hindi pala ito desisyon ng Unifast Board for year 2021, kundi that year, meron talagang 237.6 thousand students na papasok na sa second year of higher education nila. And by the action of the special provision, lumipat talaga sa TES.
Wala namang choice ang CHED kundi ma-implement yun because the special provision is a law.
Yes. All right.
Hindi ho galing sa atin, to be clear.
Opo. I just don't have the date here when the Tulong-Dunang program was created, but TES in 2016, in the same year yung FHE for looks. Interesting din yung good sponsor, yung pag-dinrowing natin yung mga programa at subsidy na nasa ilalim ng Unifast Board. Tapos, in relation to CHED, na meron ding ibang mga subsidy programs sa ilalim nila, pero hindi managed ng Unifast. So parang may overlap, may subset na somehow nasa intersection ng Unifast at CHED, meron ding part ng subsets na yon na discrete or distinct from each other. Although, of course, the chair of CHED is the chair of both the Commission and the Unifast Board. Dito pa rin good sponsor sa paksanong funding. In the previous budget hearing, Attorney Benitez Haro mentioned that they will implement the mechanism of ensuring that CHED-ROS will not disburse funds to higher education institutions that do not provide their liquidation reports or simply disburse funds when there is incomplete documentation. So dahil mukhang recurring issue ito para sa CHED, may plano ba ang CHED na mag-enforce ng kung anong disciplinary mechanism sa ganitong mga aksyon ng mga CHEDRO?
Mr. President, I'm sure we can all understand that we set these rules so that the proper documentary requirements are submitted para requirement din po natin yan for transparency. So, kung karamihan naman ng HEI nakakapag-submit, tapos yung iba hindi, di kailangan mo naman talagang takutin, di ba? Na mag-submit naman kayo kasi magkakagulo-gulo lahat if they expect, and to be honest, Mr. President, this is also the issue we face sa DOH, PhilHealth, yung mga reimbursements, di ba? I mean, it's our duty naman. Any agency receiving funding, it's their duty to submit the proper documents, to liquidate, and so on and so forth. So yes, meron talagang, wala namang penalty. Pero, yun nga, ang masakit nun, kung wala kang penalty, di paano?
Yun na nga po, good sponsor. At ang magiging penalty de facto sa higher education institutions ay hindi sila madidisbursa ng pondo. Pero it takes at least two to commit a violation or even a crime, lalo na sa usapin ng misuse of public funds. So, doon naman po sa panig ng mga CHEDRO na either pinapayagan yung ganitong non-compliance ng HEIs or sila mismo ay, kumbaga, accessory to the crime or accomplice or kung ano man, sila po ba may disciplinary action laban sa kanila on the part of CHED?
Sino po?
Yung CHEDROs.
So no, actually, so what's happening now is if there are SUCs that have not complied, HEIs, what is HEIs who have not complied, then the regional office is now the one who directly disburses the funding. So parang they step into the shoes na lang para lang makarating yung tulong. So, gosh, I feel so bad, no? Because it's kind of like when you say you'll remove the accreditation of a hospital kasi they're also not complying. Tapos sino kawawa? Pasyente. Sino kawawa? Estudyante.
Is there no case, a good sponsor, na non-compliant yung HEI, pero nag-disburse ba rin yung CHEDRO? In such cases, hindi lang yung HEI dapat ang may penalty o disciplinary action by having their funds not disbursed, kundi yung CHEDRO din, hindi ba dapat may disciplinary action din?
To be clear, Mr. President, there are no COA findings pointing to CHEDRO being lax or committing any abuses or any wrongdoings. No, so talagang it's really the HEIs who are unable or have not submitted. And I don't know, maybe we can think creatively kasi nga. Ano ba yung, wala naman silang award na nakukuha yung HEI pag nag-submit silang on time. Because it's really the students who benefit and who are penalized in that sense. So, I don't know. Kayo dapat mag-isip kung anong award ang pwede niyong ibigay.
Thank you, good sponsor. Perhaps we can ask the CHED and particularly the chair about this at a later time as well. Pero kung commissioner nga ay narereklamuhan at nadedesisyonan tungkol sa non-compliance, baka posible rin sa antas ng mga CHEDRO. And it would be good perhaps for the CHED to think ahead about this. And speaking of COA, a good sponsor, at the House of Representatives, there was an approved motion for CHED to undergo a special COA audit. Ito po bang special COA audit ay nagkaroon na po ng release ng report nun?
Okay. The audit was done, but wala pa hong results.
Kahit ang CHED, hindi pa po na-furnish ng COA ng resulta?
Ongoing.
Oh my gosh.
It's still ongoing. It's still ongoing. The special audit is ongoing.
All right. Still ongoing. At muli, good sponsor, may time frame ba na ibinigay ang COA sa CHED para asahan yung final special audit report?
Ang timeline is ASAP.
ASAP. Yes, good sponsor. So, paglabas po ng COA special audit na yon, maitatanong po ano yung mga main results, kung may in-identify ang COA na kailangan i-comply ng CHED, at paanong plano nila para mag-comply dun sa mga i-demand ng COA. Dako po, good sponsor, sa mga tanong tungkol sa mga estudyante. So my office received a copy of a document from DBM, which stated that CHED requested an additional 9 billion pesos for the 2023 budget to cover projected new grantees for tests. Yung katatalakay lang po natin, good sponsor. New grantees as well for the Tulong Dunong program and the FHE for looks. So those three main programs under the UNIFAST's management. Pero only 288.7 million pesos was given by DBM in consideration of the request. So parang 2.5% lang ba ito? Can the chair confirm this?
Ano yung question? Part of the budget or saan obligated? Do you know? Can you give us a date because the
Yes.
CHED cannot recall offhand?
Anong date nito? We don't have the exact date. I apologize, good sponsor, I don't have the exact date either.
Can you give us any other info because they cannot recall this with the information given?
For 2023 ba? Yeah, 2023 budget. Wala bang more specific details? Ito yung title niya. Tama ba? This is all we received. Oo. Well, all that we received, good sponsor, is it's entitled Commission on Higher Education, CHED, Fiscal Year 2023, Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education, UWACTE Budget. Ganun lamang po.
Do you have a copy? Can we
I'll
have
have-
CHED
yes.
take a look at it? Okay. And then if we could proceed to the next question while they're reviewing it.
Okay. I'll ask the page to hand my copy. I'm sorry about a marginal note here to the good sponsor, but my office also sent a copy to the
So doon pa
executive
yun,
director.
oo.
To the executive director
I
of
think
SHED.
we already have an answer.
Thank you.
If Her Honor recalls, when the agencies are made to submit their proposals, may Tier 1, Tier 2. So,
yes.
ang pagkaalala nila ngayon, that's the Tier 2.
Tier 2.
So, yun ang
see.
hindi na-approve.
At kaya ang napagbigyan lamang ay mga 2.5%. Now, according to that document my office received from DBM, it states that, quote, CHED did not submit details of the requested amount, which should have been the basis for evaluation. So, if that's correct, bakit po hindi nakapagbigay ng detalye ang CHED para sa requested amount?
Siguro at the time you prepared it, that's your backup. Ganun naman si Tier 2, no? Mr. President, normally when the proposals are prepared, that's obviously a few months or start of the year, no? So at that time, of course, they submitted Tier 1, which is the priority, and then it's usually parang backup plan po yung Tier 2. So at the time that the feedback was received, they had determined that they had sufficient funding, so they did not proceed with for 2023, Your Honor.
I see. That's a bit surprising on the part of CHED considering na yung nirequesta nila ng additional 9 billion pesos, kahit Tier 2 pa, ay para dun sa tatlong main programs sa ilalim ng management ng UNIFAST. And earlier na pag-usapan natin, good sponsor, yung naging kakulangan na nga ng funding in another year, 2022, para doon sa TES grantees na dahil pala nag-migrate yung a significant number of former tulong-dunong beneficiary. So kahit pa po Tier 2 yan, usually kapag tayo mga tao nagre-request tayo, we really make the strongest, we put forth the strongest argument for it. the good sponsor mentioned to reply to a different question, or in a maybe in a different plenary interpellation, that of course the funding is never sufficient. So sayang lang, no, kung paano na sinabing may sufficient funding na yung tatlong main programs na yon, when yun na nga in an earlier year nagkulang ng funding para sa test. Yun na nga po, lalo na dahil in 2021 and 2022, in fact, CHED had not sufficient funding but insufficient funds for new tests.
So actually,
Students.
to complete the picture, Mr. President, and I think Her Honor can if not agree with, can appreciate the scenario and the reality. Meron ng preset na fiscal space na binibigay, ina-allot ang DBM sa lahat ng agency. So yung Tier 2, asa ka na lang kung aabot ka doon. So even in negotiations, they would really, you know, you're free to mention it, but the chances of it being given to you is really, really very small. So they end up focusing on what they can, Mr. President. Kasi parang nasabihan na rin sila na hindi nyo na rin makukuha yan. And this representation can attest, not on this particular case, because I don't know this case, but time and again, when we've also followed up na, ba't nasa Tier 2 lang to? Ba't hindi nyo na? Bakit? Paano naging Tier 2 to? Napakahalaga. Kasi yun lang ang nabibigay na fiscal space.
Mas yun po ang maintindihan ko, good sponsor, kung ang DBM na, in a way, nag-set ng parameters para makapag-request ng additional funding, lalo na para sa Tier 2 programs. Kung sana nabigyan ang CHED ng mas maluwag-luwag na fiscal space ng DBM, or kung talagang kahit sinabihan sila, huwag kayo masyadong umasa, kung nag-submit pa rin sila ng mga necessary details, had really medyo mas nangulit pa, then possibly, there would have been many more deserving students to get the support they need to pursue
I would
higher
love to
education.
agree with Her Honor, because in principle I do, but from my experience chairing this budget for 5 years, suntok sa buwan po yun. But of course, I agree with Her Honor na go lang, di ba? Kung
Yes,
pwede mo naman
exactly.
talagang ipilit and i-prepare. I mean, but the amount of work that goes into that, I can just imagine at some point, you know, you choose your battles, and I would like to think may iba rin silang nahingi na ibang budgetary item.
Thank you, good sponsor. At tama rin sila na go lang, no, kahit suntok sa buwan, libre naman pong mangarap, lalo na kung nangangarap tayo para sa main programs na minamanage. Halimbawa
Gawin niyo na hong
Unifast
slogan
Board.
yan. Libre mangarap, lalo na kung ano yung pinaglalaban natin ng kabataan.
Okay. Sige. Go lang ako dyan. Good sponsor. In the previous budget hearing, CHED mentioned that they had finished validating the grantees and found that 141,450 students were qualified to be given test grants from the years 2021 to 2022. Mari po bang makakuha ng update kung yung mga test grants na yon ay na-disburse na?
For the 2023, no? What? Yung... yeah. So, it is ongoing, Your Honor, and they are still in the process. You're paying out. Yes, Mr. President.
At para sa mga 141,000 plus na estudyante na to, test grantees para sa 2021 hanggang 2022, sa ongoing, nasa ilan na po tayo, or anong percentage na po nila ay na-payoutan na po?
Pero of the 141 nga, ilan na? As of November 6, yung 137. So, nandyan pa rin tayo.
This is the actual qualified rate.
So 137 na ang ang qualified. Mr. President, actually as of November 6, 2023, out of 191,000 applicants, 137,268 are qualified grantees and will receive payment Mr. President.
So mali pala yung figure ko, good sponsor. Ang sa akin, 141,450 students. So 137,000 plus lang pala ang...
As of November 6.
as of November 6.
So November 3, ano na ngayon, 14?
November 16 na po.
16.
10 days
So
later.
baka 141 na.
Hari nawa po. And these are, kasi po ito yung mga estudyante, qualified, validated, and found qualified for years 2021 to 2022 pa. So, kumpara sa gaan na piniplenary natin yon, this is two years backlog. So, of the... sige, kahit pag-usapan lang po natin yung figure as of November 6.
Just to be
Yes,
clear, it
Madam
also includes
Sponsor.
2022 and 2023. So,
Ah.
dalawang taon na backlog.
All right.
Tama?
So,
First SEM of 2021 to 2022 and second SEM of 2022 to 2023.
all right, good sponsor. So, siguradong 137,000 plus, posibleng 141,000 plus, pero hindi lang pala para sa isang school year, para sa dalawang school year. Itong number
Yes.
lamang.
Yes.
All right. Sige po, kung kahit gamitin natin yung figure as of November 6, 137,000 qualified, 137,000 plus qualified sa dalawang school year na iyon. Ilan na po ang na-disbursan nung kanilang test grant or anong percentage nito ay na-disbursan na? Mr. President.
Ganun ba? Misaro and no. So, Mr. President, there's already a SARO, but there is no NCA yet. So, they are using whatever funds they can to make payments.
Ano po ang delay good sponsor sa pag-issue ng NDA?
NCA.
Kung may, NCA, kung may SARO na.
I guess the answer is paperwork.
Paperwork, wow. For 2 years na po, di ba, na hinihintay ng mga estudyante nito. School years rather. At saka validated na ito ng CHED. Deemed qualified na itong mga estudyante. Ano pong funds ang ginagamit nila para at least
Actually,
simulan
Mr.
na yung
President, to be
disbursement?
clear yung
Opo.
SARO na-release na after nila mabigay ng name. So yung NCA, they're waiting for it. So it's not on the part of CHED.
Yes. So, pero at nabanggit ng good sponsor na gumagamit ang CHED ng ibang pondo niya para at least masimulan yung disbursement.
Yes.
So, sa ganitong paraan, ilan na pong mga test grantees for those 2 school years ang na-advancean na ng CHED?
They don't have it offhand, Your Honor. They heard Her Honor's request, so hanapin nila, pero they're being candid in saying they don't have it offhand. Pero pakihanap para kung lumabas to while we are still with our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, pwedeng i-produce, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. And actually, hindi ko naman request ito eh. In effect, i-request ito ng CHED. dun sa dapat mag-i-issue ng NCA at para hindi na rin sila kailangan mag-advance nung ibang mga pondo nila. Lalo na sila mismo, ang CHED mismo ang nagsabing validated, qualified itong mga estudyante starting from 2 school years ago pa po. So, awaiting the update from CHED, a good sponsor, at salamat po para doon. Good sponsor, ang CHED po ba may record ng mga estudyante sa iba pang mga higher education subsidy programs na hindi pa nakatanggap ng full grants nila? Whether ito po ay yung FHE for looks, tulong-dunong program, kahit po yung CHED scholarship program, at iba pa.
Only 6%. Total of 6% from 2020, 21, 22, and 22. 6% na lang hindi pa. 5%. Oo. Actually, Mr. President, for the academic year of 2021 to 2022, 99.43% na ang bayad. So, less than 0.01 na lang ang hindi. And then 2022 to 2023, the total is 94.75%. So, 5.25% na lang ang hindi pa bayad.
At good sponsor, pag sinasabi nilang bayad na, fully paid or partially lamang po?
Fully paid.
Fully paid. So, at ito po ay across lahat ng mga higher education subsidy programs? Kasi yung sinasite po bang 99% ay fully paid in 2021 to 2022 at para naman sa 2022 to 2023, 94% ay paid. Ito po ba ay para sa UWACTE as a whole or
test grantees.
select programs? At
Continuing test grantees.
Sa TESS po in particular. Okay po. Para dun naman po sa... Meron po bang hindi pa fully paid sa grants nila sa free FHE for looks or sa tulong-dunong program or sa CHED scholarship program at iba pa?
Okay, 96. Okay. Okay. So, for looks, Mr. President, the disbursement is 98%.
For both those school years, good sponsor?
This is for 2022. For ano,
To
ano school year to?
2023.
22 to 23? 2022 to 2023.
And ganun din po ba yung record for tulong-dunong program at saka CHED scholarship program?
Yeah, so that is part of TESS. So the information earlier on TESS already includes that, Mr. President.
So yun pong 99% in 2021 to 2022 na fully paid, 94% in 2022 to 2023 ay hindi TESS lamang, kundi TESS, TDP, at saka CHED scholarship program? Tama po ba?
Oh, iba pa yung sa CHED scholarships.
Iba pa yung CHED. So, but yung percentages na yun ay para sa dalawang programa, TESS at saka tulong-dunong program.
Yes.
So, thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Kumusta naman po yung sa CHED Scholarship Program?
Would Her Honor like to ask another question? Parang malayo pa yung pagkukunan nung
All right,
sagot.
I'll do that, good sponsor, Mr. President. At ang dulo naman ng line of questioning na ito ay, halimbawa, yung 1% lang na sinasabi nilang hindi pa nakatanggap ng full grant sa ilalim ng TES at TDP for 2021 to 2022. Yung 6% sa dalawang programang ito sa 2022 to 2023. At yung 2% na hindi pa nakatanggap ng full grant sa LUCS sa 2022 to 2023. Plus yung iniintay pa nating sa CHED scholarship program. Ilang mga estudyante ito per program in absolute numbers at ano ang plano ng CHED para siguruhin na matanggap na nila yung long-awaited funds?
Actually, since maliit lang yon,
Opo.
Mr. President,
Yung percentage.
can we ask them to submit that? Kasi maliit lang naman. Pero ano yung reason? Kasi yung isa less than 1%. Baka, ewan ko, paperwork ba yun? Nawala ba yung estudyante? Di ko rin alam. Pero baka they can, Mr. President, since there's a few categories, I'll tell them to write it and then
Thank you,
submit.
good
Thank
sponsor,
you.
Mr. President. Para at least moving forward, alam natin kung kahit one-digit percentage lang to,
How many
yung
pe-
absolute
how many
number,
students?
malaman
Yes,
po natin
oo,
ilan para masuportahan natin sila at ang CHED no, na makumpleto na iyan.
Oo.
Salamat po, good sponsor. Still on the topic of students, may mechanism po ba sa loob ng CHED para mabigyang daan yung mga estudyante makapag-lodge ng anonymous complaints laban sa errant HEIs?
Meron ka sa website? Sa website niyo ba? Oo. Oo. Yes, alam ko na tanong na rin yan sa hearing. Baka kayo din po ang nagtanong, Deputy Minority Leader. Sa website ng CHED at saka mismo daw sa Facebook ni Chairman Popoy de Vera. Tandaan niyo po yon sa Facebook. Pwede ko kayo magreklamo doon.
Alright.
Messenger.
At Messenger.
Tsaka sa? 888. Sa 888. Pwede din pala. 888.
Ito po ay hotline ng CHED, good sponsor.
It's
Just
lahat
the
ng klaseng
general-
complaints. Tapos
Alright.
napapadala sa inyo.
Alright. Salamat para sa impormasyong ito. Muli, kasi a common issue we've heard is that students fear that complaining against the school will result in the denial of grants to that school. And therefore, as the good sponsor mentioned earlier, Mr. President, ang estudyante naman sa huli ang either nabibiyayaan or napipinsalaan. And then, as a last question on the topic of students, good sponsor, Mr. President, in 2017, ang DepEd naman, DepEd issued a gender-responsive basic education policy, or DepEd Order Number 032-17, to integrate the principles of gender equality, equity, and sensitivity in the provision and governance of basic education. Ang CHED po ba may similar policy para sa mga universidad sa ilalim ng kanyang jurisdiction?
They have, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Dako na po ako sa mga tanong tungkol sa task force. Una po, good sponsor, Mr. President, I'd like to thank CHED and UNIFAST for creating a task force to investigate the various issues relating to the deficiencies in the various higher education subsidy programs. According to the task force report, the regional offices have a comprehensive and effective system of validating the list of grantees, and this is supposed to weed out ineligible grantees or even ghost scholars. Ito po bang mga mekanismo may kasamang punitive measures laban sa mga HEI na nagbibigay ng assistance sa ineligible grantees?
siyang catch-22 na hindi pa makaano. Yeah. If your honor, Mr. President, will recall my example earlier, it's like penalizing a hospital. Yung pasyente dun sa lugar na yon, and in this case, the students in the area, in that, whether it's a city, a province, would suffer kung mapipinalize yung HEI. Pero siguro pwede yung workshop. Oo. Kung wala namang malis, ako wala akong problema, Mr. President, sa workshop, di ba? Your Honor, Deputy Minority Floor Leader, workshop, I totally agree. Pero kung may malis, I'm sure there's a criminal case that can, like kung may falsification of documents, may criminal case. Oh, wala naman silang kasong ganon. It's really just the delay, the inaction, just delays in filing the proper papers.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. Of course, yung deficiencies in implementing what are supposed to be higher education subsidy programs on the part of the HEIs, parusa na rin yan sa estudyante. And in the same way, yung pinagsimulan nating tanong tungkol sa mga maritime schools, sinabi mismo ng CHED na may posibilidad na isara yung ilan na hindi naman nagde-deliver ng quality education sa kanilang mga maritime students. So of course, taking into account the pain that the students may suffer, especially in the short term, kung mayroong disciplinary actions that CHED will take, kalaunan, hopefully sooner than later, ang outcome ay a better quality, timely delivery of these subsidy programs dun pa rin sa mga estudyante. And good sponsor, Mr. President, since the task force report has been approved, alin po sa mga rekomendasyon doon ay balak ng CHED at ng UNIFAST na i-adopt?
So, Mr. President, the report is done, pero it will still be officially submitted to the Commission and Bank. So, hindi pa nila masishare sa atin yan.
Alright. Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. May timeline po ba for the official submission para makapag-comment na ang CHED sa report na ito sa lahat nating mga stakeholders?
So next week, it will be presented to the Commission and Bank, and then December 14 to the UNIFAST Board.
Great, good sponsor, so Mr. President. So within the year, posible nang makapag-communicate ang CHED or sa publiko at makapag-comment sa report na ito. Pati sa mga rekomendasyon na i-adopt or posibleng i-adopt nila, and then maitatanong din eventually yung timeline para ipatupad yung mga rekomendasyon. Salamat, good sponsor. Huling paksa ko, ang kinabukasan ng CHED at ng UNIFAST, although I understand that CHED has limited administrative capacity to directly disburse to students, the task force na pinag-usapan lang natin ngayon, good sponsor, Mr. President, it brought to light the many vulnerabilities of fund disbursements through higher education institutions. Students are, quote-unquote, at the mercy of their HEIs to comply with the requirements of CHED. For example, higher education institutions are mandated to submit their liquidation report within 90 days of fund receipt to be eligible to receive subsequent funding for their students. During the task force process, it was made known that there was even an HEI that abused this. This particular HEI deducted beyond the 10,000 pesos allowed amount from student scholarships, which left them with a significantly reduced grant. Ang chair po ba ay naniniwala na ang pinakamabuting paraan na makapag-disburse ang CHED ng kanyang subsidies ay sa pamamagitan ng mga HEIs?
Well, it would also be extremely difficult if the disbursement would come from the regional offices. No, we can't assure that it would be better that way. So for now, it seems that the HEIs have to be relied upon. But as mentioned earlier, if there are problems which they have encountered, that's when the regional offices take over. So I guess there could really be a way for the regional offices to take a more active role if kunyari alam nyo na may delay, they get involved right away.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. And bukod dun sa, in a way, corrective action, stepping up, kung magka-problema man sa HEI, sa kanilang rehiyon, meron pa bang ibang avenues na ine-explore ng CHED or i-explore in the future para maiwasan yung ganitong mga vulnerabilities?
No, but Unifast state 1% ang admin. So, Mr. President, a practical solution according to CHED is to review the limit on their admin expense, which is at 1% based on the Unifast law. Other bodies like DepEd have 3%, Mr. President.
That's very instructive, good sponsor, Mr. President. And if the sponsor would lead our chamber in reviewing the relevant provisions in the law, then at least we have parang meron na tayong reference in another education institution of government of our country. Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. At sa huli, given the multitude of higher education subsidy deficiencies that CHED has been experiencing for years, ranging from unliquidated disbursements, insufficient documentation to support those disbursements, delayed releases, ang CHED po ba at ang Unifast may capacity at administrative resources para daanan yung mga necessary reforms para maisagawa ng matagumpay yung higher education subsidy programs?
Of course, yes, they do have the resources and the technical knowledge. They do. But just to clarify my response earlier, Mr. President, I mentioned that it was per Unifast. So the 1% limit is in the GAA.
Interesting. Good sponsor. So baka there may be an even more timely step that the chamber could take with the leadership of the good sponsor. So maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, good sponsor, at sa CHED family, and of course sa ating mga state universities and colleges. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to the Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you to our Deputy Minority Leader. And last, to interpolate, is I chair the Committee on Basic Education and Other Land, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening to the body, good evening to the sponsor, and to Chair Popoy, and to the rest of the members of the SUCs and the CHED. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the good sponsor for accepting 3 out of our 5 recommendations, and the recommendations were derived from the budget hearing that the good sponsor, Her Honor, conducted in the past. And let me just put on record the recommendations that we made. Number 1, a special provision to ensure immediate release of free higher education payments to local universities and colleges. And I remember during one of our hearings, I think it was last year, some payments to the Valenzuela LUCs and as well as Taguig LUCs were not immediately paid. And I would like to thank Chair Popoy for making that commitment that these 2 LUCs will be paid, and also other LUCs. But to make sure that all LUCs will be immediately compensated or reimbursed with free higher education, we propose a special provision which Her Honor approved. The other special provision that we propose is to amend special provision number 1 to allow the use of not more than 30% of the current year's HEDF collection to fund eligible TES applicants who cannot be covered by existing year's GAA funding. And I remember also during the budget hearing that there's a backlog of TES applicants. In 1 year, I think it was year 2021-2022, the backlog went as high as 1.6 million students. So in other words, there are eligible students applying for tests, but due to funding constraint, these 1.6 million students were not accepted. So we're giving the CHED another venue by authorizing them to use the HEDF as a fund source for these new TES applicants. And the last approved provision is to amend Special Provision Number 3 to address the crowding out of students from low-income household in the pool of TES beneficiaries. And this is to reverse the trend because let me just post on the slide. We saw that for TES grantees, the places where there is no SUKs and LUKs are slowly eating up into the share of the listahanan grantees. And it is clear in the law that there is a progressive application of the TES, starting with listahanan and then low-income families. And if you look at the slide, the red one is grantees from places with no SUKs and LUKs, and over time it is growing. And it's not exactly, those students who are part of the PNSL are not exactly low-income families as well as listahanan families. So we want to reverse the trend and stay true to the spirit of the law, wherein listahanan grantees will be prioritized, and then low-income families will be prioritized. And then if all of these grantees are given a chance to go to school, then the next step will be the places with no SUKs and LUKs. And we propose a special provision to that effect. And again, I thank the good sponsor for accepting that special provision. The other special provision, which was not
Mr.
accepted.
President,
Yes.
while his honor is happy that in attributing to us the acceptance of those provisions, I wish I can say that it was this representation that accepted it, but it was the Finance Committee under our chairman. So yung susunod na sasabihin mo na hindi na-accept, siya rin yun.
Well, Mr. President, partially accepted naman, Ms. Sponsor. And this is actually a crucial special provision that we recommended. And this special provision, in a nutshell, authorizes the CHED to tap into the HEDF, to use it for the shortfall for this coming school year 2024. Because based on the hearing, and again, this was called out of the hearing, the allocation for free higher education is 21 billion, but the requirement is 25 billion. So there's a 4.16 billion deficiency. And based on my conversation with various presidents of our SUKs, and also Dr. Tirso is here, that typically if the amounts given to the SUCs are not enough, they eat into the capex of our SUCs. So meaning the monies that will be used to build laboratories, to build other facilities, will be used to fund that deficiency. So we looked at the HEDF, and the unused HEDF as of 2023 is about 6.8 billion pesos. So just enough to fund the deficiency for 2024. And good sponsor, this is only a stopgap measure. Senator Cheese, who's the chairman of the Higher Ed Committee, conducted the hearing on this, and he volunteered to put CHED, the SUCs, and DBM together to talk about to talk about ways forward, how to come up with accurate projections so that we will not have deficiencies. So this is only a stopgap measure coming 2024, and the proposal here is to come up with a special provision, again, to authorize CHED to use it into their HEDF. And lastly, Madam Chair, good sponsor is a proposal to fund the Philippine Energy Research and Policy Institute under the UP. And a few years ago, under we passed a law to create this Energy Institute lodged under UP. And it's RA 1172. And this is this law created the Philippine Energy Research and Policy Institute. In 2023, this year, we allocated about 80 million pesos to operationalize this institute. And the intention of this institute is to tap into the knowledge base of the academe, the talent and the research capabilities of our academe to come up with analysis, researches on the energy sector here in our country. And we requested to fund it for 200 million pesos this coming 2024. And I appeal to the good sponsor and also to the chairman of the Finance Committee the possibility of funding this research institute. And we will send the good sponsor a letter to this effect, also stating possible fund sources so that the good sponsor will not will have options how to fund this 200 million. So these are just my manifestations to the body. And again, I thank the good sponsor for accepting our proposals, and I thank the CHED also for giving us information, especially during the budget hearing. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Senator Gatchalian is done with his interpellation, Mr. President. We just had to clarify some very interesting points that was brought up by his very interesting special provisions and manifestation.
So that's it.
That's
Majority
Yeah,
Leader.
Mr. President, before I make the necessary motion and as part of the Education Commission too, may I just make a very short manifestation, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I fully support the budget of the Commission on Higher Education and most definitely the state universities and colleges, together with the chairperson of the subcommittee as well as our education champions in the Senate. We supported the inclusion of the following provisions in the fiscal year 2024 Senate version of the General Appropriations Bill. Mr. President, there's this additional 287 million for the increase in carrying capacity of 15 SUC colleges of medicine, additional 125 million seed fund for the development of medical schools in SUCs. Now the current total is 275 million. Again, we thank our sponsor of the measure, Senator Pia Cayetano, for helping us because, Mr. President, if you recall, when we started deliberating that measure, ito pong Doktor para sa Bayan Act or Republic Act number 115009. Tayo po ay masaya sa paglago ng mga oportunidad, Mr. President, para sa ating mag-aaral na nais po mag-aral ng medisina. And if you recall, during that time, 3:10,000 ang doctor ratio, patient ratio. At ngayon po, tumataas na yung bilang ng ating mga doktor kumpara noon. Ngunit nangangamba pa rin tayo dahil yung kakulangan ng salapi para pondohan, hindi lamang yung ating scholarship program, but also, Mr. President, the schools of medicine na supposed to be by next year will be able to cover all regions of the entire country. So mula po sa 8 SUC colleges of medicine, sa 7 rehiyon, meron na po tayo ngayon na 19 SUCs sa 14 regions of the country. We are humbled, Mr. President, and honored to have done our part in addressing the Achilles heel of our healthcare system. And we will continue to work with the Commission on Higher Education and our higher education institutions to address the present 114,000 doctor shortage in the country. And in addition to this, we'd like to stress the importance of the following points. Under the Senate version of TESDA's budget, we have included an amount of 12 million in additional funding for the activities of the Interim Secretariat of the PQF, or the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council. We just hope, Mr. President, that they will keep on meeting, Mr. President, because as you recall, when Vice President Sara Duterte was here, we indicated the appreciation of this representation that in 1.5 years of being the Vice President and head of DepEd, she was able to call at least 4 meetings. Unlike in the past, for the past 4 years, 4 meetings lang ang naganap dito sa PQF-NCC. Another, Mr. President, is we wanted to follow up the implementing rules and regulations of the Republic Act number 11551. This is the Labor Education Act. Mr. President, kayo po'y co-author natin dito sa batas na ito, which became a law in 2021. Until now, wala pa rin po yung IRR. And so we'd like to remind the Commission that the law only provided, Mr. President, 60 days from the effectivity of this particular act, the formulation of IRR. We hope to finally see the IRR of this very important legislation, a bit the delay for almost 3 years. Last but not the least, Mr. President, and I think it's also important to note that 1 in 3 seafarers in the world is a Filipino. And with a total of 489,698 seafarers deployed in 2022, we cannot emphasize enough, Mr. President, the role of the CHED to strengthen the maritime education system in the country. We will hold the CHED to its commitments in operationalizing its plans and courses of action for our continuous compliance to the European Maritime Safety Agency or EMSA audit. At ma-ensure din po nila that our seafarers will not have to worry again about the non-recognition of their certification. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat, congratulations, at binibigay po natin yung regards sa ating mga pinuno sa CHED at sa ating mga SUCs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Before we tackle their budgets, to approve the budget, Madam Sponsor, may I just make a manifestation, like small query. We were together in a very successful trip to Hungary. I heard today you discussed some problems with the CHED. For the CHED family, alam mo, binibigyan tayo ng Hungary ng 35 scholars. And I believe it was not filled up. So I don't understand why hindi na fill up yan. Were you able to discuss, Madam Sponsor, with them what was the reasons why they were not able to fill up these free scholarships given by the Hungarian government, libre, Hungarian government to our students? And ano yan, ha? It can be undergrad, postgrad, and PhD courses.
Actually, Mr. President, upon your instructions, and you know, your our desire to prioritize education, knowing that in other countries they are actually able to give even 100 scholarships because there are takers. So we committed that during this budget, we will facilitate a meeting. So the representative of the Hungary embassy was here today, meeting with
Fantastic.
the SUCs. So for closer coordination. So that's a commitment, Mr. President, we make because like you said, sayang, nandiyan na yung offer, and contrary to what some students might think, it's conducted in English. So
Yes.
nakakahinayang. But if
conducted in
His
English.
Honor will recall, on the spot naman po, we were texting already Chairman Popoy, no, at that time, and he also committed that they will ensure that these slots are filled. But that is why we had the representative of Hungary attend today and meet all the SUC presidents. So baka din pati ho yung ibang kaibigan natin from other countries, we're willing to do the same for them as well, no? To coordinate, to support these scholarship programs for our students, and which will also strengthen our ties with these other countries, Mr. President.
Yes, because I believe it, the yearly allocation is 35, but they can increase it.
They will if
They
napupuno.
as long as may estudyante.
Yes.
Hindi natin napupuno, ma'am. So, alam ni sponsor yan, we're together. Hindi napupuno yan, Chairman, kaya hindi nila may bibigay. Vietnam has like 200. Vietnam has
Yun nga.
200 students free in Hungary every year. Kasi daw, they're asking for more allocations. It's given. It is never denied. The problem is we don't have, this year, I think we only filled up 20. So may 15, di ba? 25, so may 10 na kulang. So, sana, Chairman, ma-action na natin yan. We have
Actually-
to work fast because pag nalampasan na natin yung due date, susunod na naman ng taon yan. So those SUCs that are listening here, if you have outstanding students
Okay.
and
Yeah.
teachers.
Yeah. I recall, Mr. President, this is dated. When we were in Hungary, tinext ko po si Chairman, October 27, yung request niya is more courses pa in engineering. So that's where we can help facilitate.
Yes.
Gusto pala natin ng more engineering. Baka naman makapagbigay din sila. So
Yes.
we'll work together, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, Majority Floor Leader,
I
before.
was about to point out, Mr. President, that I am hoping for an affirmative and a commitment to what I mentioned.
Yes.
There are three things: EMSA, labor education, IRR, and the operationalization of the PQF law, Mr. President. Mag-meeting lang doon.
Sabi nga.
Yeah, meron na. Tagal na. Hindi sila nag
Okay. Yes, Mr. President, on EMSA, this was also brought up by the Deputy Minority Floor Leader. The response there is the review of all the reevaluation of all the maritime schools are ongoing, and there is a 3-year deadline, but the President actually wants it done in 2 years. With regards to the operationalization of the PQF law, as His Honor correctly pointed out, DepEd is very crucial here. And as His Honor said, the Vice President Secretary of DepEd has been instrumental in ensuring that there are regular meetings. On this note, before I go to the labor education, I will include a often repeated question or query that my brother Senator Alan always includes. And this is how long will it take for the commitment of CHED to reduce the number of years in college? Because that was a commitment made when we passed K-12. And I've asked this during the hearing, if you recall, Chairman Popoy. The response you gave me is that you are awaiting also the various, ano ba tawag doon? The technical groups to be the one. Pero how do you crack the whip? Kasi meanwhile, nakapag-graduate na yung additional year, taon-taon. So I just have to manifest that, Mr. President, because many parents expected that with the K-12, mababawasan yung college years. And we already know in other countries, maraming course na 3 years lang. So I just have to repeat that. The final point of His Honor is on the Labor Education Act. Sabi ng CHED, this is with DOLE right now. Sila yung nag-request na i-review ulit ang IRR. Narinig po ba yun ng ating Majority Floor Leader? At hindi kayo masaya, pero yan ang katotohanan. So, it's with DOLE. So, anyway, to make His Honor, the Majority Floor Leader, happy, kasi did you want to reply to that first on labor? That's it. There's nothing. That's
because I was told that it's actually the Commission on Higher Education that is in charge of the IRR, Mr. President. So
actually, that is accurate, Mr. President. They are in charge. They've submitted it, and they said they were ready to sign, but DOLE wanted to review it again.
thank you.
They requested for
We'll do that. They were just here yesterday, but had I known, Mr. President, but I will not reconsider their budget. Don't worry, Mr. President.
Okay.
So
Sige.
yes, I am.
But before you move to submit, Mr. President, just a very quick response on our favorite topic, the Doktor para sa Bayan and the medical scholarship. I affirm and confirm the numbers that His Honor put on record. A total of 1.26 billion is what the Senate carried. We have always taken the lead on funding this program, the medical scholarships and the support for medical schools. Every year, I am proud to report that because of our initiative, we did not pass a law that simply says, dagdagan nyo yung doktor, bigyan namin kayong konting scholarships. Every year, we ensure that there is budget for capital outlay, for MOOE, and for personal services. This cannot, and the seed fund, this program cannot be effective without these very detailed interventions, Mr. President. And again, I also confirm happily, I want to share the joy of our Majority Floor Leader that from eight med schools in 2020, it's 2023, and we now have 19. And there are 11 more pending in CHED, and I have to commend CHED that in fairness, every year, they prioritize the evaluation of the readiness of these schools. That's why tayo may seed fund, because if a medical school is not open at the time we are having these debates, then the only way they can get funding is from the seed fund that we lodge with CHED, Mr. President. So on that note, my final point on this is that we cannot provide health care to the Filipinos by the services of the doctors alone. And so every year I I always encourage the SUCs to strengthen their allied health programs. And I'm not, there have been some, Mr. President, Bulacan actually lately was asking for funding for that, Bulacan State University. But I really encourage all the SUC presidents here that have med schools and even those that don't, na dagdagan nyo pa yung allied health programs nyo because they are also extremely important. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague, sponsor of the measure. Finally, we are excited in Region 3 because next year, we're almost sure that we will have our very first public school SUC offering School of Medicine. I know that this is a very challenging task for all of us, but the Senate, to the leadership of our Senate President Mig Subiri, would continue to ensure that these laws that we are passing will be backed up with funds and experts and those who would run these institutions and hospitals. So maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. And with that, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the state universities and colleges and the Commission on Higher Education to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I do that, I would just like to congratulate the University of the Philippines for their basketball team. They're doing a good job, putting us on the edge every night. Congratulations, Mr. President, my bisdak na igsoon. So with that, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budgets of the state universities and colleges and the Commission on Higher Education is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we do our traditional picture taking, may I move that we suspend the session until 11 o'clock Friday, November 17, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
And time check, we're ending tonight at 8:49. Sana
The earliest.
Sana
The earliest,
earlier,
boss.
baka earlier tomorrow. Request namin po ni Senator Coco. With that,
Thank
there
you.
being no objection, session is suspended till 11 a.m. Friday, November 17, 2023.